up, guys? It's me again, and right now the grand finals are going on for the PCS7 Europe, and I've actually watched these finals myself with Shrimzy. We did a small watch party. I have chosen some of my favorite moments, and we'll be looking at them again right now. Okay, so in the first clip we have Nail Cop from Stardust popping off, just literally lasering everybody. Hobbit gets deleted, and then Norky as well, down from the Polish Power. Also, very interesting, but apparently Polish Power does not scrim, and they only practice in ranked 24/7. I thought that was insane. Anyways, so Copy goes down to Nail Cop. Again, Nail Cop popping off. King, come on. He starts tossing all the flashes, right? And we all know that when you toss a lot of flashes, you're like, yeah, surely they're blind. But no. But no, it wears out last second and he dies and doesn't win the chicken dinner. Very sad, but nonetheless, nice try by him. And yeah, it is very interesting to see how Polish Power is literally on the top of the leaderboard, considering they don't scrim and have not scrimmed at all. From what I've heard, incredible. For this clip, I wanted to include it because we have a beautiful grenade kill coming from Pains. And I know everyone's gonna be like, oh my god, Resident Sleeper, again, another grenade kill, boring. But I swear, this one is different. Fate comes in, right, with the car, forehead, and then we have Pains throwing in, Jesus Christ, a perfect 3-man grenade. That is beautiful. That is beautiful. And now they're all burning. Great. But, you know, that was a beautiful grenade throw, but it is really alarming how many grenade kills there is in general. So
Nate does come through. It lands right below him.
It's gonna be a tricky one as the Mad wants to swing round. For all the pain they've inflicted, that nade is perfect.
Knocking on the rezzing player.
Oh, look at Kova. No, he steps on the nade as well.
Damage, finding so many points.
Not looking good. Stardust and Sarvin both in good positions. Exalt, not the same thing. Getting blown up by Pink Pony.
Throwing. Oh, Rhinolock.
Power, everything counts double when you eliminate.
Iron is still alive on the other side. This Nate could be perfect, and he finds 3.
this next clip is a great play by Nixie. The enemy team did a little mess up. Regardless, still a beautiful play. No hip fire Og this time.
No hip fire.
Oh,
no! Oh, okay.
Oh my god. Oh, he's
Damn,
oh, they're
what is
both
he
nading!
doing?
Oh my
Why
god!
are you using nades?
Oh,
Bro, he knocks all 3. They just trolled so hard.
they started
They
throwing
all have
everything at the
nades in their
same
hand.
time. Oh
That's
no.
gotta be cap. I did not just watch that.
Oh no. Okay, so this next clip is my absolute favorite. Me and Shrimzy reacted to it live, so here's a clip of that. Uh-oh.
You kill this guy every time. That guy should be dead. You knock, flush, take the car drive. No, wait, you're not. Bruh, just kill him.
He's gonna ride with him when he's gonna go into the car.
A few moments later.
What? Oh my god, oh my god! He's actually doing it!
He's getting a free ride to the circus.
And a free kill. Literally a free kill. 2 free kills.
Wait. There's no way. When Lassa look.
Oh!
You're
No
beaming.
way.
Chris, you're beaming at this point.
What?
How does not find out finally with the hip fire mini? It takes him down. If there's a man that can put on a show, that is Chris. Here he
Flush!
finds 1, finds 2, goes for as well. Chris is making something out of nothing in the most unorthodox way I have ever seen it.
Oh my god!
That was the best play I've ever seen in my entire life.
That was the last clip. Thank you guys so much for watching this video, and if you want to find out who's going to be the winner of the PCS7 Europe Grand Finals, there's still 1 final week left, so you haven't missed out. You can still go and watch. Go here, okay? And if you don't, I'll be mad. Thank you so much for watching.
balance adjustments to some attachments and firing from vehicles, some adjustments to the blue zone on Destiny, and some decor to get you hyped for PGC. All this and more as we dive into the Update 20.1 patch report. First up, we've been monitoring your feedback on the high advantages of shooting from a moving vehicle, and have implemented some recoil nerfs for both the driver and passengers. Drivers can also no longer steer while reloading weapons. In addition, several attachments are being adjusted for balance. 2 ARs can now attach high-powered scopes, and the O12 can fit a couple new scopes as well. So check out the patch notes for full details on the changes. Destiny is also seeing some changes to the blue zone this update, with Phase 1 and 2 having larger circles. Phase 2 has increased damage, so don't let yourself lose track of time while looting the bigger zone. And speaking of blue zones, the Jammer Pack will now receive additional damage to its battery, and will only spawn as a world drop in Miramar, Karakin, Haven, and Destiny. For map adjustments, visitors to Erangel can now plan their stay around watching the sunset, and sightseers on Erangel, Tego, and Miramar should start seeing PGC-related decorations in celebration of the upcoming World Championship. There's also a new ranked season starting, new skins to craft in the workshop, several changes to the wardrobe, and quality of life updates. So head over to the patch notes for the full details on everything. Update 20.1 is here, so strap in, lock and load, and drive off into the sunset. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Victory is not a moment. It's a journey made up of choices. The possibilities are endless. Why you fight, what strategies you use, who you have on your crew, and what colors they fly. All these choices end and begin with you.
Esports Pains now. Solo player left alive, 0 kills. Force Reinforced has been a tough game for them.
For Esports, are taking a ton of damage as well. Actually losing one in the process. Exo on the pull up with the nade though, it goes straight in. Faris has found Iroh.
Full speed forward they go. Odin down as well. Confirmed. Lyron is still alive on the other side. This nade could be perfect. He finds free. Pain's able to get him, doing all the damage Lyron needs. Unfortunately, not able to get him, but now they all burn, and one by one, Pains.
The Vector.
They know
shred up close.
Yeah, they know the game ends inside the middle of this compound. They know they have all of them inside the building now. First one goes down. Hubbits falls as he tries to fall down. Now second one gonna get spotted by Digwitch. Will finds the third as well. Will he get the last? No. There he is with the final kill of the game.
Will die. A little bit split on this now. Goose is so close. When the flash comes over, no peek on the back of it. Xstant's actually the one to find Scav here, and actually the second peek is perfect for Goose.
A lot of headshots coming through from both sides here. Tough fight to be won by either of them. 2v2. As of right now, Kidrox has to back off, try and see what he can make of this. Leosh, the one to hold while the healing is being done, but it's not going to work out for him. But Kidrox, though, on the back end up, it didn't get heals off, but managed to stay alive regardless. In nade range, that seems, I mean, suicidal at best. Paula's actually pulling up in this.
I was going to say, we talked about how few options they have, and this seems like what they settled on. Lars are desperate to try and flush these out now. Faris actually sharing the smoke with Ruin, and finally goes down. Well, that vehicle's not long for this world. Yeah.
And no,
should be, yep, thank you.
Another two. Zon ragging them up. Ali in the meantime from out in the blue. It's not even him to find one. Actually goes down in his own Moldok, trying to get both of them back on their feet, but the attacks are coming in from behind. Alia gets the 3-piece, and once again, Na'Vi.
Last man standing now. Tries to get something down. Gonna find Tiksu. Actually, the rest of fellas of the miscommunication here. They're finding another engagement onto Ents here, Toby.
Yeah, this is not organized at all in the way they're approaching this. Going over on the other side, Ents taking some casualties, but staying alive in the meantime. Ard and Faris, as we see them in the kill feed, they're actually making something of face. They lose 3, and there comes the last.
Be able to get that first aid off. The Mad though.
They're all there.
Look at this. How looking to collapse here onto Stardust. A ton of damage coming through, and actually Schofield finding one into Chris in the mix.
That's actually Perfectix somewhat caught on his own here, but now Na'Vi, you said it before, they're gonna send side by side down towards the south, and they find 2.
Yeah, the worst time possible for him to get knocked, especially now. I feel like both of these guys have been knocked 3 or 4 times.
Or they rest to deny, I suppose. Oh, the molly perfectly thrown by Faris. Exalt nets themselves 2 points.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's PCS7 Europe. It's the Grand Finals. I'm ready to go. I'm gonna fight you. We are getting it done. We have got ourselves 3 more days of excellent competition here, as all of our teams are trying to vie for that #1 spot, that guaranteed spot at PGC, as well as all of the great points that are coming along with it. I'm out of breath. Saga, Avenger here with me. We're going to have a great old time. It's going to be a good time. Saga, how are you doing? I didn't hit you too much.
Yeah, does that mean I won the fight?
Yes, you did win the fight.
Perfect.
Yes.
Then I'm doing very well, actually. And given the fact that we've come into this, things have not gone quite to expectation, which is, in all essence, a good thing, given how things in Europe have been so consistent over the past, 8 months or so. A lot of the familiar names hitting the top spots. This time around, some new spaces at the top that are being claimed by teams who we might not have expected to come out quite so strong.
Yeah, that is very exciting when it comes to the shake-up of Europe, EMEA, the landmarks that we're going to be kind of traversing past here, because right now, some of those landmarks in terms of our invited teams here, Avenger, have not performed up to snuff where we kind of thought they may be, and now we've got all the newcomers in inverted commas trying to rule the roost effectively.
Yeah, and the beautiful thing is that all these top dogs, all the teams that usually performed over the course of many days, they've only performed one day and had a really, really good day, and then they've kind of flopped a little bit, which makes our leaderboard be extremely close. We have a huge mid-pack and a few leaders that is obviously leading the charts right now, but still 1 or 2 good games, then they can still jump into things.
Yeah, and it's a lot of the teams who, coming into this, we've identified a lot of teams. Okay, you need top 3 placement, you need top 4, you need this team not to make top X. And a lot of those storylines that were coming in at the very beginning, we might have thought it's an outside chance to see certain teams like win or die, maybe question mark, being in positions to walk away with like solid holds on PGC slot, but halfway through the event, and a lot of it is going very well in their favor.
Yeah, definitely so, definitely so. Let's take a look at the schedule for today. We will have 5 games coming at you throughout the day, throughout the evening here, as we will start things off with good old Miramar for 3, and then we'll be heading over to Erangel for 2. So a decent opportunity for all of these teams to put more points on the board, all things considered, especially since Avenger, I think it's fair to say, it is so close. We'll take a look at the rules as well. You guys know the rules in 10 points. So yeah, the standings overall here, Avenger, very close, all things considered. I didn't expect it to be this close after 3 days.
No, it's super nice. We asked for it, right? We were like, let's not hope that NLT wins again. They're just going to be leading the charts. Here we actually have a chance that a team is going to be able to win or even get 2nd and 3rd place, not having any points, PGC points, going into this tournament and still make it to Dubai, right? Potentially 2nd, 3rd place could get a spot and grab that because our threshold is so much lower than compared to last year.
And of course, 1st and 2nd, I mean, you've already mentioned it here, Saga, the fact that Polish Power and Question Mark are up there. The Woo, win or die, especially another 2 names that I don't think if you'd have said to me at the start of all of this, they're going to be above FaZe, they're going to be above Northern Lights, I don't think I would have agreed with you then. But here we are with these 4 teams looking really good up at the top.
They really have been putting on an excellent performance so far, and particularly teams like the Woo, who came out in the group stages from the very beginning and had a great performance, qualified directly through to the Grand Finals, and they've really continued on that level of form. But for a lot of the teams who are making up that huge mid-pack that we have, it's not all that far behind. We're talking 20 points or so to break into the top 3, and that goes as far down as 13th place. The gap between 8th and 13th is just 4 points, so there's a lot of movement that can happen very, very quickly in these opening few games.
Avenger, which is the one out of those top 4 that surprises you the most that's there at present?
Win or die, the Woo for sure. Win or die, they had an amazing day. The question is, can they replicate this one day another time? Maybe it's a day because they need to have 2 good days to stay up there, because they had a really good day and then they had 2 kind of above average days, which is putting them in the spot that they're in right now. And that's really the story, is that nobody except for Polish Power have had these outstanding days throughout. It's the only team that have had consistent points above a certain threshold. The other teams have had 1 decent day, 1 really good day, and then 1 mediocre day. So that is the question, is it going to continue? Because, you know, NLT, amazing first day, we were like, please, somebody stop them. Then here, and the very last day before coming into this, not that many points, and that's kind of what I'm hoping to continue to see, because our really close leaderboard, that is just making things so exciting.
I'm glad you didn't pick Polish Power, because they are indeed the best and will continue to stay up there. But let's take a look at the PGC points preview that currently exists here for PCS7 Europe. We have the points that are going to be gained from this tournament. Of course, as I mentioned before, number 1 will get direct qualification to PGC, which has some potential to shape things up, Saga, but the points, of course, are extremely important for these teams to garner.
This is exactly why we talk about so many teams needing a top 3 spot, because for those that are coming in completely fresh with nothing on the line, the rest of the teams who currently hold on to that spot, who've participated in G-Loot events and PCS6 as well, are around that 250 plus point mark. So teams that are coming in completely fresh have to be aiming for the top.
Yes, they do, as we take a look further beyond that. So here is where we stand currently with the PGC points. This is with everything currently not tallied aside from the 20 qualification points from this, correct, Avenger?
Yeah, the 20 points are added to this.
Yes, yes.
So you can see, obviously, Fellas' first time they're playing a PGC event, so they got 20 down there. So that's obviously the minimum that you can get. Heroic 205, scary right now, considering you get 220 points for 4th place. And that's obviously why we're seeing these teams. You want to be above the threshold, because then you can take the spot away from Heroic. But then the other question is, Polish Power doing really well, Overpeak is also doing well. The guaranteed spot for MEA is currently BBLs with 290 points.
Yes.
So we need Foot to be in top 2 for it to be taken over, or any of the other teams that currently don't have any points out of the MEA regions, right? Otherwise, they're not going to be able to take that BBL spot.
Correct.
It would not be enough with a 3rd place unless they are taking over Win or Die, the Wu, all these other teams that currently don't have above the 205 point threshold.
I will say at this point in time here, Saga, it's looking a little slim that teams like Foot, for example, would be able to strike out of those very top spots and be able to move on to PGC.
At the very least, for a team like Foot, an MEA team in their position, they do have the fallback of, while BBL, they are obviously much safer than Heroic in terms of the points that they have, but they also have the MEA slot. So there is multiple avenues for them to try and push for, but it does mean that, well, the bar is set. To overtake BBL, to take the MEA slot, it has to be 290 plus points.
Yeah.
The barrier for entry is more than likely realistically going to be slightly lower than that, looking at who's going to be making it in through the top 8. So it's still realistic, but once again, it is like top 3, top 4 positions that they're going to have to be making a push for starting today.
And to a degree, it's kind of surprising to me that almost like Foot is in 11th place at present, right, Avenger? Right. And even it speaks to how close the tournament is when you were watching guys like Odin, guys like Weston, guys like Iroh going out and making some great plays left, right, and center, but it's still not enough to be able to breach up into the top upper echelons of this tournament because it is so close at the present time.
And again, because we have this huge mid-pack here, going into this, one good game can put you within that. Again, it is top 3. 265 points you get for 3rd place, and some of the teams have currently 30 already, right? So they would be breaking BBL's point threshold because they're obviously not paying. So top 3 for them is the aim. We were at the Foot House today, had some talks with the guys. Super confident going into the tournament. Top 3 is the aim, top 3 is the goal. And they're only playing against themselves, and obviously the other teams vying in for the top 5. But BBL is not gaining anything, so their aim is super clear, super straight.
I'm wondering if we can take a look at the Twire standings as well here for Fantasy League. You guys at home are playing the Fantasy League alongside us.
I wonder why you wanted to see this.
I wonder why I, in particular, wanted to see this.
That is weird.
Yeah, interesting stuff. But then again, Avenger, I was always quite good at Fantasy League.
Yeah, you have been really good at Fantasy League. You've been doing a lot of fantasy throughout here. 273 points. Followed closely by a lot of people. There's a lot of us that are within striking distance. You and I included here, Saga. We're 7 points apart from each other, but you're 13 points from Calaris. Are you hoping to beat him here for the last?
You know, I've taken his aesthetic. I'm not sure I could take his crown as well. But as long as we're all above the caster's desk, we can prove that we belong here in the analyst, and we all bow down to our host.
Well, Toby has traditionally been terrible when it comes to Fantasy League, I think is fair to say. He's given me a weird look, but I don't care. It's true. Actually, I think he's the only one out of us that has changed his roster, correct?
Yeah, he didn't believe enough in the players that he had on the team, so he had to change it to try to go for a better team. But we know historically, and he says this himself as well, any player I pick, I just jinx. So he's basically, if we're looking at Polish Power right now, they're believing a lot of the jinxing. We heard a lot from Masterlik here that he's saying every time I say or speak well about him. But now it's Toby's fault if they not do well.
There was a Danish saying, right? He didn't have enough ice in his stomach or something.
Ice in the stomach,
Is
yeah.
that?
Yeah.
Ah, Danish. What a great language.
Ice in his veins, maybe? Stomach?
Yeah, well, the Danes are strange. That's what they do. That's what they do. How do you say it in Danish?
Ismaven.
Okay.
It's just 2 words. Never mind. All right, whatever.
Oh, it's 3. Maven.
No. It sounded just like never mind. I don't want to do this again. Every tournament I come back and I'm just like, there's something more weird in Danish every single time.
We try to learn you a little bit of new stuff every now and then, and it's always good. Yeah.
I suppose the one thing though is a lot of us do still have Northern Lights players on our teams. Fantasy expecting them to have come in, and if we haven't changed, we're expecting things to change on Miramar for them, because statistically, they have performed the worst of all 16 teams on Miramar so far with only 11 points. It's mad. But they're still far ahead of the pack on Erangel.
And we're playing one more Miramar this week than we are the last week. We're playing 8 this and only 7 Erangels.
Well, actually, speaking of Fantasy for a second, I think this is the only time in Fantasy I've not picked a Northern Lights player. Normally, we literally always have at least one player, but for some reason I don't. Why did I think I looked at the prices and thought to myself, they're all a bit expensive here. Was that your reasoning?
Same, yeah. I was feeling they're a little bit too expensive. Obviously, you want to try to get one of the cheaper guys, but they've been performing so well throughout the year and historically doing so well. So I felt it was too much compared to some of the super cheap players you can get below 20,000.
I actually want to come back to technically one of your picks, and technically a team that I think can do better than where they are right now. How? Because I think they're, in 14th place at the moment. And again, they had such a rough week last week. Surely it must go better for a team like Howl that we have pretty decent expectations for.
And they've shown individual brilliance as well. In the same game where they had a singular pop-off game, 17 kills, a third place on Erangel, Lazo 1v4ing squad on squad, question mark, FaZe coming in from both sides, both getting clapped. They've shown that they can do it, but it's the consistency that's letting them down at this point, and maybe that is to be expected from a team that's coming in their first appearance at PGC, but some of them are certainly not showing it.
I'm getting word that we are 3 minutes out from the game here, Avenger. What are your thoughts regarding Howl?
Yeah, I really like Howl. Unfortunately, 8 points day 1, 5 points day 2 is just not enough to cut it. 42 though on day 3. If they had this kind of similar performance on all the days, they would literally be in #1 place right now. So I really want to see this replicate. But it comes down to them not having that one good game that is carrying the rest, right? They're having these mediocre games. And as is, like, the huge focus is that the sooner you realize that you're not going to be able to win a game, start focusing on squeezing as many points out as possible. Get those extra kills. Start focusing on maybe gatekeeping some of these teams. And that is what some of these teams that are only getting, 10, 15 points on a day is not doing consistently.
I guess the big question then, while we are just a minute or two out from the game, based on what you've seen in the previous 3 days, based on coming into this week, who's taking it all? Saga, starting with you.
Ooh, that is
a big
rough.
question.
I think from what we've seen so far, Polish Power looks to be more consistent than they've ever been.
That's correct.
And incredibly strong as well.
Correct.
So there is a good argument that you could make, if you were that they could go on and win the whole thing. But I'm really not too sure, man. You know what? I'll back it.
Master's going to hard you.
I will back it. I don't want him to hurt me as well as you have. So I will say Polish Power can do it.
But now, so you're going to jump on the same wagon. So you're now basically 2 Polish Power, because you're also saying Polish Power,
of course,
right?
I've got it. Go on, Martin.
Yeah, I gotta not say Polish Power. Otherwise, when I'm playing morning games with Master he's gonna say you jinxed us, and I don't want to hear this. I'm gonna say FaceLand. They had 2 really good days. If they're able to replicate those 2 good days again and have a mediocre day, they're gonna be able to maybe jump into the top 2 and potentially contest that first spot.
Well, you guys at home as well can not only be involved via Fantasy League and watching the stream as well, you can get yourself some cool new merch from PCS7. So make sure to head on over to, don't know why I said it like that, you can head over to emea.merch.pubg.com to check out the cool new stuff before we get right into this game. It's new drops, ladies and gentlemen. But now we're going to drop in on what I believe is the commentating team. Thank you very much, guys. It's time to head over to Toby, who I've slighted in his team and his fantasy picks, as well as Hypoc. Toby, do you have anything in rebuttal to say, or are you okay?
I'm normally pretty good at fantasy. I just want to let all of you guys out there know.
No, it's not.
I think I got 2nd place one time.
Did you?
That's what I'll stand by.
6 leagues.
Yeah. That's
6 leagues ago.
Are you clinging to 2nd place?
Just wait. My team this time around is going to be great. Just wait and see. Just wait and see.
Right.
Thank you so much, guys. On the Discord, we'll bring this one into the game. Hypoc, how are you feeling about week 2?
Yeah, excited. I mean, this is a good opportunity for lots of wrongs to be righted.
Yes.
Again, another Des touched on this. Probably an unexpected top half of the leaderboard. And a couple of people lagging behind. So, I mean, eyes do naturally go towards Northern Knights. It's got to be said. I'm not just talking my fantasy. I was pretty upset last week. But there's just been so many problems which are uncharacteristic. And we talked about, obviously, already coming into this, wanting to potentially test things out, maybe adopt a different play style. We haven't actually seen that. We've actually just seen them really, really fumble the bag on Miramar.
Yep. They were getting picked apart too. And I feel like with everyone being here playing at this tournament, they're all equal, so to speak. But they were getting beat by teams that some might consider lesser in terms of global experience, in terms of just playing together experience. It was as if they were kind of falling over the hurdle that was some of these open qualifier teams that they just didn't really know what to expect from.
Yeah, and I think as well, the other thing, there's been some concerns when we've seen them in situations where usually they do excel. Particularly, coming towards circle 6 point of the game where they're able to kind of confidently clear areas on, particularly taking foot engagements. But the team fight's just been lacking on Miramar. There's been a number of games where they've actually just had to opt towards a salvage play, which is something that I wouldn't say they are notoriously good at kind of sneaking their way into endgame, maybe with 1 or 2 players, but it's certainly not been with the comfort that we've previously seen.
It's not been in the way that you usually would see for sure. Let's see now. We get the average results on Miramar. You can see here Northern Lights all the way down the bottom. It's it's been a tough journey for them. On the opposite side of that end, though, Polish Power, we've talked about them quite a bit. And yes, Polish Power players and fans out there, I do have a Polish Power player on my team this time around. So, Cabby, carry my team to the top so we can make fun of the analyst desk.
That's a circle popping up towards Crater Fields, El Pozo. Haven't actually been here, I think, on the Miramar games so far. Obviously, the Oasis being the furthest north that we've seen. But again, we had a couple of kind of power grids, a couple of circles towards Picardo. So this is kind of a new test. I mean, traditionally, we have seen Ascend actually call an audible up towards Alcantara, at least towards Trailer Park as well. This time around, it's only really going to be question mark phase with a comfortable spot in Circle 1. And actually that death funnel that comes along the side of San Martin in terms of these first rotations, going to be a little problematic for some of these teams. Stardust and Polish Power haven't really had problems with that. I'm talking about some of the other teams maybe that are considering coming this direction.
It's going to really be, I mean, you're hitting the... what do you say, the nail on the head, so to speak, with Stardust and Polish Power, because if they don't opt to move early, and even more so, they have to, I mean, obviously keep in mind what they expect FaZe Clan to do, because will FaZe sit around the east side of Pozo? Don't expect to see them do so. Usually they'd go up on the west side of Crater Fields, take the compounds up there.
Yeah, FaZe have got to be careful, because obviously one of these sides of the circle is going to really bloat in terms of where these initial teams are going to look to wrap in. These teams outside the circle are going to be looking for the least congested area. So I know FaZe are going to kind of show probably a little more focus towards center, honestly, in Circle 1. Maybe have a couple of backup plans for that Circle 2 pop, but they certainly don't want to be in a position where being overwhelmed early on. There's going to be some teams that do just send it towards Pozo in this scenario.
Yeah, and well, speaking of sending it, Marzalek currently trying to do mountain climbing with a buggy. Not the worst vehicle to do so. And fortunate for him, despite being shot at, no damage done so far. He will get to the top of the peak here, and, well, does he like what he sees? Only really a doozy in the nearby vicinity out towards the west. The rest of the Polish Power players ain't really here yet, but here you have them. Full speed forward they go. Shots have been fired. Marsalik, I hope, has fed this in for a cross, so curious to see how close they'll get to Stardust.
No other real overlap anywhere.
No.
Looking towards Stardust and Polish Power, those are the two that potentially could have crossed paths, but so Marsalik's drifted a little further north, and I think actually the rest of Polish Power are going to come along the east side of that hill. Looks as if Stardust might even make their way into the eastern crater, or at least pick up that position just outside. And these are the sort of spots that nobody's really going to be opting to rotate that direction, because there's lots of valleys that surround it. There are choke points on this road, so well, actually now I've got Just Catch in sight.
I think this is a nice reaction play from Stardust too. They saw Marsalik go up early and they say, we cannot let him give the hilltop. We need to go up and have some sort of contest on the hills. So Nailcop instantly sending it up, not in a McLaren, which you could be doing yourself if you get your into the game, get your coupe transferred into a... I lost my word. Lost my train of thought.
I don't know where you're going with this, so I'd
you
love
to transform.
Be able...
There you go. You can transform
Okay.
your cube into a McLaren in the game. Make sure to hop on in and do so. And well, this is as usual as they get. Northern Lights up in the hilltops, shooting at things far away.
Well, Perfectix this time around. Batulin's going to come out and substitute him out there, but
can't be the only one doing it.
It's a big change in the Northern Lights early game. Look at that. It's Perfectix up there. Crazy stuff.
It really is. Pains running over Vasco. Well, not exactly what they need, given their place on the leaderboard. Fortunately, no opponents are anywhere nearby. And we just saw them for a split second there, but you mentioned them too. Ascent. Sometimes they have been up towards Alcantara, Trailer Park looting up here. This time around, though, despite them being south, they opted to rotate early, saying we need to get going. But Win or Die did the exact same thing.
Yeah, I was going to say, actually, considering they were probably the first team out of the plane, right? They're still got a couple of teams ahead of them on this the Western Road. I bring Exalt into that equation as well, just a little further north of Win or Die, but plenty of space to play with here. There's actually fewer teams opting for this far Western Road than I would have imagined. Overpeak is going to be probably the last of that main cluster of rotations to come through past Monte Nuevo. Outside that, still got the Woo and Foot Esports a million miles away from this one. So if Ascend can get set up, at least they're going to be in a position, access to a road, some vehicles that are going to be safe as well. Not too concerned about the fact that they've kind of lagged behind on that initial wrap.
Now, we do have a thing coined as silent pull-ups with the way you can turn on engines. I like to think of this pull-up as being one of the least silent I've ever heard, because both Saga and Silas running in circles, and I'm not sure they're... aware of what they're running into. It. They're pushing into a full 4-man stack of Polish power. Usually this would be one of those split positions early where you just have one scout set up for info. Keep in mind, I should say, 6.5 minutes in. Crunio finds one master that gets the flush, and now they should be aware. Wait a minute, we're kind of biting off way more than we can chew here.
So Polish power just about getting fully set up here. Again, 30-40 seconds prior to this. Like I said, this isn't really one of the areas that teams opt to rotate into very early on. I'm not saying he's well, Masterlek finally opening up, but no real damage coming onto Vasco and Silas as they do hang their heads, peel away from this. Have to settle for what they've got now, and actually does kind of take them away from a position where they're going to be able to get decent information on the center of this circle and potentially, obviously, where the next will lie.
I mean, for Austrian Force as well, it's just, I mean, last week started off the same way. First 2 games, Silas got down early. Now we saw them accidentally running one another over, then pulling up to a combat. You can see here, I mean, it's... It was a tricky...
That's unfortunate.
It really is unfortunate. But that was, you know what that was? That was their opportunity to scout that they lost. Because they were on the hill opposite to where they ended up fighting for the compound. They spent that time resting to then get regrouped with the rest of the players to then get going. Had they not done that, they would have brought out the gun scopes, looked forward, seen what they would have seen, which was, well, there's an entire team up there. Or at least potentially.
Quizzy nearly just went head over heels there on the rotation on the 2-seater.
Here we see ENCE. It's been a weird tournament for them.
Yeah, talk to me about ENCE,
they were looking stellar. They were looking stellar in the group stages. Scav, Mise coming in as the newly signed players, and they just impressed right off the bat. Scav pulling off performances that you wouldn't even expect for some of the top echelon players. And here in the grand finals, they've been night and day, unfortunately for the worse.
Yeah, almost barely present, I got to say, and that's a very harsh way to word it, but there's been a number of times as well where we've seen them kind of at that crossroads point of a game where, you know, they come out on top of an engagement, they pull off a rotation, and actually they're going to be in, I don't want to say a game-winning spot, but at least an end-game spot, right? And they've just fallen flat on their faces, and I even used the term last week where it was getting to the point where it was becoming pretty difficult viewing for the situations ENCE found them in. And the thing is, it's such a stark contrast.
Yeah.
It's almost polarizing from that group stage performance.
Quite literally.
Whether or not, you know, a week off and some time to prep and really look at some of the mistakes they've made. Obviously, we can only call it from the outside in, whether or not we're going to see kind of a rejuvenated ENCE this week. But there's a lot of work to do. I mean, 38 points sat dead last. I mean, there's a deficit even towards Austrian Force and Howl, and then even beyond that, there's another 23 points towards Fellas. So
I think that first place spot is probably out of reach. Unless if they do something absolutely inhumane. I mean, 15 games to go, having to climb almost 100 points to first, you know what? That'd be a journey I'd be in for. If that happens, I am all for it. I'm just going to go out and say, highly unlikely.
It requires a lot of teams to put up a Northern Lights Miramar performance for the next couple of days.
Yes, and then some. It's not looking good. One thing that does look good for them is look up towards the north, how much control they have right now. Now, this is not usually an area we'd see endgames in, as now they start getting shot at by overpeakers, who are actually, I mean, with Genes out towards the west, kind of, at least to some extent, trying to wrap around ends up towards the north. But should the circle go in their direction now, which it doesn't, then they'd be looking good now. Not quite so. Nuki at least gets himself a crate, but everyone is headed back down towards the southeast.
Actually, it brings it back towards some of those kind of treacherous rotation areas that we're talking about for Circle 1. Na'Vi immediately going to make a dash back down into kind of that valley that runs between San Martin and this eastern crater up towards the plane crash. Should have access at least to the compound very early on. Nobody close enough. Stardust being the next one. Don't really expect them to pressure too much, but along the south side, going to see a couple of other teams making a mad dash. Howl, Northern Lights for Esports, just about coming into Circle 1.
Yep.
They find themselves alongside Power Grid now.
Chris and Killer kind of from Ascend as well, trying to get out of the post zone without being taken down by the two-faced, I believe the Epfix and Diggory sitting in there now. I mean, again, as I said before, Overpeakers and ENCE, they were kind of running shoulder to shoulder for a moment. Now, Mise alongside Squeaky are alone. Scav ain't there, Nuki ain't there. We'll see if they can come and help fast enough before this pops off. If it even does. Clip, you'd have to admit, it gets spotted. Yes, he does. Squeaky finds one. Freebie at that.
Actually, James way disconnected to the south this. We saw him previously scouting, but putting a bit of pressure onto ENCE, but whether or not he's going to be able to actually return anything here.
Shots up in fight. Snooki from a distance. Headshot comes through. Body shot as well. Squeaky down to low HP. Or Mexi, sorry, make that. Down to low HP, able to get back into the car. Now James with that off angle you're just talking about. He has the high ground, he has the hill, but as you're saying too, it might just be a little too late for him to get the position down. Mexi, one tap to the toe.
He got him.
Go.
Look, he actually connects that.
SKS just better.
Yeah, sure. Took 3 business days for that bullet to arrive, but it finally landed on Mexi. We'll find the knock, and actually Overpeaker's under a ton of pressure on this. Just as they tried to peel away from a similar sort of split that Ents had, right? But I don't think Overpeakers, who were the ones to initially engage in that, at least from a very far distance, but it's come back to bite them in the ass.
Yeah, Ents essentially got to pick the proving grounds in this one. I think had it been the other way around, Ents, you know, starting their rotation now, and then they kind of fall into the hands of Overpeakers, who would have easily gone the other way. But well, I mean, despite the fact that the circle goes away from them, at least 2 kills without casualties. That's a start.
That's a start, friends.
Yeah, that's a start.
That's a way to get yourself on the board in match 16, the first of the weekend.
They're in the lead of week 2.
Yeah. Yeah, they're really pulling ahead.
In the meantime, back to Polish Power. Oh, headshot with the last bullet as well, Rostin Map. Down to under half HP, tries to make a run off here. Vart now as well goes down. That's question mark elsewhere on the map.
Fantasy in shambles. You really hate to see it, Toby.
I mean, I'm fine. I changed my team. I'm not in trouble. Yet. Rostin Map trying to make his way back towards his teammates. And even the Woo as well. Woo, to me, very surprising. I mean, again, we know they're an insanely bunch of insanely talented players. Would not expect to see them 3rd place though coming into
no, I think
into week 2.
It's fair to say they exceeded expectations.
Oh,
right?
yeah,
even with it already being moderately high for that team, just because of the characters we have on that roster. But they definitely exceeded my expectations. It was fantastic to watch them last week.
So many times you've seen teams, I mean, with all these star players individually, but you put them on a roster together, they just don't function without the excess of time. And now, Circle centering up on the valley where we have Northern Lights. This is going to be so hard to play.
And almost doubling down on that same kind of dynamic that's created by Circle 2. Rotations, very few and far between in terms of pathing here, but it opens up a lot of opportunities in terms of terrain, in terms of positions to play. Yes, there's not a lot of compounds, but there are a lot of ratty spots for teams to kind of tuck into to see this circle out, Toby.
Is James playing salvage, see if he can get a kill or 2 in a car now, or is he just waiting for them to leave so he can...
I was going to say, that ship has sailed very quickly for James, if that was the plan.
You'd have to imagine.
We're not dire, a million miles away from this, by the way. I mean, phaser set up, kind of split along this northwestern side of the circle. Question mark, actually still present in the crater field, but actually Ents just about coming in now. They might feel a bit of pressure on this rotation, Toby.
They're running right past one another. I mean, Win or Die will have seen them, obviously, coming on in. Extends Layers will spot them in just a moment. In the meantime, Ascent trying to really kind of dial down what's happening inside the power grid itself, knowing that they don't really have to go there at all. In the meantime, Polish Power, well, they had the hill for a while, and now Austrian Force, a little bit of a wrench play, I suppose, early on. You take one of ours, we'll take down one of yours as well.
Marcelex knocked as well, and that's a fairly difficult res in the vehicle to get all the way to the top side here. Cappy's desperately trying to make his way up there. Vascu trying to pressure that res, but it's looking as if he might just about get there. Elsewhere, Odin actually going to find an example. It's over on the northeast side of the circle, and for Esports actually set up towards the, well, I say set up, in the process of setting up towards the plane crash here. Iroh a little disconnected. He's got full force fellas rotating past him.
Let's replay it. Alia's headshot. Oh, does he get him with it?
Ooh.
Yeah, that's a quick tap and a half. Gets him up on the hillside. Fortunately, the rest does come through, so Marcelic is back on his feet. Happy that's a safe one now. Fex over the top here. I mean, obviously, FaZe must have heard the vehicles from Ents, but does he realize they're as close as they are? Gustav spots him as well. That is crucial info, because Fex is miles out in the open. Spotted too.
In no man's land, Squeaky tucked into the rock. Actually going to punish that immediately. Eitzi going to try and respond with a nade. Gustav must not have spotted Squeaky's position, so Fex almost thought he had a free opportunity to pressure here.
Who better than a Northern Lights player to shoot at people up on the rock saying, no, this is our position. You're not ones to play mountainsides, though. Eitzi does fall. Squeak able to lob a nade on over. And once again, I mean, not only am I seeing Ents finding kills, but so far no casualties on the side of the fence. That is what we like to see.
Yeah, as I was talking about, actually, just saw in the kill feed, Iroh was a solo effort to hold down the eastern side. Did actually pick up a knock onto fellas. That's where the exchange back and forth here. Actually, Hobbit's going to find Gedrox as well.
That's Win or Die trying to find another entry to the circle from the north. But as you said earlier, I mean, these mountainsides, essentially the big valley that the Creator Fields is.
It's like three viable ways in from the north.
If even. It's so damn hard when there are teams playing control over the top circle. Towards the east we go, kind of expected with the land ratio and all. Stardust, I'm curious to see how many players will fit in your compound now. First 2 comes in.
Actually, that nade onto side is just going to bounce off the doorway. It's as if still there's an attack come through, but the molly should be great. It's actually going to catch and to seal the deal. The M4. One left standing now. Pains on this pull-up. Frosty and Force, almost desperation mode, but Apocalypse should bleed out. So there's damage done on the side of Stardust, and Celtic now, he's got to make a decision. He can't really let this one develop into a stalemate.
Lights in the meantime trying to fend off against Exalt coming in from the south side. They have Howl down here too, so many teams trying to wrap on through, and I'm loving the proactive playstyle of Northern Lights right now because they're only playing 2 inside the compound with Batulans and Perfectix playing outside. In the meantime, back towards the center compound. I'm surprised we're not seeing more teams try and take a piece of this compound because it's a 4-way split compound and they know they're fighting. Here comes Na'Vi, speaking of.
I was going to say, Na'Vi, you're probably conscious of holding onto that northeastern side of the circle, but it looks as if actually with this pressure, they're looking to actually counter-crash this. They're pulling back in. They're going to take the concrete side.
Great read on the side of Na'Vi, knowing and understanding exactly where the fight is going on, what to expect.
Beautiful
and then splitting off on the other side, exactly. With limited angle of vision, too, because up that roadside, if you don't have the bottom side compounds, it's pretty hard angle to really get a full info out of.
Yeah, Sen look like they've seen better days, but might be able to get these reses off just naturally as Howl look to put some pressure onto the Wu to force them off that angle. It's going to become problematic, though, once this circle does start pushing them in. Masterlek just sending nades. Send one more before he falls.
And out. Polish Power, 15th place. Unfortunately, not the way they would have wanted to start off this one. Wu, in the meantime, full speed sends it right into the open arms of Ascent, and they say thank you. Kilyakai getting a 3-piece there, but now Howl wrapping in from behind. Brexco on his feet, barely even so anymore. Kilyakai, last one alive.
Great read from Howl as well. As soon as that rotation comes in, or from the Wu actually looking to pressure onto this. Beaker will be confirmed as cut elsewhere. It should be cleaned up at least by Howl. You can see it actually ripping off in the kill feed.
Yeah, everyone getting torn to pieces now as they're trying to make landfall in this new circle. There's just so little to play with so much being open. Valley Ruin finding one more as Kilyakai falls. Ascent out in 13th.
Really proactive from Howl.
Yes.
I mean, they were the ones pressuring the Wu, so as soon as they see them hop in the cars and try and dive onto Ascend, as soon as there's 1 or 2 trades back in the kill feed, they know they have a window of opportunity. So really great amount of respect for that, because that's cleared the southern side of the circle entirely. Howl can actually spread out across both of these hillsides now.
Also just instant flashback to their insane game they had on Erangel down by Therapy last week. Like, that was really their turnaround game. If they can have the same proactive playstyle throughout this week, there's no stopping Howl in terms of where they end on the leaderboard, because they were looking very good in that match in particular.
I think the knock-on effect as well with Foot Esports being kind of fending off fellas for the last kind of circle or 2. Now, actually, they don't have many options with Na'Vi kind of diving into that concrete. I mean, Foot Esports, potentially the other benefactor from that engagement between Starless and Austrian Force down on the compound, but they're still stuck up on the plane crash area at the minute. Question mark. They're not thinking about this, are they?
I mean, if they do, it's a great read because it's completely open for the take-in. There's going to be a lot of people shooting at them as they approach, but again, I mean, they've had the hillside for a while. Ever since they took out Polish Power, they knew there was no threat to them. Unknown to them, teams were still there, but
I thought there were still 2 members of Stardust over here. They must have peeled back in the after the previous. Well, I can see that now, Toby. Yeah, but they must have peeled back after that initial pressure coming through from Na'Vi. I'd imagine once they clear Austrian Force, they would have wanted to hold on to the north side of the compound to make sure nobody can just backfill so freely.
It was a, once again, I mean, a matter of great reading on their end, and worked out for them. Take 2 shots fired. They want to get some kills here before these players come up too close, because they're 3 in that car, and here they are. Full speed forward, takes 2 off-angle position, spots one. Actually, it's going to be Rustenmar with the first knock. Second one goes to Lyron, third one. Let's see if he gets him out in the open. 2 players down at least for now. Here comes Odin. Iroh trying to get away safely, but that's just nowhere for Foot Esports to go.
So the timing of this happening as well. Stardust, Na'Vi also laying in some damage as Foot Esports try to cross that road. Not many options left. Like I said, the the real opportunity was to get ahead of Na'Vi, but the
Yeah.
observation just wasn't there.
Not a whole lot to do. In that case, they go out of game number 1 of the week. Six, in the meantime, still somewhat trapped behind this truck. We saw Ruin's line of sight, Ruin's vision, I should say, just before. He spotted him on the backside. James still playing sneakily from behind. And Scaff finds Digger with that face out in 11th. A lot of the top teams here struggling early on. As James still continues his run on forward. Fellas looking forward, trying to find more. Lazar accidental. Nate takes down 2 teammates. Not sure if that was supposed to be a smoke or what that's all about.
Or maybe just giving him up, trying to find some secondary damage on the frag, but it's not going to happen. Fellas still actually 4 strong coming in from the southeast side, and now just 2 left to find in the form of Schofield and Lazar. Opting to come a little further back towards the shack. Happy to allow Howl, at least for the time being, an opportunity to get into this. Not many options with Schofield's position. And Lazar's got no real say in this either. Yeah. There's no way he can really force them off this angle. They're trying to change out some utility here to combine it. Well, James.
6 band-aids and a dream.
Oh, he's big chilling.
Yeah?
Yeah, there's a rock right there. It's got his name on it.
I mean, you're not wrong. Does have a rock, but there's also a Dante on the other side. All the effort James pulled off to get to where he was, still 1 team short of placement points.
Actually not coming through onto Michael. You can catch out in the kill feed who that was from, but if it was a trade, Schofield going to get rezzed up now. Tixu, I'm questioning the utility now because that's 1 cent across the top. Not sure what it was. Tixu's actually mounting an attack here. And he's not spotted. He's just out of line of sight.
Now he got the audible cue. You can see instantly jumps on over. Spots 1, damage done, finds the knock onto Schofield. Lazar, they know exactly where they have him. You have to wait until the push comes through. Lazar gets the double. Somehow he pulls it off again, but he's out of bullets. Has to swap on over to the mini hip fire. You'd have to assume. Goes for it, can't find it, but that looked dangerous. That looked like the Lazar we saw last week. Dismantle teams on a angle.
He was biting back, and Tixu had a massive opportunity to clean up. 4-3. Elsewhere, they're just going to fall here. Extents desperately trying to get a first aid off. A lot of pressure coming through from Exalt right now. This is almost the battle for the middle of the circle, but I already lost 1. Actually, Goose a little disconnected from it. Can't really do much from that shack as Na'Vi now have to cross the road. Stardust been buying their time, but can Na'Vi find anything on the way in?
On the other side, meanwhile, Moldog continuing to rain the nades on forward, finds the double onto Win or Die. Exalt doing a great job at maintaining control on the hilltop despite them being under pressure constantly. Somehow, still all 4 up. And now Na'Vi, as you said, trying to push on forward. They want to take away this space from Stardust.
Well, I was going to say, take the space away from them. They're trying to get up onto the high ground. They're trying to completely bypass the compound. They're playing on the side of the building that has no windows facing this way.
Yeah.
So it's almost forcing Stardust to get out on the rooftop. Elsewhere, Exalt now actually engaged with fellas. They try to find their way up onto the hillside. Tixu and Muka got to be careful that nade actually just rolling past Toby.
Just over on the other side. Now shots coming in from behind as Na'Vi has set up on the other side. They're not feeling any immediate pressure, as you're saying, Hypuck. There's limited vision on this side of Stardust, but now the knocks coming through. In the meantime, Ferris again, solid angle to hold, goes down though to Miracle on the other side. He needs to instantly commit to this rest if he wants to get it, because here comes Fate, here comes Archie. They're shooting on through, but can't find anything.
Actually, the third party is Exalt engaging onto Na'Vi now outside the compound. And that damage uphill actually drew 1 member of Exalt's attention away from this engagement with fellas. Molodok actually disconnected now. In a real power position, actually, to clean up a lot of Na'Vi if they're forced outside the compound. Once again, Na'Vi opt to actually try and take the space away from Stardust. Now, the flash bounced off the back of his head.
Yep. We're getting late into the game now, so Blue is going to hurt. It's going to leave the advantage with Stardust. Stardust takes full of it. Finds 1. Spots the second. Will he get him as well? Yes, he will. And Na'Vi falls down, but question mark just out on the other side. Doozy prone behind the wall there. Finds the first.
Doozy looking to wrap along the south side fence here. Again, now with the circle posting up, question mark have been able to position themselves outside, so becoming the gatekeepers of this compound finally. See, Doozy's sightline here is perfect for it. Northern Lights, though, quietly, still 4 strong on the southern side of this circle.
Yeah.
Actually, 2 knocks on Exalt. I don't know if he's Molodok's going to be able to get much more done here. He certainly hasn't got the freedom now to engage north with his 2 teammates falling behind him.
Ends 6 kills, all 4 alive, but they have been fighting for a while. Mise, no vest left remaining, just 2 first aids. They are not looking to be in the best of shapes to sit on the hard north side. I mean, honestly, northern shift here could be a a GG for them. But even with that, tough position to play from because they want to peek. They have to peek in order to maintain control, but they know how little they have to work with.
Well, the Hobbit's going to have to make a move here. He's taking a tag at just the wrong moment. Outside the shack. Managed to get it off, though, and unable to connect before Hobbits gets himself inside the smoke, but there's a big open space ahead of him, and Nuki will punish the second.
Exactly. They're waiting. They're waiting until they have nothing to worry about on the other side. And perfect play from Moloch, too. The more 3 points you can wrap up here in the late game, the better off you're going to be. Exalt currently sitting 9 points behind Northern Lights for that potential top 6 spot. They need everything they can get their way.
Metabe's running out of util, trying to get something down.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Moloch can't connect with that second spray. Metabe dead to rights, but given an opportunity, I don't think he's been able to close this gap, though. Moloch's just putting out so much damage right now.
See what he can find. Well, now he finds an entire team of Northern Lights players over on the backside. Actually, only 3 of them. Perfectic still left over on the left to try and maintain control. I feel like Northern Lights so far has already gotten more points than they did in all of their Miramar games combined last week. Lou finds Metabe, clearing out the solos towards the southern side, and now they have half a circle to work with.
Yeah, actually, Dante will go to the blue, so that kill does go to Molodok. The doozy still tucked on the inside, just outside the compound. Enzo now have to be the ones to almost counter this, because you draw a line across it where this circle is controlled by Northern Lights, and I don't think Ents really have the advantage in that up until that shift, which heavily favors Ents.
We saw Perfectix peek out to the left side. He can't really go any further than where he is already. So they have to commit to the right side of the rock here. Ents obviously realizing they have no big threats coming in from the west. Are things to set up further towards the east. But we still have Goose. We still have a doozy here. Solo players who could, in the end, become the kind of ultimate factor in who goes out winning in this one.
Well, that should deal with Goose.
You would have to imagine.
It's definitely going to deal with Goose. Great clean-up here from Batulins, and actually opens a little bit of space. A doozy looking to get up on the backside of this. Spyro actually finding Misa way out. Side of that smoke. It will be punished immediately. Actually, Spyro finds onto Scav as well.
2 down. That's not the win already. Then it's going to be close to it. Batulins goes down to a doozy, but fortunately a few bullets missed. Perfect is able to get to him. Will he have time to make the rest come through? I feel like this is a situation where either we go for the rest and we know that we allow them to get the rest too, or we just back off. Nice nades coming through, though.
Squeaky's looking to backstab this. He's actually looking to pressure onto the backside of Batulins, who's knocked right now.
Great push around the backside. No helmet. He spots him. That's going to be a free kill, and indeed it is. Finds the knock. And Doozy goes, gets actually the kill onto Batulins there as well. Spiro now over the top. A little bit of a counter push coming through on his side, but can't get eyes on Batulins. On Squeaky, sorry.
Yeah, Squeaky is outside the circle, though, so he can't sit here. It's almost like a play to enable the rest of Ents to get back on their feet, which they have. So now numbers advantage for Ents. Spyro going to send that nade and actually going to take a little bit of damage. This one's slipping through Northern Lights' fingers already. Lou finds himself in a full 1v4 now.
This has just been so well played by Ents all the way through. I mean, they played it slow on the top. They knew the fights they had to take against Overpeakers early, and now they find themselves in a 4v1. Lou, limited options here for him. Ents go out winning game number 1. 9-kill performance and solid, really, play from start to finish.
Yeah, I mean, those are probably 2 of the teams you'd hope to have a good start this week. Ents and Northern Lights getting themselves to the first and second place, but Ents quietly somehow even had 6 kills up until the point where we really entered that, top 4 scenario, the end game result. So yeah, take nothing away from that play.
Not at all. If there's a way you want to start the week, that is it right here. Ents off to a good start. Let's throw it back to the desk and see what they have to say after game number 1.
Thanks very much, boys. Yeah, Ents back on the road again. It was important for them, I think it's fair to say here, gentlemen. Saga as well as Avenger joining me here, because honestly, they looked completely transparent in the first 3 days. This is exactly what they need to get back on the horse here, Saga.
Yeah, it has been a long road, mentally, physically, literally, for Ents, really, in all regards. And thankfully, this time around, they did actually cop a decent Phase 1. But Phase 2 took it all away from them, pretty much. But they still made the best of that situation, and it was a weird timing for them to have ran into the Picardo team up towards sort of Alcantara, very northwestern side of the map, but they made it work. They then made their way in, punished a somewhat greedy split from FaZe as well, and crept their way in and just played that edge of the zone incredibly well.
It's actually a classic play from Inter. They usually play that creator side, hoping to be the last team to get into that and then play uphill. Yeah. Played it quite well, and obviously they needed this. 7 points day 1, 12 day 2, then 19 day 3 here now, 17 in game 1. It's already a better day number 4 here than their first 2 days, so it's really looking really good for them, obviously. Hoping to see this continue. They have a long road ahead of them, as we were talking about here. They need currently top 6 or so to be able to contest that 250 some points that we're looking at to be kind of the threshold right now as it stands.
A decently patient play from ENCE, I think is fair to say. I mean, we've seen them in situations where Saga, we saw them on Erangel last week where they're just lying down in the field and hoping that nobody sees them. Whereas I feel like this is the better ENCE, where they do find themselves a little bit of a niche, a little bit of a spot and stuff like that, but they can gun from that position and take out a few people.
Yeah. Passive, but not completely
dead fish
vacant.
Passive.
Yeah. Completely absent from the game, which is exactly what you like to see, where, again, they're holding on to that position up towards the edge, and you saw so many teams that were trying and struggling to make their way in earlier on. The likes of Stardust, who were holding out Na'Vi, and then Question Mark holding them out in the compound as they tried to make a move. Molodoct, in particular, of Exalt, just sat up the hilltop, just free farming to the north as well. They completely sidestepped all of that, cleaned up FaZe as well.
I really love this ending in general here. It's so hard to play, and also you don't really know where you're going until you see phase 3, and you can definitely see there are some priorities. You have the Crossroad compound, huge priority here. Also, I was hoping a little bit of some further eastern strings here. I kind of like the endings where you have this plane crash kind of plateau that you have this ending on. But it ended a little bit further west of that, and obviously here ends with 19 points total with their 9-1s, of course, 2,200 damage. We both have Scav on our team, and he survived. They managed to get the rest of just in the last second.
Phew.
So 5 points for that win. That's great for the fantasy points.
Yeah, Scav came in, I would say under budget, but of course he doesn't really have much international experience, etc., as well as on this grand stage. So him getting some points on the board, not too bad. 19 points to go their way. Northern Lights, though, start things off on Miramar. Better than expected.
Better than week 1 as a whole. 12 points in the one game. They had 11 in all of the Miramars in week number 1. So who knows?
They had 11 in day 3 as well. They had 1 more point today in this game than their entire last one. Oh, look at that. The triple Scav and top Nuki there. Squeaky had the most kills, I think, but not there in the damage. He managed to steal a few here and there, so that was really good to secure those extra points.
Big farmers, not too bad. Squeaky
6
him at the top.
6?
Whoa, kills, Martin.
For Saku Sayakoski.
Wow, Squeaky. Okay, sorry, we'll stop that. Yeah, but Celtic likewise on the opposite side. Stardust, I think, did a pretty good job, did Stardust. They were in that cross compound, and then they backed off, retreated to each other, given that they knew so many teams were going to be trying to crash into that spot, and Question Mark was one of them.
Yeah, Na'Vi was one of the teams that came in and really put the pressure on them as the attempted breach came through from Austrian Force earlier on that Stardust were able to hold, but it left them a little bit vulnerable to re-breaches. They understood that well, and they backed away effectively.
It's the man himself, Squeaky, getting himself the 6 kills to his... What are you laughing at?
I didn't realize that every time it was a Finnish player, and you have to say it with the Finnish accent.
Yeah, you have to continue your sentence, and then all of a sudden just change to a squeaky, and then keep going, you know. It's very important.
It's lovely. I love that.
Yeah. But, yeah, actually really nice to see them here, because, again, last week was an absolute disappointment, I think, from Avenger. They probably went back to the drawing board and thought to themselves, this is unacceptable for us. We're supposed to be at a stronger position now.
Just based off the amount of knowledge that these players have amongst them in the team, they've played at the very top level. They should be able to definitely do better. Now, it's good. They spent this time off here to gain some knowledge to try to get this, so I just hope this momentum is able to continue here. They definitely need to be if they are setting their hopes and eyes on PGC.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. A big Torille Tavatan for everybody in the chat from Finland. As we continue on, we're going to a break. When we return, we have game number 2 of the day.
balance adjustments to some attachments and firing from vehicles, some adjustments to the blue zone on Destin, and some decor to get you hyped for PGC. All this and more as we dive into the update 20.1 patch report. First up, we've been monitoring your feedback on the high advantages of shooting from a moving vehicle, and have implemented some recoil nerfs for both the driver and passengers. Drivers can also no longer steer while reloading weapons. In addition, several attachments are being adjusted for balance. 2 ARs can now attach high-powered scopes, and the O12 can fit a couple new scopes as well. So check out the patch notes for full details on the changes. Destin is also seeing some changes to the blue zone this update, with Phase 1 and 2 having larger circles. Phase 2 has increased damage, so don't let yourself lose track of time while looting the bigger zone. And speaking of blue zones, the Jammer Pack will now receive additional damage to its battery, and will only spawn as a world drop in Miramar, Karakin, Haven, and Destin. For map adjustments, visitors to Erangel can now plan their stay around watching the sunset, and sightseers on Erangel, Tego, and Miramar should start seeing PGC-related decorations in celebration of the upcoming World Championship. There's also a new ranked season starting, new skins to craft in the workshop, several changes to the wardrobe, and quality of life updates. So head over to the patch notes for the full details on everything. Update 20.1 is here, so strap in, lock and load, and drive off into the sunset. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Hey guys, Clip here. Today we're going to be talking about the new upcoming teams who's impressed us the most so far during this tournament, and of course we're going to explain why. So the newcomer team that I've picked for this is Win or Die. I think so far during the groups they played really well. They've showed they've been pretty consistent, and they've done some really good rotations and macro gameplay, which has been really impressive for them. Also, they've been really good in the fights, and they've been taking clean fights, which is kind of good for a newcomer team.
I'm gonna pick the Wu because we've been the only 2 teams that made it from the group stage since the open qualifiers, like from the open qualifiers. 4 insane grinders, insane, like gifted mechanically, just insane. So I'm really happy to compete against them and seeing them like on the top there, just a pure pleasure. So let's compete against each other, boys.
If I would pick the team that surprised me a lot in these qualifiers, I would definitely pick Polish Power. They excited me because they had a very, very rough group stage, and there was a lot of pressure on them because they're one of the biggest newcomers this season. They're very close to qualify for PGC, and they really need the points in the last event. So they managed to play super good in elimination stage. They qualified to the Grand Finals, and I'm really happy to see them and play against them.
Team that impressed me the most, I think, was Ascent. The German stack. They started slowly at the day 1, but in the day 2, I think they just played a really phenomenal PUBG. They did the right rotations. They won the key fights. They didn't like beat stupidly on the server. I think that was just nice to see Prexico and Lichgris and Kiliaka and Luka in the Grand Finals. It's always good to have some Germans in the server. But in the end, like, they haven't been screaming that much at all. And that's the reason why it impressed me a lot that they made it to Grand Finals with their randomish playstyle. And it's gonna be nice to see them at the finals.
Don't forget to support us in the chat and enjoy the PCS7 Grand Finals.
You with the herd, the man, support the team, support overpeakers, do all the things here from PCS7 Europe Grand Finals. We're back at the desk as we have Saga and Avenger to talk about the video games. And we have also got to look at, gentlemen, the overall standings so far, because at the moment, up at the top, there's been a little bit of a shift here, of course. Polish Power didn't quite garner as many points as someone like a Question Mark did up towards the top there, Avenger. And now there's a little bit of a shake-up.
Yeah, and this obviously means Question Mark would go to PGC with this, and they're looking really good. A good amount of points, 24 points ahead of the Wu, as well as Win or Die and the Wu. They also fight for this potential spot depending on what happens at the very top. Obviously for Question Mark, if they take that spot, it's going to ramble up the whole PGC leaderboard quite a lot. So a lot of teams are going to be having their targets on them.
And a huge shake-up at the bottom as well. Ents has moved from 16th to 15th, Saga.
Yeah, huge moves, and it's definitely what you would argue a step in the correct direction.
Correct.
For Ents, especially considering now that the way that things are stacking up towards the top end with the likes of these two teams being so high up in the standings, then their road to PGC gets even harder. They really do need to be catching up as fast as possible.
Yeah, definitely so. Question mark on Polish Power at the moment, looking really strong up at the top. Question mark especially the consistency that they've been showing so far, Avenger. I didn't know whether or not we would see it coming into this week too, considering how consistent it constantly was in week 1. I thought maybe, you know, other teams would go back to the drawing board and it wouldn't continue, but question mark's still here, man. They're still blasting.
Yeah, it's a classic situation. Again, a doozy coming in, being able to play, you know, the last tournament, and then doing extremely well, going to PGC. We saw it last year. Potentially, we could see it this year as well. Obviously, a very well-reversed and well-played player. He's been playing, you know, many years. Played Nations Cup 2019, played at a very top level for a lot of years, right? So he has the experience. So I think he's able to keep a little bit calm and confident for the rest of the boys.
I think the thing that's probably most impressive for me about Question Mark Saga is the fact that Aduzi and the boys can bring in different players, etc., and things like that, and still continue to have success. Because a lot of teams, they'll have their roster shuffles here and there, and it won't quite go to plan. Sometimes there's a honeymoon period here and there, but for a Question Mark, they've looked really good with this roster.
Yeah, and as I take any opportunity to bring up APAC, I'm going to say, if you look at the teams in APAC who have been the most successful, particularly recently, it's those who have the veteran players on the rosters, like your Cerberus, your Daytrade, but they also mix in these young, upcoming, mechanically insane fraggers, the likes of Phil First as well. So you put him on a team alongside a doozy, alongside the players who have that veterancy, who've been around in the scene for a long time, who know the game inside out like the back of their hand, then things are going to come together really clean.
Yeah, they were mentioning in that interview last week, right? Even like Phil First, they had their eyes on him. He became, about to say come of age. He came of age, became 18, and then they brought him into the fold here, Avenger, and it's really been working out for them quite nicely.
Yeah, as Hypok have just mental eyes on me as you say that, I'll continue to talk a little bit about Phil First. We saw him day 1, week 2, and week 1 play extremely well. You know, the amount of skill that this guy has, and you've heard them say just when he turned 18, all right, we've been playing some of these G-Lure tournaments, we're playing some of these smaller tournaments where you don't have to be 18, and he's been performing. So he was basically just set and ready to get into the roster just as he turned 18.
Yeah, it really, again, speaks to the depth here of Europe, EMEA, and how the players are incorporated in. Because for a lot of these star players, they know the rising players here in the scene as a whole from very early on, and they'll bring them into the fold, as you say. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Time to head over to the commentary team now for the next game, Toby and Hypok. Toby, we had a circle, and now we're hoping for another one.
There's almost definitely going to be another circle.
Thank you.
We can probably commit to that statement.
It would be a very weird game if we didn't get one anyway. But thank you for that smooth segue, James. I'll see where I can take it from here. Hypok, I think there will at least be some cars. Because we're on Miramar.
So actually, James is banking on another death race, I guess.
Oh yeah, those were fun.
Really praying for that. Yeah.
One thing that I do want to go over though, as we get our way into the second game of the day, is I can't get my mind over the fact that we have 4 qualifier teams sitting first through 4th right now. That is not something I can recall having ever seen in the grand finals of a PCS event before. That is unheard of.
No, it is, and the important thing to I guess also keep in the back of your mind. Call it copium, whatever, but today kind of sets the precedent for kind of when that PGC discussion then becomes more prominent.
Yeah.
I think we close out today, and then teams, that kind of window of opportunity becomes smaller and smaller for the last 2 days.
No doubt.
To really try and, you know, hone in on where these teams need to aim for. And like I said, there's a number of different objectives here. Some teams are looking to take the win. Others are just looking to outplace in terms of the PGC leaderboard. Obviously, I don't want to say the prize money here becomes secondary, but today is the day that actually we come into probably the most likely scenario where we then start seeing a little more targeted play.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. It's for those of you guys who have watched last week, coming into this week now, I think, yeah, I mean, again, I think you're completely right in saying that I think there are some of those teams that are definitely out hunting. And not just for we want to get to the top, but we want to get up there. But if we can't, we want to drag down certain other teams because that could still benefit us, even if we don't ourselves make our way through to the very top of the leaderboard.
There's a little skewered across the map, but I think other than really FaZe, there's a couple of audibles obviously over on the east side of the map. A little bit of congestion actually around Ent, Na'Vi, obviously the north side of Howl set up initially. But yeah, FaZe look as if they've got themselves vehicles anyway, so they might just head on towards Pozo regardless. Actually looking towards Tumasera as well. Stardust in close proximity, at least early on, depending on where this circle pops. That could be a problem because...
We enjoyed the last one so
yeah.
much, so why not just go back there?
This almost feels like day one. Weren't day one Erangel circles really similar?
The initial two, yeah. We did end up
and
having...
then on Miramar we had Picardo or Power Grid were pretty much the only two centrals other than that Oasis circle. So looks like that trend will continue this time around. I mean, a lot more space over towards the north side considering this plane path. So curious to see what kind of switch-ups there are here. I mean, you think towards some of the teams that were present towards the north side. Ents obviously talking about those audibles towards the east. Fella's probably the furthest north in terms of typical positioning here for this Circle 1.
Curious to see if FaZe are actually going to stop Pozo. Or if they say, let's send a couple down to Pozo. Because they know, I mean, with the plane path, there's no way anyone's beat them to this north side position, right? So they go, do we just send a couple down to Pozo and then send the other two to kind of scatter loot further up towards the north, see if we can claim some real estate really early on? Kind of honestly what Austria and Force were expecting to run into in that previous game when they came up the hillside. Run one, maybe two players who have set up early to kind of push out for the team. Curious to see what they're planning on doing. We're not dying in the meantime. I feel like when I look at the top four right now, with the question mark, Polish Power, Woo, and Win or Die. Win or Die, to me, is the team of the four, honestly, of all the open qualifier teams here, who I'm the most impressed by performance. Because I feel like the rest of them have been up there before. Maybe not throughout an entire Grand Finals or an entire stage of a tournament, but I just haven't seen Win or Die play anywhere near at the level that they're doing right now before, and I think it's absolutely phenomenal to watch. That we can get some of these players who, yes, have been in the scene for a long time, but have never really had a massive chance to make a name for themselves. Exactly. Yeah. Now, this led into the esport, come out, and I'm sure there are people in the chat that go, who the hell are these guys? Well, they're currently in 4th place, and they're beating some of the top players of all time in the game.
And looking confident in-game as well. I mean, we've seen a couple of examples similarly to, if we align that to how Northern Lights have almost been, there's been times where actually, in terms of their salvage game, it's been brilliant. Even just putting up a scrappy kill here or there, but also maintaining kind of placement, right? There's a number of times I think Gedrox early on last weekend was the last man standing, but still able to accrue some points in the meantime. So those are the kind of things that really you look towards. And actually, Win or Die. Currently, I think, actually the highest average placement, right?
I wouldn't be surprised.
That's something that actually, even though the kills aren't, there's not a massive disparity, but, I mean, you put them up towards kind of keeping track with maybe Polish Power and Question Mark, who are playing a much more aggressive game. That's when it's a testament to how well they're performing on a macro level.
Exactly. Here we see Polish Power trying to get away safely from... the shots coming through from Stardust. I kind of like the idea that they set up, again, very, very similar plane path. Not plane path, sorry, circle that we saw in the first game. They knew Stardust kind of collapsed in this position early on in the previous game. This time around, Polish Power goes, let's see if we can beat them too. Let's see if we can ambush them. But they all weren't in the position to really do so early on. Marslik actually got to the compound first, but couldn't really make use of it as the rest of the team wasn't ready to help him out in case Stardust came about, and that's exactly what they did.
Information here from Michael, at least. Going to spot out for Esports. More concerned about Lyran and Iroh, because I'm seeing on the map Rustenmar actually headed this direction. Yeah, actually peeling away at the last second. It looked like Michael was relaying the information to potentially intercept this rotation. Lyran and Michael might even cross paths here. I think a little bit of distance between them, but Iroh still disconnected. Still a little bit of a risk on the backside of that for Esports rotation. Elsewhere, Overpeak is under a little bit of pressure from Exalt. Tags coming through. Actually, Molodox playing as aggressively as he was in the last game, looking to really pile on the pressure.
As fast as bikes are, when you pull over the side of a ridgeline and then see a full team there ready waiting for you, wish you had some more cover.
Molodox just drive down from the high ground to try and intercept them on the road.
I mean, again, we heard, I think it was actually a clip in the break just now, talk about which, I mean, they were all talking about which teams they had impressed them the most out of the open qualified teams. He talked about Win or Die and how they actually dared to go out and take fights. Because usually some of these qualified teams, they know, we're up with the big dogs now and all that stuff, so they'll play a little more on the back foot. Win or Die, and some of these other teams, Exalt as well, they do not shy away from a confrontation.
The Tulins I think just about everybody in the lobby is going to know where he is, and feeling a little bit of pressure already. Got to be careful though, because Exalt are on the other side of this hillside. They're going to try and climb a little more, but unsuccessful as of yet. I said, has to be careful.
I was just
a little further up.
I was just going to say, I wonder how much screen time we're going to get him off for that one. Now, taking a look at FUT Esports. And again, we had the pleasure of being out there, talking to the players early on. They seemed as confident as ever. They know they have a good roster. They know they have the capabilities of pulling off top-tier wins. And now, well, now this week is their time to show it, really. I mean, they have had their good moments. Weston, in particular, to me, has stood out. We see him right here with good damage. Is only 18 years old, a young gun coming in, and he has been popping hits all week long.
Yeah, I think Weston and Odin are probably the highlights of this roster for me, just in terms of the camera time they've seen through the grand finals. I mean, Odin's been in some absolutely horrendous spots, being the last alive, being put in a position to try and, or have to clutch up, or even put up some consolation points when they've kind of been played out of some games. But they both individually look great, and actually Lyran and Iroh, to take nothing away from them. I mean, Iroh needs no introduction, right?
Yeah.
He is almost a veteran of the region. Holodox rewarded elsewhere with a completely different team, by the way. Goose just pulling up onto the plateau here, going to force the rest of Win or Die to reconsider here, but they do have the safety of the compound below, the red brick, to peel back to. It's always pretty awkward to pull up from the red brick onto that hilltop. So
steep hillside, they hear you coming all the way through. Just
a little lackadaisical, I've got to say it.
Suboptimal, to say the least. And actually kind of rare that a team that sits up there, because it was Exalt before as well, that they get two chances at that. First they get Jeeves, now they get the second one coming through as well, fortunately. Getting a kill second time around. Melman, in the meantime, out scouted in the middle of the open, trying to see if he can spot anyone on the other side of the road. Swarming through San Martin, doesn't see anything. And now, back to FUT Esports we go. And again, just to kind of finish up the thought on FUT Esports, they to me are the perfect example of two very experienced players joining forces with two players who might not have the experience but have the raw aim, have the talent you know you can build on for the future. A player in West End, so young, so talented. Curious to see where he'll be a couple of years from now.
Well, Doctor already found the second kill.
Yep.
Before the 10-minute mark, so that's Gedrock's punished down to the compound, and that's a little strange to see.
Yeah, and now, I mean, we didn't see, it's just where he got taken out too in the middle of the open. When you know you have a full team sitting over that ridge line, you don't sprint around in the compound freely like that. You have to expect that there's someone peeking your way, unless if you heard at least 2+ vehicles driving away from that location.
I think again, it burning away at their thought process. They don't want to have to settle for that compound so early on. So even after conceding one, it's almost like, hey, let's take a risk. Let's try and get a couple of people out of this compound, because Exalt are just going to sit on us. They're just going to wait to punish us until we have to move. So I can understand it, but without...
Oh, it's in the car.
Yeah, okay.
Fair enough.
Yeah, you can see that the car makes it an exit stage right there.
You win some, you lose some. Headshot coming through again, Moldog. I mean, solid damage coming through from him. I believe he finished at 5 kills last game. This time round, 2 already.
Trying to load up Moldogs here.
Gotta give him some more bullets. This man is going to be shooting at absolutely everything he sees. Question mark. Last team to join the circle with a couple more seconds to go until the second one presents itself. Good game last game, currently sitting in first place. Again, surprise performance for many. It's been not surprising that they've played well, but it's how they've gone about it. Because they haven't had that one pop-off game. They've actually been consistent. And that is probably a team that I would never, put up with being consistent. Speaking of which, one thing that we've been consistently getting all tournament long so far is phase 2 hard shift Typok. This one, hard up towards the north go.
Yeah, no difference this time around. End's going to have great access towards Cobra very early on. FaZe also having access towards the eastern side of the crater fields, but expecting a little bit of pressure on some of these rotations. It's going to be Overpeakers first on the chopping block. Perfectix desperate to try and close this out. Both tires on the right side of the vehicle, but actually not a lot of damage connecting onto the car. Would it actually finally catching fire here, but they've already got themselves towards the compound.
It was drastically slowing down now, Odin. Well, we talked about him surviving as a solo player.
We'll
see if he can do it here as well. I don't see a shotgun. Maybe that's what makes him leave. Fortunately for him, the remaining players from FUT Esports are pulling up. Actually, as I say that, we are missing one. We'll see what they can pull off here. Iroh instantly double headshots me. It's a perfect way to start that engagement.
Actually, Lyran going to double down. Scav will fall now. Lyran actually on this wide wrap on the edge of the compound. Odin actually going to get picked up by Nuki, but the response nade for Esports absolutely destroying Ents. Going from a good game in the previous now to out in 16th place.
That is a way to turn things around, for sure. We're seeing here Mika and Chris setting up a bit of an ambush towards Leos. I mean, Wintertide just can't catch a break in this game at all. They had a wide two-way split down towards the south and the west side. Couldn't really execute on it, though, as the remaining two players, and Brax and Kilyakai, were hard down towards the south. Now they're regrouped. Now they can wrap around. But look at Exalt. They've heard the shots. They've heard the vehicles. They're getting into this area now as well.
They have, yeah, and considering where they came away from, that barn compound, might even be in a position to gatekeep along the western road, way outside of the circle. But it's a play for kills. They're looking to continue that trend set early on by Molodoct, and actually from the previous game.
Oh, well, Austrian Force, 2 players caught, Silas and I believe Vasco down towards the south side, trying to come up here and help. Tixu looking for anything, but fortunately for Sucker and Pains, they're able to swerve the engagement for long enough. The Rustenmar leaves, Miracle is still around, but Tixu, you can see now, getting into a vehicle as well, just simply not worth the risk trying to take a fight here when you have limited information to go off of.
Braxco was desperate to, I guess, shadow that rotation in the blue. Not going to be rewarded for his patience, though. Or stubbornness, whichever way you look at it. Ruin pulling up onto the edge here of Pozo. A little bit disconnected. Actually, Ibby's going to catch a tire here. A ton of damage coming in from the backside from Bestelok as well.
Yeah, he's sheep herding in inventory. And it actually worked out too. Ruin, it's going to fall down. Bestelok, free kill at that. Majority of the work done by EB, but they'll take it either way. Now coming in from the south, there's surprisingly little, or few I should say, teams make their way in from down here. Now on the other side of things, Howl, oh Matt, there's one tree on that ridge line and you hit it. Fortunately able to get around for now. As I say that, turns around again as they don't like what they see from inside the compound. They're now being completely pinned down by FaZe.
It's just bouncing from spot to spot here. The Wu actually coming in on the south side of where they're rotating now. 8's going to discover that very quickly, but the Howl will be able to get down onto the south side of the rock at least. I mean, it's extents over to the west of him. Not sure where his teammate actually lies for the time being.
So just exactly gets back inside the compound. Soga shifting out to get
Leosh.
info, and
there's Leosh.
Wow. You can't even see him on the map feed yet. He's miles out into the blue, literally. Circle towards the west we go. Next one should shift us somewhat northbound, but this one is going to be tricky too. Fortunately for the teams with, I guess, nowhere else to go, can hard commit to the city. We know the next circle is going to go somewhere in that direction, but still, phase 3 hard commit to to that Cobreria is tricky.
And just to roll back as well, talking about Ents having first access towards Cobreria, and you look at the cluster of teams now, Austrian Force, Fellas, and for Esports, who are actually pulling up on the backside here. Michael going to open up onto Lyron. Immediately as that come through, Western will fall immediately after. There's no response just yet. I mean, Zocker's found one from distance. Odin responds, but it's too little too late here for Esports.
Yeah, Norcus in the meantime on the backside of it is going, oh, 3 kills, I'll take some of those. Odin found one before, finds one more, but again, I mean, just such a tricky position to fight your way through from. I like the commitment from Foot Esports. They see the circle, they instantly go there, but little did they know, fellas were already in the position themselves.
And like I said, actually, there was 5 teams to start off with in that kind of northeastern side of the circle. Like I said, Ents actually got caught up. Foot Esports were the ones to deal with them, and it's just a knock-on effect. It's the domino effect here of so much congestion. Hold up. How a lost tie here. Metabe might be the benefactor of that situation.
It's a 3-person car as
well.
That's
a lot of damage.
Stardust getting 3 beasts on this one. Schofield trying to crawl his way out of it, but while doing so, the remaining Stardust players are just trying to kind of spread out, get more info, trying to see what they can find through the smoke. Damage is being done, so kudos, but...
it's not Schofield, though. They're tagging onto the downs.
Yeah. How is he not being hit? I'm not sure. Oh, no. Oh,
no, again. I mean, we saw it in the highlight clip of question mark driving into each other and it causing a death, but this time might get away with it. Actually, Navi looking to pick up on the backside of that pressure.
And they're trying to backfill the exact same spot, or initially were trying to backfill the exact same spot that Foot Esports went towards now. Thinking better of it, realizing there's already players inside the warehouse.
How getting out was 3?
I have no clue.
How has that just happened? Nailcorp even got close enough. Oh my god, Lou and Spyro have opened up onto the backside of Stardust.
They're getting punished for pushing out. They're actually punishing Stardust. I mean, to be honest, I will say they deserve being punished for not getting those kills earlier. So fair play. Stardust, you had a chance to commit to it. You did, and now you do, but it's too little too late.
That answers the question. How the hell did Hal get away as 3? It's because Northern Lights decided to be the ones to oversee this engagement.
Elias? Well, he made it to inside the circle too.
He's not in the blue.
Still another 6 teams to be eliminated before he gets placement points, but we'll take it.
Also,
Extensus down towards the south.
Extensus now swap places with him.
And the circle went into La Coparia. So we'll take it. Maybe even a city ending on this one as Overpeakers. Again, I mean, so few obstacles in the way of some of these vehicles, but they managed to find them anyway. Spiro already with a 520-meter knock-in. Perfect double headshot connected onto James. That is just disgusting.
Absolutely robotic with that aim. Perfectic still trying to pressure the knock here. Mexi is definitely not safe, put it that way. Actually, a couple more tags coming on, but Mexi's actually going to try and get it.
He just keeps shooting. He knows he's there somewhere. Until he sees the kill come through, he's not going to give up this angle.
James finally aligns himself with the tree. Apocalypse, actually, the last bastion of hope for Stardust. 42 HP. Driving out in the open here.
Oh, Laza spotted as well. Knew he had Apocalypse around, had to kind of give off the angle from
Stardust
the tree.
and Howl are just baiting other teams to kill them. Like
they really are. They really are. It's suboptimal at best. Matt, now solo player, left alive at least a second from now as a last
mutually assured destruction.
It really is. And Exalt just sitting in the backside of Olofit going, oh, well, we'll take those. I feel like Maldog has been pretty fortunate in how some of the kills have come to him.
Yeah, she opened up. Decent tag early on in that spray, but just can't hold on to the barrel at that range. So I'm not going to do much else. Ascend looking to actually make a wrap onto the north side of the circle. That vehicle taking a ton of damage, though.
Got to keep going.
Actually lost the front right tyre here as well, but just about created enough distance where it should be safe to continue.
Are they going to jump out and then go 3 in the other car?
Maybe, yeah, the hardtop Bronco, yep.
You'd have to imagine. Leosh, well, he's alone in the Coparia. Honestly, not that bad a position. Issue for him is Extensus and Crater Field, so curious to see if they'll ever get to regroup. Now, on the other side of things, the remaining Overpeakers players, there was only really one place they could go. Well, right into the open arms of Northern Lights.
Batulin's actually hugging onto the south side of the circle. So, the next circle, I should say. Yeah, Extensus, you're not getting in this circle, buddy.
Backfilling the entirety of Face Clan, that's not exactly
almost trying to play imposter. Just join the backside of their rotation.
Yeah.
James actually found Batunas. I was talking about him to be the one to sit on the white line to try and defend this position, but he's been punished for it.
Those Northern Lights commit for the rest. You can see Polish Power on the hillside too, trying to get an angle on this one too. They've seen people from above. They aren't instantly committing to it. Marcelik is back down behind Perfectix too, so if he stops to rest here, there might just be a push coming in from behind.
No, they definitely find Batulins off this. Again, Northern Lights almost happy to give him up, knowing that they're probably going to have a better chance to clean up these kills. So sacrificing 1 for the 2 points.
Northern Lights trying to hold out Overpeakers while also making sure that Polish Power don't come in, and now it's all for nothing because the circle just hard yoinked into La Copraria.
Clib actually slipped away to the east, so he's unnoted as of yet. Polish Power going to open up onto Northern Lights above him, over the top of Clib.
He can't really take the fight to Northern Lights because then all of a sudden he has to be aware right now that there's a full team or close to it up above him. So
just hope that Polish Power can punish Northern Lights and then Overpeakers potentially get away from the edge of the zone. Clib's got to take a full 1v4 if he engages now.
Exactly. Slowly pushing over the hilltop. Close to footsteps sound range as well here. Marcelik. Yeah, that's a flashbang. Info's been given. Info's been given. He has nades to work with. Face in the meantime, hearing all the commotion, don't want any of it. They're full speed sending into the city. Diggory first one to fall. Nixie out behind the car, smart off angle.
Actually, as you see on the picture-in-picture there, Marcelik did win out versus Clib. So Nixie going to find that flush. Faye's going to feel the pinch a little bit now. Diggory's knocked 8C tagged up. Gustav, someone really active in this engagement right now.
And that's a nice flash coming through. Nixie should be blind for a while, but unfortunately Gustav is as well, exactly. Multiple fights happening here as Overpeakers, Northern Lights, and Polish Power alongside Wu and Faceland are fighting. Just try and stay alive here in game number 2 of the day. Best of luck gets one. Nixie instant trade. It's just trade on trade on trade. As you said before, mutual destruction. No one coming out victorious in this. On all fronts, really.
I was going to say, just looking back towards the kill feed and the picture-in-picture, it's actually Northern Lights to come out worse off from this engagement. Polish Power actually sweeping all the way down to the south side. Jeem's actually going to pick up Spyro. Northern Lights will fall in 14th place. Somehow, the Mad's still alive and kicking. He's in a position to play spoiler on Polish Power here.
Doesn't go for now, yeah, that's right. Gets one, gets the second. Crunio doesn't get it, finds the third. There's just one more left to be taken down, and Crunio ain't there. He's on the other side of the ridge line, and just like that, Polish Power, they survived the three-way fight just to be taken down by the snake on the other side, and somehow, Matt with the flick of the century finds Crunio. Oh, wow.
There are no winners on the south side of this circle.
There really are.
Absolutely none.
There are two solos,
fine,
that's one.
Bow out the Mad, but you've already had your say. What a beautiful play. So well considered as well.
Wow. You can dial that one up 20 times. I don't think that outcome would have been the same in any of the other ones. Jeem's now left alone down towards the south, a kilometer away from the circle. Trying to make sense of what just happened, trying to figure out what the plan is from here on out.
You've seen Gustav still keeping the hopes alive for FaZe Clan. And got themselves kind of stuck in the thick of it now. Teams had to try and get that first aid off, but Siler's going to find it from range. Overpeak is out in 11th place, but I mean, roll your minds back to maybe 90 seconds, 2 minutes ago. It would have been Overpeak because you would have said we're the first to be eliminated from that equation on the south.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. 11th place for them. Gustav finds Braxco again. I mean, when we're in these city situations where the circle hasn't committed anywhere really in the city just yet, even when you get a knock on the other side, you wouldn't expect to see any big pushes coming off of it. You have to find out first, does the circles come to off? Can we play defense? Because that's what most teams in these situations would prefer to be able to do. Teams really only push out of their compounds when they know they're going to be forced to.
Especially now with this urban setting for the ending of Game 17. I don't expect anybody really to be making massive plays now. Allow the circle to really dictate what's going to happen towards this end game. Apocalypse actually got himself tucked right in here. Last member alive for Stardust. Amongst the back line of question mark here. Almost an unwritten rule here. Everybody just conscious of anybody making big moves, but as soon as this circle closes in, Ascend find themselves inside of the north. I doubt anybody's really going to be dashing to find another building.
It's been a little while since we've been like hard center La Cobraria endings too. Usually they somehow they always tend to jump out on the south side again and have us finish in the fields or the roadside just down south of the city. This time around though, as you can see in the minimap on the bottom right side, it's got the city written all over it.
Almost got to feel like Exalt Fella's probably in the best position here for this phase 6. At least once this circle does close in. Well, we do get a favor on the next. I'm thinking actually towards the western side, that's where I guess the building density is least. So FaZe and I'll say actually still engaged in this occupation, but Wu and FaZe probably going to be the worst off once this one does come in.
Psycups and dual barrel. That is that's as dangerous as they come, really.
Ascend want to get across the road now.
Yeah, I saw Chris not taking the shots before towards the warehouse. You'd think that if they did, that'd be the chance to push him forward. Gustav, don't go back to that buggy. It is on fire. Fortunately, no damage, as I say. That almost taken down by it anyway, but able to stay alive through it.
I'm curious, actually, when Ascend decide to make this decision. They're actually crossing now. Siler's actually from distance towards the east, actually going to open up on this cross. Kirikai gets knocked, but Exalt not making a move on the back of that.
Where are the smokes? Now they're throwing, now they're smoking off the entire road. Why? I mean, I get that they smoke off the entrances. Now nades are coming in as well. A lot of damage done with them too. But you have to imagine that Ascent clears the entire line initially.
Molodox comes up here and actually fate to open up. Kirikai and Mika will fall. Just Braxco and Chris now left to try and recover this situation. So they were looking to get very, very proactive ahead of the curve here. 8C actually finds it now. Brexco last man standing for Ascend.
Yeah, this is just a perfect execution of not so perfect engagement really on the other side of things. Brexco, solo player left alive, trying to wrap his way on in. Spots one, does find the knock on the first, gets the second as well.
Can he get out?
Okay, so he's
Oh
alive,
my
but
God.
no longer. Ferris takes him down with a scare, but you have to imagine that there's an Austrian force push coming off of this.
Yeah, actually, this is the sort of awareness I was talking about. Exalt demonstrated a lot of restraint on the previous now, but Austrian Force might actually come through and capitalize on this.
They have to push. They know there's 2 knocks on the other side of this. They have to fully commit to this. Wrap around the side. Ferris, they're on the side. Gets one instantly off the rest. Didn't even get him in time. Now Molly comes in, and it's just Arch left alive. Great timing from Soccer, really, despite the fact that he goes down. He does manage to cancel the rest coming through. Arch does get one up, though, so they're back to 2 of alive.
Actually, whether or not that res is going to come through, Payne's finally coming across to try and join the efforts here towards the red brick. Actually, still
gets healed on up too.
Yeah, I'd say, and Fate back up to a decent amount of HP. Just can't connect with the spray though. The bar's blocking in a lot of those bullets, so Fate will fall.
Leosh, they don't come more free than that. 8C spotted mid-transition. Is going, oh, a point. I'll take it. And that's how Win or Die, again, sneak their way into placements. Because keep in mind, last game, I believe Win or Die got 4th with 0 kills. That was Leosh just chilling in the fields for as long, in the shack as long as he could. He said it, Hybuck. Top average placement points. Well, that's how they go about doing it.
That's a disgusting angle for Art as well. Really I'm praying Silas doesn't consider coming through, but actually Art gives up the angle. Silas spots it out. A ton of damage comes through. Vasco going to find Fate. Another knock. There's just 15 HP left for Art. Yeah, should be able to punish that. Yeah, Zoka going to seal the deal with the Molotov. A great clearance from Austrian Force. Actually, some great damage control as well. Keeping 4 alive here. 5 kills on the board for them.
Nice turnaround on that one too, because they came in, they instantly get 2 players knocked, and I was thinking for a second it might not work out for them, but they get the kills, they get to reset, now they can push back inside where they were before, knowing that no one's opted to take that position for themselves.
He's talking about potentially Exalt being in one of the more dominant positions, but Ascend acting ahead of the curve, like I said, really forced their hand. So credit due for Austrian Force to be the ones in my eyes to reveal one of the key pieces of the puzzle here coming towards the end game.
6th place for Win or Die. They've seen better before. This time around though, again, still placement points. Gotta give credit for salvage game, able to get something off of it. Na'Vi, it's been quiet for them for a little while. They were one of the earlier teams, took it in. They've sat on the east side for a while. Fellas haven't really done anything to aggressively push towards the Millman. I think that's his 3rd knock, so maybe have to be a little more careful. But then again, from this point on, you're probably going to be playing close to one another anyway.
So Austrian Force now looking to divert their focus towards the eastern side of the circle. Nobody from Na'Vi actually watching the road cross, but fellas have decent angles on this. I can feel a little bit of pressure from Question Mark on the backside, though. Apocalypse is repositioned as well. I'm not even sure where he is. Looking at the minimap, he's right next to Rustamar.
Yep, sharing the building almost. Now Austrian Force, full speed, they come pushing towards Na'Vi. Uber damage done towards him. Having to try and see if he can fend off. Probably going to back off for a little while here. You could imagine Fellas trying to do something off of this push through, depending on which way it goes. Example, the first confrontation is actually going to be Uber to find one. Alia goes down and returns, and once again, trades coming through from both sides.
Example actually can't get that bounce outside the window. Uber looking to get another nade, create a little bit more pressure on the outside of the gas station, but Payne's with the backstab. Right through, finds Example for free.
Nice push forward. Uber trying to use the wall for cover, but little cover ready to work with Silas still down. They have to get Vasco back to full health as well. Now they're trying to smoke off the building, trying to smoke off angles. Maybe they can get Alia back up, but again, have to keep in mind that there's threats on the other side too. Payne's again able to find Noxus Millman. Again, I believe, for at least the 3rd time, goes down. Uber though, instantly there to respond.
Should slow things down now, but Uber no real chance of getting Millman back up. Yeah. Did note that he'd been knocked a couple of times already. I don't know, you can actually get Aaliyah back up, but Sila's already been rezzed, and Vasco will be back on his feet in a matter of seconds.
Trying to carry him in. Wraps around the side, able to do just that. In the meantime, we'll get Alia back up alive as well. The thing is, there's not really anywhere to go from here. Instead of pushing forward, Fellas is just going to use this time to position themselves better. They knew the circle was going to come to them eventually. Now, once again, Payne standing strong. 7 kills here for Austrian Force, a team who's been struggling. Last game it was Ends from the bottom. Now it's the guys from Austrian Force fighting their way up the leaderboard. They do not want to be sitting in the bottom.
It's unfortunate there, but Na'Vi do exit. We find our top 4. Stardust still with 1 member present here. Fellas, the only one with actually real access towards the center right now, but it's a split focus. You can see Tixu and Miracle over in the distance. Actually, Rustamar and Michael got a ton of problems here.
Question mark. Looking for info, liking what they're seeing, that the teams are fighting on the other side. Hobbits, though, unfortunately does get confirmed. They know they have them just on the other side, and they heard the DPS just a second ago. And if there's a building you do not want to push into, that will be it right there. And here is Apocalypse. He's been hidden for a while. That is the first kill for Stardust. But what a kill at that. That might just buy him some more time as I say that. Nope, not going to happen. Philfist goes down. And now, again, I mean, Austrian Force Fellas fighting their way for this one.
That's a great nade onto Zoka, though. Actually, Austrian Force only have one player on their feet, and Pains will fall. Austrian Force eliminated in third. Fellas now effectively in a 3v2 with question mark. Michael down, but Rustamar sticking that right now. I said this was the split focus from Fellas. Can Michael and Rustamar withstand this pressure? Escapee, yeah, Rustamar going to find the first.
Seems like them got this completely locked down. Just one left to play. I do see 1v4, 10 bullets to work with. Not gonna happen. Fellas net themselves an 11-kill win in a somewhat unusual Copa ending, which still kind of ended up going down as most city endings do. Shotguns galore.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, even to see people committing to that towards, you know, when phase 7 is popping, you know exactly what's coming, and actually roll it back a little further. Everybody was set up comfortably. There was no more kind of scrappy rotations. Desperation sends into the city, so that one kind of played out as expected.
A tricky one for sure, but of course we've got to have our city endings every now and again. Let's take it back to the desk and see what they have to say after, hopefully, one of no more city endings today.
No, bring me more of them, especially if fellas are able to get them. That's working out fine for everybody involved, especially for the fellas. Saga and Avenger joining me here. The fellas, another win on the board, curling the mustache and getting it going here, Avenger.
Yeah, loving what I'm seeing here. I do love myself some urban endings, I gotta say, because some of the hardest circles are those. They managed to gatekeep quite a lot of teams, hold control of quite a lot of angles, quite surprisingly. And early on, it was quite clear that it was an urban ending. So them being able to both secure the win with that many players alive, get a lot of frags along the way as well. Very impressive. They need to continue this. They did not have the best of the last weeks. They obviously had one really good day, but they need to really up it to be able to strike within that, you know, top 4.
Saga?
Yeah, it was sort of by phase 4. We had a very solid, realistic expectation that La Cobreria was going to be our end game play zone. Phase 5 all but confirmed it, really just sent it fully into the city. And then it just became a question of, is it going to go to the north, south, east, west? Where exactly are we going to see this take place towards the very late stage of the game? And fellas holding on to the central position on the south side of the road with Na'Vi on one side, question mark on the other. No surprise to see all of them making an appearance in the final 4, because all of them with 4 players strong, really strong holds around their respective positions, playing the sort of perimeter of their space that they had claimed so far, and just doing all they can to not allow any sneaky solos that were lurking around to infiltrate the backline.
Yeah, a cool thing and a cool notion that both of you bring up here, because it's not often we get an urban ending confirmed so early in a game. So this really, as we take a look at the numbers coming in from the fellas, this really kind of gives us a bit of a glimpse and a view into how the teams would approach an urban ending in an ideal scenario, if you could call it an ideal scenario, Avenger.
Yeah, for sure. And obviously with how La Cobreria and how land ratio works, it's quite early that we see circles that are coming into it, but it was very, very prolific. I was kind of hoping for it to go a bit further north here, because it was very clear early on that it was going to go on the south side of the road, and that meant that some teams were forced to move. We saw Austrian Force play quite well as well. Miracle there at 4. The Mad with a huge clutch. That was insane to see. He mowed them down.
I was going to say, he hadn't really put up too many numbers, if I recall correctly, in the first couple of days, but then, I mean, something like that from the Mad really makes up for it.
Well, this is what we were talking about with Howl, where they've shown that moment of individual brilliance before, and you saw it rear its head again, but it's just getting to that point consistently. But I think everyone in the lobby is now fully aware of what they're capable of if you let them slip out of your hands, and they will come back to bite you.
Let's take a look at the highlights coming in from this game, as well as fellas are able to deal with this. I mean, fellas was on the south side of La Cobreria for quite a while here, Avenger. For them transitioning into the compounds and being able to hold them down seemed pretty easy pickings.
Yeah, it's also very easy for Miracle with the amount of kills he was able to put out. He did not have that much damage, actually, way less than it. The kills that he got had, 20, 30, 40 HP left. He did not put in that much damage. 238 damage with 4 kills, quite impressive. And I believe there was only one of them that was stolen. It was just due to the fact that the other teams that he was shooting at were getting third-partied by him.
It's like we heard Tixu say, not getting the kills doesn't matter how much damage you get in the game. Obviously, for fantasy, we can argue differently, but in terms of what it actually gets them in terms of points here, PGC points, damage doesn't really matter all that much unless you're picking up those kills. So to see them get 11 kills on the board with only 1,300 damage all in all, which is a little bit different to some of the ADR farming we've seen from a couple of the non-mentioned players of fellas, previously non-name drop players. So it's a good sort of turnaround, and particularly in an urban ending where it can be quite difficult to secure your knocks. And you see it time and time again. If you do get knocks through windows, they're just going to get revived. They managed to actually be very efficient.
Yeah, usually the kill numbers are very spread in an urban ending, so to be able to get double digits at least, very impressive here by the fellas. Who else stood out to you here? I mean, obviously Na'Vi was able to get quite far, Avenger, but who do you want to look at?
Again, question mark, able to secure one of the top finishes. They're looking extremely strong here. Obviously, motivation is high coming into having such a good week. Number one, they're looking at to be going to PGC as we look at currently. And if they're able to continue this, they might secure that number one spot. That's a guaranteed spot, so they don't have to worry about everyone else.
Well, we can actually listen in as well now to Austrian Force in this game and get a glimpse of a TeamSpeak moment from them. So let's hear that.
I'm flashing top. Vasco, go right. Go far right.
One is... Flashing. Bombs.
On top.
Let's go right.
He's on top. He's on the top.
I don't see anyone. I'm resting.
Reset.
Hold left up.
Yeah.
On the balcony.
I'm healing. Still.
Knocked one.
I'm nading. One up.
He's inside somewhere.
Balcony somewhere.
I'm healing.
Can you rest?
He's on my side. He's on my side. On my side.
To res.
He's on my side inside. On my side inside. On blue somewhere. On blue. In the room somewhere.
Okay. Wait for us. We go.
Can you nade on top? Can you nade on top? He was top left.
We might get pushed by waypoint. Watch out.
We go always back to yellow line. I'm flashing inside once.
He must be on the left side. He was on the I heard him stepping on the left side.
Can we go?
He's up top. The res.
Above.
The res on top.
I'm flashing.
Nading.
I'm mollying. Yeah, the right box.
He's dead. Running back. Watch out if we go back to the other side.
Na'Vi.
Great cleanup from Austrian Force coming in there after we'd already seen so much chaos ensue in this warehouse as a whole saga. But I think ultimately what's important for Austrian Forces here, very kind of proactive about the push on after those fights had gone on.
Well, they knew exactly what was going down. They'd seen Ascend make the cross over the road. Yeah. Considering the fact that they opted to throw the smokes late after the majority of the team had crossed, they just had one member still yet to make the cross. And Exalt was holding a bit of an aggressive 2-2 split around the perimeter. They weren't fully committed to the warehouse at the time. And so when they did make the collapse and eventually clean up as Ascend made the push across, it did leave enough time for Brexico to have a little bit of a heroic moment of his own, almost coming up with a 1v3, getting those 2 opening knocks, and Austrian Force knew that was the perfect time to push. Guys from Ascend, man, it's funny because as much as, yes, they might go at middle pack Avenger and things like that, we keep constantly seeing these kind of hero moments, as your Saga's mentioning here, from a Brexico, from an It's Chris, from a Kiliakai. I think in the previous game, Kiliakai got himself a 3-piece as well, so it's like... They're not quite converting all the numbers they wanted, but individually, they're all excellent players.
Yeah, their biggest issue right now is not being able to stay 4 guys alive to late game, right? Because once they're able to do so, they're going to be winning those situations here. I want to point out, though, the Austrian Force, this is obviously a very hard compound/building to cover. As you also heard from Hyperk during the cast, some of the angles you can have behind these boxes here that Exalt was able to lock down. While we heard Payne say out, he's on my side. He could be in the rooms. He could be in the rooms. They weren't sure because you have so many. You have the elevation, and you have these boxes that you're able to hide behind, and there are so many rooms, 3 rooms on that side with so many doorways that you're able to cover. It's just a really rough push. Then being able to do it like this here, survive all 4, and then convert back to the other side on the northern side, and then push Na'Vi was quite impressive there for Austrian Force to do so.
And that was really the last hurdle that they needed to clean up, to take full control of the northern side. And once that was done, they pretty much guaranteed themselves that top 4 position. And the fact that they even managed to get over the road, mostly in one piece, to even take the fight against Na'Vi is quite impressive, considering that was really the only way to get across, is just to cross that open trench straight down the center of the city and do it in one piece.
All right, well, thanks very much, guys. Throw your top hats in the air. Fellas, get themselves the win. We're going to a break when we return. One more, Miramar.
Victory is not a moment. It's a journey made up of choices. The possibilities are endless. Why you fight, what strategies you use, who you have on your crew, and what colors they fly. All these choices end and begin with you.
Hello PUBG Esports fans, the battlers are about to set on fire.
In this thrilling time, do you want to know what me, Batulens and Nailop we think about our opponents? Come on, let's see how we rank them. I think that Overpickers is the good team to place them in S tier, because they loot Pachinki Picado, the best spots on the map, so yeah.
Next team for S tier is gonna be NLT. They have the best spot on Miramar in my opinion, and pretty decent spot on Erangel as well.
Okay, the next team is Na'Vi. We should also put them in S tier. They took 2 middle spots, and they can rotate super fast to all the circles. So yeah, it's definitely a nice spot.
Next team in A tier is gonna be ENS as well. They've been looting their loot spots for such a long time, and they're really experienced from playing from those spots.
Let's put the Wu in A tier. I think that they took some of the good spots, and because their players are super experienced, the whole experience of playing these spots as well is very high. So yeah, I think they're good in it.
The next team who I will put is Polish Power in B tier. They've been playing for such a long time the same loot spots, so they really know what do they do from those spots, and that's it.
Okay, I will put Win or Die in B tier as well. I think that they decided to loot nice spots, especially in this PCS event. They decided not to fight with the Polish Power, for example, in the beginning of the game, so it's a very smart decision by them, and that's why I put them in B tier. Let's put Ascent in C tier. I think that they really love to make some breach camps and so on. because the loot spot give them a very nice possibility to go there. I don't really know how to rank them anymore, like only for this thing. I would put D tier Exalt because I don't really know what are they gonna loot, honestly, but I think they're gonna loot whatever is free, but still I think loot spot is not that much important if you're like mixed team and everything. It's all about adapting, I would say.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PCS7 Europe Grand Finals, where we now find ourselves plenty of games in. We've got 3 more coming at you for today, and it will be one more Miramar coming up. Saga and Avenger here joining me to talk about the last Miramar. What do you think, Saga?
Yeah.
That's right.
I very much agree. And it's been a huge turnaround for Northern Lights on Miramar so far. They've actually crept their way back into the top 3, which I don't know who approved that. But it's a move in the right direction for, I'm sure they would agree. It's a huge move as well for Question Mark. Just opening that gap even more so. The gap now between first and third is 30 points, which is equal to the gap between third and 13th.
That's true. Nothing like a good gap opener here, Avenger.
Yeah, that's crazy. 83 points there for Foot. Quite a good game for them. They can jump straight into top 6 there while everyone else is laughing on the desk. I will say this, though. We had 2 Northern circles here with Miramar. Northern Lights, obviously, super high benefit for them a little bit, but still, Question Mark benefiting from the 2 Northern games as well. I want to see, for this Miramar game here, I don't want to see another Northern one. Like, we're done for that.
What would you like?
Anywhere else. West, center, east, south, northeast even. Not Crater La Copperia again, please. Please.
As soon as I saw the first circle, I'm like, oh no, not again. Because quite honestly, it could have easily gone back to where we were, all things considered. But yeah, I think it's important that you know, as you say, the fact that Northern Lights has been able to creep back up steadily, and then once we get to Erangel, we know that there is power there for them as well. So I think the lobby's got to be a bit careful about this.
It really has been a completely different view of Northern Lights this time around, actually playing and controlling a space as well, particularly towards the southern side. And while they did get caught in a bit of the chaos between Howl, Overpeakers, and the attempted third party coming in from Polish Power in the previous game, it was the part, the sort of build up to that point that was the scary part, where it was still maybe a little bit on the fence about whether it was going to continue going north or actually be more of a playable area to the south where they would have had better control. But hard shift just didn't work out.
All right, let's hard shift now over to the caster's desk as we have Toby looking very happy with himself as well as a Hypoc. Toby, you changed, you pivoted to a doozy. You seemingly quite happy with this choice.
I mean, he gets placement points. I don't think he has gotten that many kills yet. There's always room for improvement. I like it. Oh, small thing about the whole neck thing. Maybe I'm just getting old. I don't know. I can't do the whole neck swivel thing that
James is fairly active actually above the shoulders.
He must be, yeah. It's impressive to watch, not gonna lie. We have one more Miramar though coming your way a short moment from now. And Hybuck, coming into the last one here, I feel like some of the teams that we've seen really be able to step things up to get things going in the first Miramar games today. I need to see a change for certain things. I want to see Ascent come out and frag out.
Really?
Yes. And you know why?
That's such a curveball.
It's out of
request.
nowhere. It's out of nowhere, I know. But going back to the qualifier stages, now I can't even talk anymore. Going back to the earlier stages of the tournament, Ascent had some really good performances on Miramar. They knew how to spread out. Even in the last game, when we saw that, like, with the hard shift up towards the northwest, they have a wide 2-ish, but they play so much control early, they just haven't really been benefited from it thus far.
So I'm going to backpack that just a little bit. One of my biggest criticisms for Ascent is the times at which you find them playing split.
Yeah.
Right? Even when they have, I don't want to say, favorable, because we rarely find them in the center, ever. But it's the point at which you expect them to crunch, kind of unite and look for, that game-winning play. What's the compound we're going to crash? Which is the team? Which is the edge we're going to sweep? Because they kind of just sit split until they have to move all together, and that's kind of been the problem. Which is why we've seen them in sort of positions where I mean, the car play. We've got somebody in the back lines of Howl being able to get into the back of a Bronco and punish and things like that. It's kind of dribs and drabs once they actually get themselves past circle 3 or 4. And Martin's going to be really happy about that circle popping. Similar sort of area, but we're a little further south this time around, but it's another Northern Lights focused Circle 1.
Very center here. So for Ascent, the whole edge and then kind of sweep, they just got to start doing the sweeping.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
The point at which they have to get to that point where they say, okay, guys, let's all get on the same page here and all shoot at the same team for once.
That would be preferable.
Because they're not necessarily, like I'm saying, we're not finding them in the center, but we're not necessarily seeing them in awful positions. It's very rare we're looking at a circle and going, oh, that even on the hard shift, you think actually, yeah, they're not necessarily screwed off that because they're kind of split along the edge, right? They still have access to rotations coming up to kind of circle 3 and that 4 shift that we were just talking about, but it just doesn't happen.
It hasn't been working out for them, that is for sure. Currently, I mean, they're sitting 11th place. They're within the just one good game, and we could literally be top 5. So it's not out of reach, but it is currently a very good performance away, no doubt. They are down towards the south, making their way on up, and once again, our eyes goes to Win or Die, who now for the second game in a row has kind of gone back to the good old win or die strat of not necessarily getting a whole lot of kills.
Just keeping somebody alive.
We just gotta get top 5 somehow, and it's not always the same person who goes out and does it. That's what I think is the most impressive. They all somehow manage to contribute in that factor.
And I guess as well, this is probably the darker side of just looking at that statistic, right? Their average placement and kind of crediting them for that. You think about Adsi, if that average placement came along with keeping 4 alive until they exit in 5th, or maybe posting a couple more kills, as we talked about in the previous, if they were tracking with some of the other teams that are in the same sort of region, in the same sort of kind of cluster in terms of the numbers, then that's when it's actually even more terrifying what they're able to achieve.
Yeah, it's
what they would be able to achieve. Sorry.
Exactly. When you look at here, when you look at the leaderboard, and then look at where they are sitting, Win or Die, in 5th, and then look at the kill count compared to the teams around them.
Yeah. I mean, the next closest is Stardust down at 9th.
They're chilling their way into top 5. I mean, there hasn't been chill at all, because believe me, some of those solo situations are tricky, but...
to come back, look at Ascend. Ascend lost 64 kills. So they're actually ahead of Win or Die in 5th place.
This is something I was curious to see if we were going to see Stardust go back to try and do.
Well,
we saw the response from Northern Lights on this.
He can't get off.
Wait, he's decent.
He's actually... Yeah.
Yeah.
And lose up here regardless.
That's...
I mean, Spyro must have had some really good loot.
Did he... Imagine kind of halfway vaulting off that thing and then getting stuck there. That is...
Well, this is to come back again. This was the...
He's just sitting there.
Yeah.
That is... Good spot from Medibe. Not gonna lie, that is...
Looking up there with a 4x, yeah. But this has happened. This is another circle that we were talking about when Polish Power and Stardust were looking to kind of pressure the early game of Northern Lights. This is a carbon copy of those sorts of circles once again.
Yeah, it's and it's good to see them try and do it again, because last time we saw...
I was going to say, do we see the second half of this, though?
We might just.
I mean, Polish Power are a little bit split, but Na'Vi are actually present now in this equation, Toby. So previously, when this kill feed information was identified by Polish Power, we had Marcelek, I believe, up on the high ground, right? And he was kind of coordinating the other 3 members of Polish Power to come through and actually add even more pressure towards the early game in Northern Lights.
And now how? I mean, we see, again, aggressive players coming up from some of these teams over Pikas, currently with James Fowl to the west, kind of trying to scout forward. Not in a position, really, to help his teammates. Clip obviously will have gotten the info that there are opponents nearby. Varden makes her currently leaving, seemingly, kind of just leaving Clip on his own, going, you do you, buddy. We'll try and see if we can come back for you eventually. But right now...
Have fun with that.
Right now, I think the strat for Clip is, please don't enter my building. I will stay put as long as I can, because I cannot get to my vehicle right now.
Yeah, almost kind of tucked into the extremity over here on the north side of Picardo. So maybe even looking to spoil the backside of his rotations. We see actually...
That is what I like to see.
Say a buggy heading towards him would be relatively free. But actually, I'm looking at the map. He almost pulled up on top of him there. Not sure if we'll see that in the kill feed, but...
I think he might have DC'd. That's why he's disappeared.
Oh.
Unfortunate. We'll see now. McLaren available for you to purchase in the game. You can get yourself a McLaren. Silas, I'm sure, would be fast on that rotation. Had he had himself a coupe that he would then have transformed into a McLaren and made his rotation on forward. Face in the meantime, I think a McLaren doesn't go too well on sand. I'm sure. I'm sure James could talk more about cars.
I think if you probably stick to the outside coastal roads here, the McLaren would be great.
The scenic routes.
Yeah.
You'd have
Not
to
so much here, back in kind of the worst part of the map to even rely on a vehicle.
Exactly.
Any vehicle, for that fact.
Really. Austrian Force looking to see what they can find for cover. Now they have face shooting at them. Cars, of course, we want to keep them safe, fortunately. Only the paint will have to be redone. Tires still there. Howl now, in the meantime, off of the rotation into the city, making the rotation further forward. We saw Matt last game. Just needed one Mac to take out the entirety of Polish Power. Not too difficult for him, but overall, it hasn't really been the Howl performance in week 1 other than that one insane pop-off game they had.
Yeah, and it's we've seen a couple of those moments though. I mean, the Mad in the previous game making it, like I said, just so well calculated in terms of the timing of when to engage and actually finding himself probably one of the freest 1v4s you'll see. But it's not the first time we've talked about, players on Howl winning 1v4s, which isn't something that's a common trend with any sort of player in the lobby.
I think any team would have wanted that to be their thing. Yeah, they're the team that just wins 1v4s. I mean, that's
for other teams, it's once in a blue moon, right? For other players, it's kind of very few and far between. Definitely not, multiple in the same event.
Exactly. Woo! Making their rotation on through, and I am seeing a lonely clip in Picardo now going, wait, where are they? Whoa, what just happened? Where are my teammates? Oh, okay, I'm here. You're there. Guys, did you hear any vehicles in the last 8 minutes go past my compound? Because I'm feeling kind of lonely right now. And curious to see when or if Clip will get to regroup with his teammates up the hillside, because now he is, well, right in between, really, the split from Howl.
Fellas making their way through Cobreria, the scene of the previous crime.
Yeah.
Find themselves a lot of space actually out onto the west side. FaZe obviously previously towards Pozo, so fellas actually almost going to get themselves into a position to backfill that space, because FaZe have prioritised towards the centre of Crater Fields. At least that compound just on the south in between them. Gustav a little disconnected almost still, just as a, I guess, a fact finder. Get some information of anybody looking to make such a move, so whether or not he's actually going to catch wind of fellas rotating in. There's a lot blocking the line of sights towards the west here. Moloduct, probably one of the most active players in the last couple of games in the lobby. It's back here to the red brick. This time around, no Exalt up on the high ground above him.
That's what they were really working with in the previous game, being able to sit up top and just wait for people to come to them. This time around, different scenario, instant disrupts to the shotgun going, they probably know that I'm a solo player down here. Should they come by, I need to be ready for something happening. Fortunately for Moldog right now, not really any eyes looking towards the compound. Mika is wrapping around. Braxco is still far down towards the south of Montenuevo, so I don't think they're pushing simply because they aren't really in a position to do so just yet.
Mika's actually heading straight towards where fellas have now found themselves repositioning. Like I said, this is the sort of split that we're used to seeing from Ascend early on, especially as once they get themselves up towards Montenuevo and actually circle pulling pretty viciously towards San Martin. So Austrian Force, Polish Power, actually to an extent Stardust and Northern Lights going to be the benefactors of that.
Yep.
Like I said, here this is exactly what I was talking about. Mika gets himself in the midst of this fella's rotation. Miraku lagging behind a little bit, but he's going to divert north, so should be able to break line of sight.
Curious to see where he's trying to run with this. I mean, he's looking for info, trying to count the cars maybe and see how many is opted to wrap north around, because maybe that would be a potential follow-through opportunity for the remaining Ascent players. The remaining 3 are still sitting just below as we see fellas wrap on in. I'm still seeing Polish Power in their wide two-way split, I should say. I would hope to see them regroup. Looks like they are planning on doing that now. And now ends. They finished out in the bottom last game, and now they're running straight into the... it's not even a stack, it's just kind of Howl mid-rotation.
Yeah, Larza actually gets the hell out of dodge there. Is lucky to, because Ends just pretty much commit towards that dip. I'm pretty sure Larza was in just moments ago. See on the X-ray just making his way off the screen to the right. Ends find themselves outside the power grid. Problem being, Northern Lights are inside. Howl now got themselves positioned to the south side of it, so I can see a couple of players from Howl actually drifting west on foot. So almost anticipating a little bit of a setup here. Vard trying to find some shots onto the Woot in transition. It's really going to be Quizzy that finds one, but James actually going to double down on that. We'll find Nixie out of the vehicle.
Yep, shooting early, don't want to allow them to come anywhere nearby. Of course, Clip ain't really with his team just yet, so want to make sure that that they keep opponents at a distance. James going for one more, can't find it, and now shots coming in. Actually, that's Mexi tagging him. That's unfortunate.
I think just shooting laser beams with the
Yeah.
iron sight there.
Howl, in the meantime, obviously well aware that they have.
This is what I was talking about. This reposition here on foot is key because they're going to be able to comfortably engage now onto Ents. Well, that first frag grenade going to be the grand reveal at the start of this, and Ents should be able to at least play damage limitation for the time being.
Better get out.
Yeah, they don't feel comfortable here at all.
They know they have Northern Lights inside Power Grid proper as well, so it's I mean, those dips we've seen how many times 1 or 2 will place nades can take out an entire team. Now, here comes FaZe, full speed forward. Western is down here, wanting to transition over to the other side. Iroh is here defending as well. Damage done through into Gustav, but headshot confirmed onto Iroh as well, so has to play this one a little more carefully. It's just Iroh and Western defending here right now. Lyra and Odin still far up towards the north, not in any way able to assist.
Odin and Lyran, though, going to be able to get up onto the hillside, potentially. Put down some suppressive fire. Kurikai elsewhere. Actually, 3 members of Ascend at least stacked up on top of each other here. Chris down towards the compound. It's a little tussle outside the circle for the time being. Exalt now will divert their eyes this direction. Goose and Leos should be able to get across relatively scot-free.
The thing is, I mean, we talked Ascend earlier and how they play edge but don't really sweep anything. Here again they allow fellas to, not allow, there wasn't much Mika could do to prevent them on that rotation. They don't really take the proper fight to win or die, so where do they push in from here? We see that, I mean, now they have to either rep south around or rep into the mountainside, which if you lose your cars up there, that's pretty much game over unless if the next 7 circles come your way.
Let's take a look here. They're in vehicles at the time circle is popping, right? So let's look at the decision making here. They should have decent information on win or die's reposition. They should know that actually win or die felt a little bit of pressure from Exalt as well from that concrete. So where do Ascend go from this? And this is the sort of position where it's like, okay, guys, circle's not actually great for us in terms of what's occupied in front of us. There aren't great rotation routes. So what do we really do here?
Yep. How do we wrap on in? In the meantime, over Pegas, Wu as well, found each other just next to Power Grid. Kind of pulling up in the same position here. Clip and Vard are not with James and Mexi, so thinking twice a bit, wanting to make sure if their decision to stay is the right one. I think they're going to back off for a little bit. In the meantime, Rostenmar falls down in the initial push towards the compound here against Fate. Finds one damage challenge to takes it. Actually, Artie with the shot as well. Takes down one more. Second kill comes through for Exalt. Fails barely even outside the vehicles before they start getting torn apart. Molotov again. First couple of games for him here today has been really good.
Actually, it's Mika over on the north side of this road looking to lay down a little more pressure. Miraku, fantastic readjustment. Actually decent damage onto the second as well. It's going down swinging here. Still 80 HP, but Molodoct will seal the deal. Fellas, the deal with Exalt. Sorry, Exalt will deal with fellas fairly comfortably here, and Ascend actually bypasses. They use it as a distraction. Mika relaying that information that actually Exalt are preoccupied at the compound. Ascend find themselves another pretty comfortable edge spot here.
Yep, great timing on that push on over. Now Lyron, again, I mean, this FaZe and Foot Esports fight has been going on for a little while. Western does get confirmed. Lyron is knocked as well. Odin, though, with a nade from far away, finds one Iroh, the only real up-close threat, but he's going to get one here as well.
The response is there. Like I said, Odin actually able to get himself onto the high ground here. Iroh going to find a second, well, at least flush out Odin's knock here, and actually another peek comes through. Iroh going to deal with it though. Foot Esports take down FaZe Clan as they attempt to sweep across the road and take this compound back from Foot Esports. Odin and Iroh though themselves into a pretty tricky spot now. Actually a little bit of pressure coming through from Pains as well.
Odin doing, if not the damage coming through, then all the info gathered and given to Iroh, knowing exactly when the opponent's coming around the side. They're really helping him and staying alive inside the building. But as you're saying here, Austrian fools, not inside the circle themselves yet, but they know if we can take down two here, that is so much pressure off of shoulders. We already have Silas inside the circle, solid position. Let's deal with this and then push in afterwards.
And you're right to highlight Silas, right? He's the one that actually can relay the information that you can comfortably gatekeep this team, right?
Yep.
There's maximum one other team over towards the north side, and it probably would be Polish Power that's part of that equation. Now, the fact that it's not confirmed, it kind of puts Pains in a position to still apply this pressure. Iroh and Odin actually get themselves away from the compound. I mean, the Austrian Force want to avoid as much of this blue damage as possible. Aro might even just try and find some consolation meds.
Oh, hello there, Getrox. Really close to Ruin there. Matt did it last game. Maybe it's Ruin's turn this time around to see how many kills he can find as a solo player. Matt, the info's been fed across. Ruin has all of them to himself, but as a talk of the Matt, here he is, one small spots one. Instantly second time peeks on over. Ruin finds the first one. Nade to follow. You'd have to imagine he knows exactly where they are. That should be on point. Extends down to half HP. Nade comes through. First one down, actually with the gun. Not the nade damage being done, but look at Goose's HP. They are down, and they will be out, I can only imagine, a second from now.
Yeah, the flash is coming through now, so Goose going to feel the pinch. That's a decent spray from Ruin. Again, 3 kills. So it's another example of what we were talking about at the start of this game, Howling commanding positions and comfortably winning out team fights.
Yep, good to see them back into a comfortable, not spot on the leaderboards by any means, but a play style that can hopefully
just
help
don't
them
look at
bounce
the left side
their way.
of the screen.
Exactly, look at what's going on in the game, not what has been going on in the last couple of days of games. If they can continue this play style, I'm sure they'll climb their way up. Easy peasy in the meantime now. Oh, double headshot. Odin tried to get away safely, didn't expect anyone to be left inside San Martin, especially having seen the circle go southwest, but there's a Polish power play for you.
Good position from question mark here, at least Phil First and Hobbits will be able to get themselves out of the vehicle on the north side of Power Grid. Add a third team in the mix now, Wu as well if you could include them. It's a lot of congestion around here. Lots of space around to the south side as well, actually looking back towards those dips that Hal did previously occupy. But, I mean, Na'Vi and Polish Power are the only ones probably in a position to take advantage of that, but they are a little further to the north. Na'Vi actually now going to put their eyes towards Polish Power in this rotation elsewhere. Overpeakers did find Molodoct, finally putting him down. Like I said, he's been incredibly active the last few games. Exalt do already have those 4 kills from that prior engagement with fellas, but now just as 2, we'll have to ride this out.
Yeah, I mean, Exalt getting to push out is great for them, but what can they really do with it? No one will have Overpeakers on one side, Ascent on the other. It's a tricky position to be in. A doozy. Found the knock just before, wanting to get the player down below the vehicle. Maybe now just going for the vehicle explosion altogether, realizing they were close by, but unfortunately not really more coming off it. As I say that, Pains get away from that. Car is gonna explode. Doesn't go anywhere.
Almost kind of reinforces that hold, though, the fact that the vehicle's...
Boom.
Oh, Vasco.
Bye-bye.
You love to see it.
But really not too much you can do about that one. Same thing for Ivor here. Not too much he can do. Try and get out, prone on down. Only have half the server shooting at you. Somehow still alive. As I say that, that's nades. Not far enough.
He actually got up from the from the first aid. It's Marsalek to find it to the east, but at least Aro managed to make it in here. It's no more placement points. They're out in 13th.
I
But
mean, Foot struggles again, but last game they get 4 kills when they go out. This time around they do as well. So if this is going to be their bad games, at least, I know it's not good, but at least it's not those 0-point games that you just want to get rid of. It's 4 points back-to-back games. Could have been worse.
yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've had worse games than that. for
Definitely,
sure.
definitely. Power Grid endings, you love to see them. It's going to be tricky for all those teams now having to fight their way through the open. We have Hal down towards the south. I like the kind of flex out from Schofield. Hal towards the east. He's going to be able to feed the info across to the remaining players on the team that Na'Vi has pulled up close by. Overpeakers, they have to run center.
I hate to harp on it again. I'm going to come back to that same discussion we were having about Ascend, right? Look at the position they're in now. Some space to work with, but they have to make a decision, right?
Yeah.
They have to kind of choose one avenue to pursue. I think Mika's almost kind of testing the water as to what's playable on that edge, but with Exalt, or the remnants of Exalt out on the west side, Overpeakers to the south, I'm hoping they try and get actually up towards Stardust, honestly, because there's not an awful lot playable on the west side of the circle.
I think Ascend, I mean, playing off of hoping that they get a fight to third party. It's just not really lined up that way for them, but they will slowly be able to walk their way in at least to this circle. Where it takes us from there, we'll have to wait and see.
Still no kills on the board this game as well.
It's quiet. They know they have now, I mean, even more so now, they know they have Exalt players behind them, so that's going to be the first threat you want to deal with. Fate, Art, trying to see if they can wrap their way around this, but you'd have to imagine that Ascent is going to be ready and waiting when they cross that street, or roadside, whatever you want to call it.
Norca's eating a ton of damage there. Zoka actually finds the headshot at the last moment. Little reposition or almost a red herring sent out by Polish Power here. Celtic actually going to punish Brexguy. This is the sort of thing we've been talking about, right?
Flex
it's
out
just not
for
feasible to look for something on the west side of this circle. At this stage, it's almost just hoping to survive on this cross.
Exactly. Got to take the fight eventually. Same thing for Howl here, trying to wrap North around. They know that they have Na'Vi nearby. They only take one casualty so far. Ruin still on his feet. We'll see if he can somehow get Matt back up alive. Because if he does, maybe Schofield and Larsa could have a good position to push in from. As I say that, though, Schofield is shooting, so the info will have been fed across. Matt goes down. Fate falls as well, so that's Exalt out. A little more pressure removed from the shoulders of Ascent to try and make the push on forward.
Finally now, Kiryukai and Chris's eyes go to the north. Elsewhere, Bestelok actually going to pick up Clip here ahead of Overpeak is setting up. No immediate flush coming through. It's going to be difficult to really confirm any of these kills right now. And the Wu actually still licking their wounds from that earlier engagement, down to 3.
This is the edge is starting to burn, and burn heavily too. Not only is blue damage being much more of a factor, but all these players have to make their way into the same few positions. There's only room for so many teams here. Northern Lights potentially looking to flex out from inside the comfort of Power Grid too, just to make sure there's no one pushing in from behind them. Polish Power in the meantime, grabbing further forward. Not inside the circle just yet, but now applying pressure to Na'Vi from the north.
Maxi does find a response here. Bestelok will be downed and flushed. Talking about that potentially being pretty difficult to pull off, but it's on the back of the other knocker, the side of this rock actually. Quizzy, still a decent amount of Bonacci. Ibby gets the heal off, but again, this pressure comes through. Vard, the one to find the final kill.
Nice spray comes through up towards the north. Also enforced falls as well in a matter of seconds. I think they were all kind of hidden behind the same vehicle. Remaining few players holding that angle from Stardust deals with them fast enough that Ascent can't really do anything to try and punish. Now Schofield from the line side finds one, goes down to Misa instantly after though, so a good trade 1-for-1. Lassa not really in a position that he wanted to try and kind of refrag on that. Dante as well, only spots the top of the vehicle, can't find anything.
Apocalypse punished on the underside of the ridge here. Marcelek and Crunio in combination. Question mark still alive and kicking. Ascend have kind of just bounced back and forth between Stardust and the Wu. Actually now with the Wu falling, they've backfilled their position. But again, with that kill feed knowledge, you've got to know Overpeakers are going to be aware of the possibility. Mika now disconnecting away to the north side of this. But I just don't see where Ascend are going to play to.
Yeah. Does Squeaky get to crawl back in? Hey, he might actually just be able to do just that. Crunio should be able to get Marslig up here as well. No threat coming through. As I say, that Example and Ali actually both looking to wanting to make a play off of that knock.
Somehow, actually, with the pressure coming onto question mark, Kiryukai's found himself on the underside of the ridge. Elsewhere, though, Mika still feeling the pressure outside. Vard has found a knock onto Chris as well, but it's split focus once again. Yeah. Flash over the top should be fantastic to find this final kill, but Mika actually finds the down here. Clib good for the trade, though. Great collapse by Overpeakers, and actually Mexi picks up Kiryukai outside the compound as well.
Yep. Ascent torn apart once more. Cabby trying to fend off against Alia right now. He's on his own, but fortunately, he's just fine in that position. Level 3 helmet helping him out here to try and stay put. Example, trying to come up and help out, but Nate's coming in his direction now too. Misa finds one, finds two. They find the third, and that's going to be Howl out of this one as Ends once again stands strong inside of Power Grid.
Yeah, only losing one so far, but still in a decent position with access towards the late game. Overpeakers now. James making the most use of this time as possible. Try and get some information on the southern side of Power Grid. Batulin's, you see him on the X-ray here, actually reveals his position. And just a little warning shot sent out by Batulin's there, but difficult to really find an angle west.
Yeah, they're all trying to play.
Overpeaker's got a god shift here as well with the circle.
They do. The question now becomes, is it the wise play to kind of play 4 pearls on a string here where you can't do a whole lot to trade one another? Clip now coming up to kind of fortify the position that James is in, but you can see on the minimap that I believe it's Crunio shooting across there, denying him that assistance spot to James, maybe forcing James now to make the run on back off there as well. Uber, shots fired towards Marcelek, can't find the knock, second time comes through, and somehow Marcelek is still alive.
I'm not even sure how. Just one more will seal the deal on this knock, and actually the response comes through. A ton of damage done onto Melman. Down to 61 has to come away from that, but Example will land the nade. This is Cappy and Crunio now left for Polish Power to try and recover this situation.
Smokes are there.
It's an uphill struggle for him.
Quite literally. Uber hearing the cars, trying to go for anything. In the smokes, there are some boxes for cover. We'll see if they can make use of it. They're just exactly inside the circle. Up smokes everywhere. Try and see if you can stay put. 10 kills now for Overpeakers. Again, phenomenal game for them so far, considering the fact that they lost clip early to then come back in the game and regroup with the team and play through slow from the west side. It's been really, really looking good for Overpeakers this game.
As indeed, James. Decent information on the south side as well, and like I said, with this circle shift, it does give them the opportunity to kind of sit back and wait for these numbers inside power grid to dwindle. Actually, over on the east side, the problems continue for Na'Vi. Uber now confirmed, down and out. Example and Melman, last two members here, find themselves in a 2v2 with Polish Power, but it's a difficult approach for them.
Nice commitment from Polish Power as well to understand that we have to kind of crawl underneath Navi's position. We have to try and wrap around them somehow in order to sit on the inside of this and wait forward. We do have Mexi right behind Crunio and Cappy though. Curious to see if they're going to be aware, because he is, I mean, quite literally right behind them.
Problem being, if they deal with Polish Power, access to the edge of this circle, example, just missing on that spray. For a second poke at it, but nothing else. Nothing landing here for Na'Vi.
Nope. Able to stay alive. Smoke's now fading away. Shots coming through. Crunio down to low HP, but Vard from the other side is actually there to help out. Cappy looking the other way right now, completely disconnected from what's going on, but once again it's Vard there to help. Crunio finds one. Cappy now peeks over the top, finds the second. Vard peeks on forward. No vest left to work with. Does have full HP though, and look at the HP on the two players from Polish Power, both down to under 10 I would imagine, but both getting first aids off now to try and peek on forward once more.
They're going down swinging, that's for sure. Cappy and Crunio still looking to do a little bit of damage. Actually, the response from Vard is fantastic, and Clearbatsy in tandem here, looking to confirm some of that damage. Vard will actually pick up Mexi.
Dropping first.
Drag him away from this engagement for the time being, an opportunity to reset for Overpeakers.
They are so bruised, Polish Power. They've been fighting up close, they've been fighting at a distance, they've been doing nothing but shooting and receiving damage their way this entire game. So impressive, to say the least, that they still manage to stay on their feet here. Now, with one going down early on the side of Overpeakers, they have to commit 3 onto that side. James playing alone on the left. 3v2 though on this side. Again, 11 kills for Overpeakers. Phenomenal game for them so far.
And Vard is just Clibs. See it again.
Yep.
Oh, he was just pushing, trying to get.
Nah, that was
trying to get an energy drink into Polish Power's back lines.
Maybe they're thirsty. Let's go check it out, shall we? Cabot says no. Unfortunate for Clip. Issues on the PC or something similar. More flashes coming through now. But no
should just wait for the zone to kind of force Polish Power's hand here.
A lot of flashes being used here. Vard not opting to peek off the angle now. The peek comes over, but flash is being thrown in return.
Because are the ones that do ultimately have the space to work with here, and actually James with that further back angle, he has perfect sight lines here. He can relay the information of exactly when Mexi and Vard need to engage.
James is just outside the circle here, though. And again, remember, we have question mark inside the building just above. They could try and see if they could become an impact on this should Polish Power want to wrap in the other way. Ends, again, finding late game top 5 guaranteed for them. A Scaff finds Phil Fizz, Nate close, but not close enough.
Again, they're going to try and get themselves inside question marks building, but a doozy, wise to it. Even with Phil first getting knocked here, so Overpeakers
deny.
He's just going to try and use line of sight there on the ridge. Let's have the first aid kit to counter that damage, but James has to try and get a little further south here.
Yeah, I mean, it is final circle. It's going to close on in, so if you can maybe force these 2 other teams, or 3 other, I should say, to fight one another, that'd be really beneficial for you. Mexi does find the doozy. There's only so many angles of which question mark can get out from here. Actually, now ends up doubling down on this one, too.
I like this, yeah. Acting upon that kill feed information, with Mexi finding potentially an opener towards question mark. There's a little bit of a stalemate here. Mexi's actually just going to be posted up. Vard repositioning onto the fence side here. Actually, Perfectix has found James. Yep, that was the information probe for Overpeakers.
Exactly, the info gatherer on this side. Now down. Vard climbs up towards the wall. He's laying prone there. Not going to be much of a factor, at least not for now, until he ups to peek on over. Perfectix in the building just nearby, and now it's question mark trying to get up. But look at the amount of smokes here. No one's got vision on anything. Blue trying to spray on forward. Spots Misa, but goes down. Traded instantly, though, as Scaff finds one.
Actually, Batun's going to try and follow up now with the nade. Is actually Ents will send one back his way. Is that going to do decent damage? I think it bounced a little too far, actually.
Try and crawl their way on forward again. Smokes everywhere. Can't see nothing whatsoever. The ones outside the wall are starting to fade away, though. And remember, Vart still prone. Then actually, Mexi off of all the action. Off of all the action going down. Teams might be able to get back up alive. Hobbits, though, finds 2. Batulins with the other. That's going to be all of ends out in 4th.
Well, actually does have a good spot up until that point. Perfectix forcing him off the angle, and actually, Lou, the one to find the knock here, and it's a doozy to seal the deal.
Just like that, Circle's going to end inside. They all have to commit to the wrap around the same position, but Hobbits around the side, lob the flashbang on in spots. One gets the second one now as well. Batulins missing a few shots. Dante finds the other. Batulins finds one in return, finds the second, but it's going to be Dante around the side to seal the deal for Question Mark. What a cluster of endgame.
I mean, it's crazy that Question Mark come from the north side here, arguably one of the furthest away from that final ending point.
Yeah.
And this ends right in Northern Lights' backyard, by the way. Like, right in their backyard. And you could see initially there they wanted to play very passive in the early game. They just wanted to basically play damage control, right? Don't want to lose anything else after that DC early on. Unable to really close things out in the end there as Question Mark are the ones to be the aggressors.
I feel like once the entire remaining part of the map is smoked off, it's anyone's game.
Yeah.
It really does become difficult, but now let's throw it back to the desk to analyze that last Miramar of the day.
There's no question marks left here for this team. There is just exclamation marks every game after game after game. How do they keep doing it here? Joining me, Saga as well as Avenger, and another great performance coming out from Question Mark. This has to be back-to-back-to-back great performances coming out from the Avenger here.
Yeah, it's crazy to see how well they're able to reverse through these. Also being able to save the players again and again, even if after they're getting knocks. And even if Toby has picked a doozy, he did manage to jinx him here. He had a monster game again, huge amount of damage and kills, being able to confirm all of it. And the way they control that fire station house there is just crazy. Honestly, again, as Hypox said, it's home turf circle here for LNT. You gotta make sure you get as many points as possible when you're getting one literally in your backyard.
Yeah.
And they managed to do so. Close though. Batulins had the chance. He could have clutched it there, but obviously a well-fought one. Got some damage on the last 2, but Dante swung around and got him on the side.
Saga?
Yeah, rough start as well for NLT being pranked by Stardust once again. They really did it to them once earlier on in week number 1 this time around. They sort of lowered their guard a little bit because it had been a hot minute since Stardust had rocked up on Power Grid and played around with the early game a little bit, but the loss of Spyro really meant that the way that Northern Lights was holding onto Power Grid, typically they would want to have that extra player up on the northern building.
True,
so
right.
should they know that the zone's going to collapse there, they have the option to rotate into it, but that wasn't the case here.
Exactly, you have to play salvage mode, right? When you're not 4 players, you can't do these cheeky 2-2 splits. You have to stay together as a 3-man. You can't do anything greedy. You want to make sure when you have these really good home turf circles that you're going to be staying those 3 players alive all the way through the end here. 22 points for, excuse me, for Question Marks. That means they're going to be in 42 points now total. That is crazy after just 3 games here. Really good day for them.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, with the Northern Lights situation, the fact that they don't get double digits in a home turf circle is really symptomatic of the fact that they lose 1 pretty early here, all things considered. Look at that little Ruin, Saga. Doing that.
He did something this game, but I think a doozy is a well-deserving star of the show this time around, and yeah, a welcome addition to Toby's team, no doubt.
Apparently so. Apparently so, as he leaves the building for a small
I mean, it
break.
wasn't that hard, right? You're picking the guy with the most kills and the most damage, right?
Yeah.
The most damage.
So what you're saying is that Toby picked the low-hanging fruit
True.
to get
the
him more
only
points.
talent to change his team just to pick the low-hanging.
So one of the guys that was doing really well.
Bandwagoner, got it.
That's right. Exactly, that's what Toby is. Now that he's left the building, we can just say anything we want. Winning team joiner. Okay, yes. I guess so. Here's the highlights, though. Let's take a look back at everything because, again, Question Mark was holding on to the north of Milter. Power Grid quite strong. Everything's got power in the name, all right? We're waiting for that in a moment. But they were holding down very well. A doozy being able to take that focus spot here, and rightfully so, as you said, Saga, because he's been able to pop quite nicely. I mean, it's not just today. It's days 1, 2, and 3 as well. He was looking fantastic.
He really was, and it's great to see. The consistency, again, it's what we said is going to be required from any team who wants to contend for a top spot against the teams like the Northern Lights, who did lack a little bit of consistency in week 1. It seems to have been somewhat of a bounce back this time around, even though they haven't picked up a win. They've come extremely close on multiple occasions now on Miramar where they really were struggling to find their feet in week number 1. So to see a team so consistently be able to contend for those top spots and even better placements than they're being able to find, and even a win, it's a great sign.
Saga, you know what? Can we go back to Saga single cam just for a moment? Is that possible, please? No? There we go. I think Saga would read a great bedtime story. Don't you think? Well, no? Don't you think so?
No.
What do you mean, no?
What is this?
He just looks cozy.
So Toby's a maths teacher. I'm like a audiobook narrator.
Yes.
Yeah,
I think
is
you'd
true.
be brilliant
Very
at
hungry
it.
caterpillars.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, please. Do you have
We'll
hungry
sort it out in a
caterpillar in
break.
Danish?
A caterpillar?
No, never mind. I'm not even. No, never mind. I'm not going to go into the Danish world.
More Danish translations. No,
okay.
let's not go down there.
No, okay. We can actually look at a TeamSpeak moment as well between two of our big combatants, as it was even from Game 2 as well, as Overpeakers go up against NLT.
Они типа раздельно играют, если что. Один ликвид должен был вглубь пробежать.
Играть потом мы с перфектом сыграем в сторону метки.
Вижу, они на баге едут, двойка парни.
Вверх, вверх?
Да. Надо играть прямо сейчас.
Я понял. Я еду.
Да.
Там двое, а где...
Забрать тебя? Они в нас спустились. Может на вышку встать вот перед Яриком справа? Вот туда? Там вроде...
Да, на вышку
заехали ко мне внутрь. Окей. И сверху смотрят челы.
Мы можем их из зоны закрыть или нет?
Не знаю, возможно, да. Наверное, да.
Я вижу. Дал урон одному.
У нас драка пока что тут, пока мы можем дышать. Фейзы и Вины, я буду следить за этим.
Two guys in the deep on crane.
I'm blue healing behind the crate, inside zone now. All we have to do is play behind NLT, then take our cars and send it somewhere after we get an opening to leave.
I'm running close, two guys in the deep on crane.
One guy's like next to Clip, I'm gonna take attention from him and shoot him. Almost knock one on you, Clip.
Come on.
I'm again just blue healing, Maxi, for you to make a move.
Racing Argentina.
One more guy, Maxi.
Almost knock one more PP.
They rest on me now.
Okay.
On the Bronco, Maxi, one guy.
Perfect, Ned. I'm dead. I'm not dead. I've lost the guy who I knocked. I'm taking info. He's on me. Flashing you, he knows about you. He ran back to the Bronco on crane. Nading you. Not nading.
Yeah, he doesn't know about me.
On the Bronco on green. Last guy, Spyro. Nice aims. All dead.
Damn, Mexi's comms are pristine. They are clean. It's like, nading, not nading. Let's go. Finnish accent. But you know what I mean, right? Very good.
It's super precise.
Yeah.
We actually had a pleasure of talking to Iro as well, where he's like, Mexi has the cleanest comms out there. It is accurate, it is calm, it is collected, and it is precise down to the exact detail. And it's I have some pleasure of sometimes playing with some of the morning guys that are waking up quite early. Phosphase, Mexi, Aslik, some of these guys.
So only 3 guys, yeah.
Yeah, and myself, and myself.
Oh yeah.
So we're a 4-man squad, right? So and sometimes it's crazy how much information he gets out of so little time.
Yes.
Sound, like he's biting, taking all these bytes and bits together and just giving out so precise information. That's crazy. You can hear this again here. And then on the other hand, we also heard from LNT, right? Where like we need to strike now, and also super precise. Obviously, we're only getting the subtitles, right? But
sure.
We can still tell here what the players are saying, who it is, and they know kill feed tracking, and they know exactly when they need to strike against some of these teams here to be able to have the best opportunity to take them down.
Saga, final thoughts?
I just like the idea of Marcelek, Mexi, and Martin on the morning grind.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, don't worry. I've seen some of those games. Hey, but then again, everybody else wakes up at 3 p.m. Pro gamers, get out of bed, all right? Please. Anyway, like, you guys can look stylish and lovely as well, as you can go over to emea.merch.pubg.com and you can get yourself some lovely shirts. Hey, if you're one of the pro gamers, you can sleep in one of these until 3 p.m. and probably be totally fine and then wake up and probably be awake until 3 a.m. or something like that. Anyway, that's forgotten. Never mind. We're going to a short break, ladies and gentlemen. When we return, we have Erangel on the way. It's going to be 2 of them, and then we'll be done for the day. See you soon.
What's up, guys? It's me again, and right now the grand finals are going on for the PCS7 Europe, And I've actually watched these finals myself. With Shrimzy, we did a small watch party. I have chosen some of my favorite moments and we'll be looking at them again right now. Okay, so in the first clip we have Nail Cop from Stardust popping off, just literally lasering everybody. Hobbit gets deleted. And then Norky as well, down from the Polish Power. Also, very interesting, but apparently Polish Power does not scrim and they only practice in ranked 24/7. I thought that was insane. Anyways, so Copy goes down to Nail Cop. Again, Nail Cop popping off. King, come on. He starts tossing all the flashes, right? And we all know that when you toss a lot of flashes, you're like, yeah, surely they're blind. But no. But no, it wears out last second and he dies and doesn't win the chicken dinner. Very sad, but nonetheless, nice try by him. And yeah, it is very interesting to see how Polish Power is literally on the top of the leaderboard, considering they don't scrim and have not scrimmed at all. From what I've heard, incredible. For this clip, I wanted to include it because we have a beautiful grenade kill coming from Pains. And I know everyone's gonna be like, oh my god, Resident Sleeper, again, another grenade kill, boring. But I swear, this one is different. Fate comes in, right, with the car. Forehead, and then we have Pains throwing in, Jesus Christ, a perfect 3-man grenade. That is beautiful. That is beautiful. And now they're all burning. Great. But, you know, that was a beautiful grenade throw, but it is really alarming how many grenade kills there is in general. So
Nate does come through. It lands right below him.
It's gonna be a tricky one as the Mad wants to swing round. But for all the pain they've inflicted, that nade is perfect. Knocking on the rezzing player. Oh, look at Kova. No, he steps on the nade as well.
Damage finding so many points. Not looking good. Stardust and Sarvin both in good positions. Exalt, not the same thing. Getting blown up by Pink Pony. Throwing. Oh, Rhinolock. Power, everything counts double when you eliminate.
Iron is still alive on the other side. This Nate could be perfect and he finds free!
This next clip is a great play by Nixie. The enemy team did a little mess up. Regardless, still a beautiful play. No hipfire Og this time.
No hipfire.
Oh,
no! Oh, okay.
Oh my god. Oh, he's nading. Oh, they're both nading! Oh my god!
Why are they using nades?
Oh!
Bro, he knocks all 3. They just trolled so hard.
They started throwing everything at the same time. Oh no.
That's gotta be cap. I did not just watch that.
Oh no. Okay, so this next clip is my absolute favorite. Me and Shrimzy reacted to it live, so here's a clip of that. Uh-oh.
You kill this guy every time. That guy should be dead. You knock, flush, take the car drive. No way, you're not. Bruh, just kill him.
He's gonna ride with him when he's gonna go into the car.
A few moments later.
What? Oh my god, oh my god! He's actually doing it!
He's getting a free ride to the circle.
And a free kill. Literally a free kill. 2 free kills.
Wait, there's no way when Lhasa look.
Oh!
You're beaming!
Way,
no! You're beaming at this point!
What?
How does not find out with the hipfire mini takes him down? If there's a man that can put on a show, that is Chris. Here he finds 1, finds 2, goes for as well. Chris is making something out of nothing in the most unorthodox way I have ever seen.
Oh my god!
That was the best play I've ever seen in my entire life.
That was the last clip. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. And if you want to find out who's going to be the winner of the PCS7 Europe Grand Finals, there's still 1 final week left, so you haven't missed out. You can still go and watch. Go here, okay? And if you don't, I'll be mad. Thank you so much for watching.
I've got the captain of the only Finnish team with me today. Hello, Squeaky.
Hello, how are you doing?
I'm fantastic. How are you doing is the more important question, but we'll get to that in a second. First of all, I have to ask the ugly questions. You guys looked fantastic in the group stage, and you couldn't really get anything going last weekend. Can you talk to me a little bit about how that happened?
It's a lot of stuff going wrong. Mostly me, I would say. I didn't do my job as I was supposed to do, so we didn't have anyone to say yes or no, so everyone was going wild like a goose. So that's pretty much it. No decisions and like sloppy stuff.
Makes sense. But now we talk about the good stuff. You had 38 points last week. I think you're already over 30 now in 3 games, or at least very close to it. So it's been going really well today. My question is, what do you do to reset in between the weeks like that?
Well, personally, I know what I did wrong last weekend. So now it's just, of course, it took more than 1 day, 2 days to like get the thought going on. But clearly I have now like a vision that what I need to do that everything goes smoothly. So it's just like you need to realize what went wrong and who did what and who didn't do their job. So when you know those kind of stuff, it's easy to like put the puzzles back together.
It's definitely looking like you've put it back together. Last final question. You guys have a pretty complicated PGC point situation. Do you look at the leaderboard much, or do you just play every game from the start?
No reason to look anymore. We play and let's see on Sunday what the leaderboard looks like.
Let's see on Sunday. Sunday, and I will see you very soon, Squeaky. Good luck in the rest of your games.
Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Love me some Squeaky here, joining us for PCS7 Europe Grand Finals. I guess for a lot of the situations that they find themselves in, the results kind of feel like a right now, but I'm sure that they'll be able to bounce back, is fair to say here, as Saga and Avenger are joining me here. Do you think, Avenger, that they are going to bounce back?
That's a rough question.
I'm in a silly mood today. I'm sorry.
No, I'm loving some silly color. It's always fun. But yeah, it's obviously rough for them, and you don't want to kind of run into some demotivational situations where you're looking at the leaderboard like this is looking really, really hard. And it is right now. We were looking at starting at the tournament. They need top 8, but now we have a question mark doing extremely well for themselves. We have some winner dive. We have some Wu. They're also doing really well. That are leading in terms of probably being able to jump them if they don't get into a top 10 situation.
Yes.
So definitely rough for them. Right now, last place, 64 points. More than half away from top 4 right now, where they need to be if we're looking at a question mark and a Wu that is performing like that right now.
Yeah, question mark number 1 and looking like an absolute Chad up there here, Saga. I mean, the points that they've been able to accumulate, especially today, has been nothing short of mind-blowing.
I think it was only a game ago where we said it was a 30-point gap between first and third. Now change that to first and second because they've gone and expanded that. They are running wild like a goose, you could say, if you were so inclined. But it really has just been a ridiculous day so far, and that comes off the back of a very solid week for question mark. The question now is, will it be a Northern Lights-esque lightning start and then completely fall off the face of the earth, or will they be able to continue this form onto the rest of today and the rest of the weekend?
Well, according to James, they have a lot of power on a wrangle, right? So we're going to be going into that. We'll be seeing if NLT is going to be able to really jump and do a lot of points. Obviously, they're the only one to contend that first spot. It feels like right now. Polish Power kind of deflated a little bit, we could put it that way. They obviously have 2 more games to put in some points on the board, but still, it's looking a little bit rough for them. And if question marks take that first spot, it is really hard for anyone but them to really get that kind of spot away from Heroic. Obviously guaranteed, but then we're looking at, Foot, Starter, some of these guys, they need a top 2, top 3 to be able to take the spot away from BBL.
I mean, it would be huge if someone that isn't Northern Lights wins this tournament.
Yeah,
because it was only Entropic, really, in the last 2 and a bit years that was able to really topple that tide. And the closest, actually, fully enough, was question mark way ago in an ESL tournament here, Saga.
And in particular, it would be huge if it was one of the teams that wasn't currently holding on to a PGC slot in the pre-event. standings as well, because that would just essentially shift everything down. That would guarantee an L for Heroic. They would definitely not. That it's already looking very unlikely that they're going to make it, but it would also make it much, much more difficult for all the teams who were saying, okay, they need a top 3. For a lot of them, it just closes the door entirely.
All right, well, thanks, gents. Time to head over to the commentators for the grassy pastures, as I have Toby and Hypoc ready to go. Toby wasn't here for the last test segment where we were lambasting his picks, even though they're doing pretty well, and now you're catching up quite nicely, but you will not catch up to me.
That was why you came outside?
Yes.
You were roasted? Oh, okay.
He was actually
now
crying.
It makes sense. Okay. He looked so chuffed with himself when he walked out the door.
Did he?
As well. Yeah.
That's weird. I thought he was crying on the way out. That's okay. Well. All right, bye.
I just can't catch a break here, can I? Even when I try to, they still make fun of me.
I mean, that's not what you told me they were talking about outside.
No, that's not what I thought it was either. And anyway, let's get back to this one. Headed on over to Erangel for the last 2 matches of the day. Des just talked about it now. Question mark. Really, really, really separating themselves from the pack here and doing so in great fashion. Not only are they fracking out where they need to, but they're playing full control with everything they do, regardless of whether it be in the edge, towards the center. They just play control game from start to finish.
Yeah, they do. And the thing is as well, they're putting up consistent points alongside, you know, not necessarily getting themselves into, you know, the fray in the mid game. It's not like they're kind of hard holding center and getting themselves into, you know, endless engagement, particularly on Miramar. They're just in those positions where it's comfortable for them to output damage. And like you said, it's these controlling aspects of their gameplay that's looked so clean.
It's phenomenal to watch. Nothing better than top tier PUBG. Also because when we look back at those last 3 games, yes, the first 2 games, initial circles anyway, go in the same area, but there was some pretty good variation in terms of where teams, like not where teams landed, but how teams got to where they were, the way teams rotated on in. So to have one team throughout the majority of all that go out and play so well back to back to back, that is not something you see too often.
No, it's right. Even though the circles were similar, they're obviously the endings and kind of those key moments in terms of, you know, talking Circle 4 and Circle 5, there is a little bit disparity there. So to still see that consistent trend is what's really impressive to see.
Sure thing. Let's see now. Now let's take a look on our average results on the Erangel so far. Northern Lights having played well. Well, I mean, this circle, we have seen East Side plays. Eastside games.
FaZe won the
I was
previous
just gonna say FaZe probably eyeing the compound just where Western is right now. But if I'm Western right now and I'm thinking back of the previous games, I'm going straight back there. And
this is early game warfare, I guess. Jeans doing more damage with an M16 than anyone has since 2018.
This is James going, wait, we can use the 8X soon on the M16 again. I'm gonna start warming up right now. This is a read. This is them knowing what Exalt,
surely this is seeing them in the parachutes. There's no way that this is a calculated read for the early game.
They had guns. They came from inside Pachinki.
That's what I'm saying. They must have seen them in the parachutes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They know that when these planes goes Saki, really, over Milta Power, they flex out for vehicles, go hard west. They commit to it. They go out there and take them out as they land. Similar to when we saw 3 of Overpeakers push into the compound Lou was in from Northern Lights. I think it's them just saying they've done this 4 games in a row where they play slow, they go out and take the cast. We can beat them to it by getting literally the first gun we see, hunt them down and get 2 freebies.
I'd love to know actually from the communication, what's the indicator there really? And again, James will be rewarded for it. Actually tucking his tail and heading right down towards Ferry Pier. Fate left to try and gather what he can from the compound just directly south of Pachinki. And, well, more problems to the east because there's a 4-strong Na'Vi, very, very close proximity. Uber actually over towards those double barns.
That's got to sting too if you're Exalt, because look where they find themselves on the leaderboard right now. I mean, it's a it's a very, very short path to top 4. It's just a half-good game array, really. And this time around, when we've been talking about Sosnovka, I mean, Military Island rotations over, they had a pretty good setup for a pretty decent game, considering that Foot were probably going to move, or group up, so to speak, further towards the east. FaZe were going to follow suit. They'd be able to claim some pretty good real estate in this game, should they want to, but James comes down and says, nah, boys, you can go play next.
Problem being that you look at towards, yes, it's one good game away, but look at how many teams would have to drop donuts, right?
Oh, yeah.
And the other thing is actually everybody above them is having relatively consistent point point gathering, even across the games where, you know, they're not necessarily racking up placement points. They're still putting something up here and there, which is why this cluster, there hasn't been an awful lot of change. Maybe one placement here and there in terms of the overall leaderboard. But, I mean, yeah, Wu at 112 in 4th, and then all the way down to even Stardust, and then actually still throw in the mix. Even then, it's what, 13 points away from Na'Vi and Ascend. So actually, a big game for Esports. Ascend, Na'Vi actually then adds them to the mix.
Yep, it's as close as they come, really. Speaking of as close as they come, Apocalypse on the other side of Rock, where Pains find himself. Stardust, Austrian Force, shoulder to shoulder here, very, very early on, and you can't imagine, especially for Austrian Force, to expect that to be 3 or 4, actually full team
lying in
up
wait
in this area. I mean, you have Silas, Vasco still far up north, kind of splitting out, not really playing too control here.
There should be the awareness there. I mean, it's Lumberyard, right? So in these sorts of circles, there's usually a team that likes to get in here nice and early, get themselves set up, established on the high ground, and be in a position to kind of, you know, really dictate that rotation along the Lipovka road. Actually, to say that, Cunio actually loses a tire, and Scav will find it. Ents obviously only just about making their way across this bridge previously, but ahead of Polish Power, and will reduce them by 1. Our second place team. I almost want him to hit this.
Yeah, I would too.
Even though it's Polish Power on the other side of it.
I was going to say I would want him to hit it if it wasn't because it was Carbon. He's on my fantasy team and don't want to get -3 points, because then they're just going to spend the entire next segment talking about it. In the meantime, Lyra, unfortunate with the last bullet in the chamber there, finds one. We'll see if he can make more of it. Elliot down already, but Foot Esports now having to defend off of this. And remember, again, Foot Esports not really in a position here to regroup. Still split. You can see now the cavalry is arriving from the south, but it's going to be too late.
And the problem being, actually, because Odin and Western were actually preoccupied dealing with phase in rotation. They found themselves back towards the compound here. Iroh trying to get some damage in the backside.
Great suppressive fire from Uber to force him off that angle, because you're only matching that Smellman going down if you got to shoot all the way through.
See, example found a response onto Odin.
That's the push coming in from the south. Great awareness from Na'Vi to kind of focus all the angles at the same time. Now Uber does go down. Flush, you can only imagine, will come through in a second. Lyra, unfortunate with the window bar there. Can't quite get the shot on through. Iroh, though, right next door, able to get him. And once again, Foot Esports, I mean, they've dealt with FaZe 4v4 once, and now seems like they're going to take out Na'Vi here as well. But speaking of FaZe, you can see them in the backside. They are coming in this direction.
You see, actually, they're actually crashing the backside of this. They want to fight for it. There's 3 teams now in the compound, Sobi.
Yep, they saw casualties on both sides. They want a bit of revenge. They're not fully committing to just sprint full speed inside the building itself, but they are here, close by, ready for anything, peeking out towards the east side.
This is going to be a really curveball, actually. There's any kill feed information to come through to reveal FaZe's whereabouts. Iroh still putting out damage here. Find another knock onto example, and actually, that's the green light for FaZe.
Yeah, knocks on both sides. Gotta go for it. Na'Vi does fall. Uber able to get one before they do so. And now it's up to the remaining 2 from Foot Esports to fend off against FaZe Clan here. All 4 of them inside, pushing shoulder to shoulder, wanting to be able to trade the frag. Should anything come through? Lots of damage done, but can't find the knock. Again, the bars here, really blocking off a lot of damage.
Western, though, he's got himself stuck on the ground floor. Has to wait for Lyran to find an opener. Create some sort of damage. But actually, FaZe have swatted him out. Diggory's going to find the knock.
You have to imagine that's game over. Lyran might get a knock here, but there should be no way in hell he's allowed to get a flush too. Does anyone else commit off of this? We have Howl nearby. I mean, Get Drugs from Win or Die will have heard all this. Northern Lights only committing, kind of coming in now. One thing is for sure, with the amount of teams having committed to this, look at the amount of space we have on the southern side now. That's prime real estate. That's where everyone will be going early. And actually, Fex, that nade might just take him down. Exactly that was the only real, I guess you can say, situation Foot Esports could have hoped to get anything off of that.
Oh my
God.
God.
As I say that, Lyron finds once more.
Clean headshot onto Gustav. Actually going to find a little bit of damage onto the knock, so creates a bit of pressure around this Reds now. He's come back through. He's found 8C as well.
How is he being allowed to take this one?
Oh my God!
The last as well, Lyron! 1v4's FaZe Clan. That is the kryptonite. That is the team they cannot beat. Foot Esports, 8 kills, 8 minutes in. What?
That is ridiculous from Lyran. And he wasn't even one of the ones we mentioned. We talked about Odin and Weston being put in these awkward scenarios, forced to clutch up for Esports. What the hell was that from Lyran? And finally, a little bit of curiosity from elsewhere. I mean, Marsalek coming in from afar. He's actually going to find himself all the way in towards main power station now. Sorry, mini melter power station now.
I'm at a loss for words. That's absurd. I mean, kudos to Lyran. Amazing play. If you can 1v4 FaZe, maybe you can 1v4 Polish Power too. At least you're going to get the chance, it would seem. Here they come. 3 in a car. One good nade could take down the first couple. Not going to happen, though, as Ends and Question Mark now close to one another. Keep in mind, this is prior to phase 2 popping, and we've already lost 2 full teams.
Actually, like you said, it creates a little bit of space as well for some of these other teams.
Yeah.
Well, I say that. Question Mark, Ents, Ascend, Austrian Force, all in close proximity elsewhere. Lyran, don't do it again. Do not do it again.
There should be no way. Marsalek peeks out, spots one. Has to back off instantly, both cooking their nades, trying to see if they can find something instantly. Circle hard shifts towards the south. Lyran now, Molly lopped on out.
Just leave. Just leave, Polish Power.
Get out.
Please.
You don't know what you're up against here, Lyran. Damage done to the first, most importantly for him right now, not having taken any in return. Marsalek peeks on forward once again. The window's back
oh my
against
God.
him. Holy moly, I saw a double knock coming through there, but fortunately, Cappy's Scar
MVP is the window bars.
No kidding.
Honestly, Lyran could have found another, at least 2 knocks there if it wasn't for the window bars. A couple of times he got tied up on them in that engagement with FaZe Clan, but finally somebody puts him out of his misery.
The last 2 games of FUT Esports have been salvage mode, full on. This was as well, but this is a 9-kill salvage game. Like, that's more than probably one of the top 3 teams probably won't even get 9 points this game. I mean, that's insane. And to pull off a 1v4 like that too, that is a highlight play if I've seen one. Here we see Fellas currently sitting at a solid 8th place, still in the grand mix of top 4 within one game. They are coming off of some good performances prior, got themselves a win today as well, and now we'll see what more they can make of this. Once again, Ascend really trying to sing their song here, sing their praises, but just split out, struggling to get anything going.
Yeah, we talked about this kind of congestion towards Lipovka. The problem being now, most teams have migrated south with this shift, so Ents are going to have themselves an opportunity to at least gatekeep the last team coming in from this side, and it is Ascend. Chris, still on the north side of, well, at least central Lipovka now, but Kyoikai on the outside really needs to create some sort of damage or opportunity for Chris to kind of backstab. Looks like Ents might even just allow them to coexist for the time being. As they peel away altogether. You see actually how deadly Chris's position is here with the POV.
Yeah. I mean, circle shifts down south. Squeaky already sitting there trying to gather info. Again, keep in mind all the info they really have towards the south is what they've been able to see in the kill feed and probably hear at a distance. They haven't been there to spot anything themselves as they've been preoccupied up towards Lipovka. So now it's really the first time, the first chance they get to get a proper look down towards where this circle's going to force them to go. Squeaky making landfall in the circle. The rest of the team will be there to follow. Not a whole lot to claim, but a lot of teams split for control. Let's take a look at Austrian Force here as well. Another team who's been struggling to get things going. And again, I mean, I feel like I'm repeating myself when saying yet a team that looked really good coming through the group stages. They were one of the 2 teams to qualify straight to the grand finals through group stages. Just haven't been able to convert that momentum into anything in the finals.
Well, Silas being probably the star of the roster as well. Know what he's capable of. Insanely talented individual. The Austrian Force found themselves, it's similarly to, you know, where we put Hal, right? Found them in some fairly dominant positions and at least actually going toe-to-toe with some of the teams, acting confidently in the late game. Things like these are always the sort of things that are difficult to attribute to some open qualifier teams or teams that have had a more turbulent journey towards the grand finals, but unable to really break through. And I think that's why we see that reflected in the numbers.
Circle down towards the south we go. Curious to see how long Ascend is going to stay in that boat for.
I'm curious actually if Vard's going to spot it out.
Yeah.
Vard and Mexi are positioned right out on the edge of this mill to power kind of cliff line. I mean, the initial damage is going to come through already.
Clip is down below them going, what the hell are they shooting at?
Exactly, that's why I think Vard might look this way, and yeah, you're going to see his player marker actually points in his direction now, but they don't want to open up because they're conscious of maybe finding more kills off of question mark if they opt to rotate this direction. Now I think actually Mexi and Vard, I call him Mard, but Clip going to relay that information. They're heading in the opposite direction. Means that Mexi and Vard can potentially find some damage onto Ascend. I mean, that range is increasing.
Probably saw Lyron in the kill.
Find the freebie. Find the freebie.
Yeah, that's...
There's the freebie.
No, I do see no... Oh, Mexi actually gets the instant double while healing too. Clip, you could not have punished this any better. It's really up to you now, Philfist, to try and stay alive here. Maybe he can get a Doozy back up. Dante ain't really anywhere near there to help either. This is just instant punish from behind, but as I say that, Clip is outside of the circle. He has to commit to this 3,
He's got it.
2, 1. Just exactly able to get the heal on off, but Philfist forced to leave a Doozy behind there. Unfortunate. Having to dip on that one. 2 more points coming through for Overpeakers. So it's 4 kills the game so far for Overpeakers. None of them really been that heavily contested up until just now.
Been freebies.
Where we see Clip getting shot at.
Roll your mind back to James in the early game. Ascend still on
yeah, where
their aquatic voyage all the way down to the south side of...
I mean, Milta's free.
Yeah, sure.
Might as well full commit.
All I see is Ibby on that tall building on the...
True.
Towards the beach.
I do have him sitting in no loot. Vard, in the meantime, barely gets out of the vehicle before he's a barrel. Takes down Ruin. But second time around, can't really get the angle over the container. Well. Yeah, Schofield forced to back out here.
Force him off that angle, but the Mad, he's going to be unconsidered, unchecked as of yet. Actually will be able to backstab onto Vard. But he's revealed his position now. He's got to be conscious of exactly where Mexi is lying. They spotted him out. Lazar actually going to be the one to find that. 2 members of Overpeakers will fall here, just leaving Clip. Last man standing here. He's actually making his way along the fence side, and actually when Howl have to come out in the open, actually, God forbid they pull up on the beach side, Clip will be in a position to punish that.
In the meantime, Kildika and Chris, they did manage to get their way back to the shore. They've run into the entirety of Fellas though, so suboptimal. As Michael peeks on over, spots one. Doesn't like what he sees, so backs off. Circle. Takes us more mainland as expected. Kind of straight back into the area where FaZe got themselves to win just last week.
Fellas can commit to this because Tixu does have a secure position inside this circle. And actually the compound just downhill from him. Actually open as well. I'm curious what's going to happen here because question mark, well, Philfist and Dante are headed this direction. Almost parallel with Ruin in rotation. Clip's still outside here, so Clip might have an opportunity to do what I actually know. He's come downhill a little bit. Looked like he was still on the fence line here.
Full speed forward. Philfist goes. Knows now that he's in between multiple teams. Him and Dante trying to play the position down below. Outside, and this is just, I mean, waiting to get naded, really. Philfist, that's alternative cover. Trying to flip that vehicle on forward. Misa in the meantime spots run. Matt gets run over by Ruin. Good thing we didn't see that because that is not what they need right now. In the meantime, Austrian Force here and ends fighting for the top forest side control. I mean, any team that wins this will have plenty of space to play in the north. Having said that, all the compounds are taken, so it's not really going to grant them a whole lot.
Clip's still making his way towards this circle. He'll be able to actually get himself onto the north side wall, but it's...
And then what?
Well, exactly. It kind of goes no further from there.
Yeah, I mean, there are placement points to be obtained should the next circle hard shift north, I suppose, but that's a lot of shoulda, woulda, coulda. We'll see if it's going to end up happening. We have seen more crazy solo plays coming through, so wouldn't be too surprised. Best of luck still sitting first place damage-wise. Perfectix right behind them, and then a Doozy over on the left side there with the kills. Looking very, very good. Sitting 6 kills ahead of Nixie, who's currently in second place. Not a player to match and be up there in the very top of kills, but solid performance for him so far as well. Silas in the meantime, continuing the fight against Win or Die and Ascent now. 0 kills for them, but they've managed to get away from Fellas, and now here they come over towards Wu on the other side. Chris finds one, Chris finds two. What more can he possibly do with this as he spots Nixie as well?
That's a reposition downhill a little bit. Got to be careful with Bestelok's reposition, but Chris is wise to it. Actually connects a headshot, forces him off the angle, and he knows that's the green light to engage onto Nixie. Just about slips through his fingers, though. A decent amount of damage to Kill-Yakai. Got to follow through on it.
What is it with people being massively outnumbered and still coming out victorious here today? It's absolutely insane to watch Kill-Yakai. Spots the last one. Best of luck over on the other side. That flash should be good. Maybe a bit short. That nade is going to do some damage too. Quite a bit of it. 50 coming through. Kill-Yakai forced to go down to heal, but he doesn't have the time. Commit to the kill. See if you can find it. Doesn't do so. Actually, the blue is going to get him, and now Best of luck is going to die to blue too. You mentioned collateral damage earlier. If this ain't it, I don't know what is.
Again, good information being relayed as well. As soon as he goes on the aggressive there, Kill-Yakai gets pinged out by one of his teammates. Sorry, for Bestelok to set up that nade. So, crucial bit of damage comes through. Quietly, actually, without really having a say in the matter so far. Northern Lights come the furthest western team now with this Ents transition. Yeah. And still 4 strong as well. Got to make a move out of Monkey eventually. But they might even time it here if Ents can do any damage on the way through here towards Stardust.
One falls down, fortunately for Ents though. Nail Cup goes down, that's from the other side. Win or die shooting in from the side here. Kelty trying to buy himself some time down below, but Squeaky from the other side actually gets him down. Nuki now nading the top floor as well, able to get down the last player inside the building. So they lose one, but Apocalypse is still sitting outside. They have Medibay over on the other side of the road. It's as if, I mean, despite them being positioned pretty, I don't want to say interestingly, but differently from what you'd usually see, you'd have to imagine that they were anticipating this push, Stardust be it, and they just didn't capitalize on it. Ends 7 kills, now spotting the threat from outside too.
I'll tell you who was anticipating this move was Northern Lights. Like I said, as soon as that crash comes through from Ents, Northern Lights make use of that distraction to get themselves towards, at least inside this next circle, barring Spyro, but at least towards the compound here to create a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, Vasco, solo player left alive for Austrian.
Is that nade good? Well, nope. It looked like he went in between the crates there, but
close enough. Over Pegas went out just before as well, so Clip's solo adventures didn't take us any further. Vasco's heals are getting blown off as we see it. Shotgun comes through, fights him with the second, and once again it's the solo players doing so much damage to the team, still with all 4 left alive. Is the savior, is Marcelik coming to get Cabby back up alive? Nope, not gonna happen because that's Ruin. Able to find one more point for Howl.
Actually, Marcelik committed to playing inside. I mean, we know what these window bars can do. If you're trying to spray down outside of these windows, Marcelik just has to sit and watch his teammates perish here to Vasco.
This really has been a strange game.
I think it's about to get a little weirder.
Yeah,
I got a feeling.
I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised. Right from the get-go, I mean, the whole Foot Esports and Navi and Faceland fight here, just to be followed by multiple more teams coming this way. Now Marcelik trying to fend off one solo against another. As Vasco taking his time, making sure to peek the angles, but they must have heard the footsteps coming in from Howl here as well.
Yeah, I think Marcelik even spotting it here. Going to try and pre-flash. Force him off the angle. But Vasco is inside now. Scratch that. Circle's moved. Perfectic's going to find one, though, on the way inside this building. Onto Nuki. Actually, that second flash going to come through. Squeaky, unnoted as of yet. He's got to be careful because Northern Lights look like they want to try and commit to this. Oh, Lou's trying to actually get that to the top of the staircase so that it falls down. The nade might be good, though.
And remember, we still have 2 Stardust players alive as well. Yep, as you said, Mike. Nate comes through. Nuki goes down once again. More damage done now to Squeaky too.
For so long, and actually Lou going to follow up. Double down, finding a second knock onto Misa. That's where though, X-Stance finds Spyro, so an audible here for Lou. He has to try and support his teammate as best he can. Marcelik up on the top floor here. Actually almost going to throw out a diversion here for Ruin. Actually does reveal himself. Marcelik, great play with a distraction. We were rewarded for the first, but can't find the flush.
M4 DBS. That's when you know you're in for a fun fight coming up. Marcelik
Doesn't opt to go for the flush. Knows there's multiple opponents downstairs. See if he can somehow reposition himself. Spots Laza from above, takes him down as well. One more to find. Not going to happen, though. That's going to be Schofield taking him down, but the 2 kills do come through, so points gathered for Polish Power.
Northern Lights do get 4 strong once again. Spyro getting res back up. It's a great audible call there. Apocalypse still inside the compound, at least inside that shack elsewhere. Northern Lights still got 4 members up. Batulin's a little disconnected, just scouting towards the circle, just make sure there's no secondary threat coming in. Obviously, the middle of this circle now, a barren wasteland. No teams wanting to commit to it just yet until some of these compounds are outside.
One of the teams that have quietly kind of made their way over is actually Fellas. They don't have a single kill, I believe, so far this game. They've been playing on the back foot all the way down from the shoreline early on, fending off against the scent, to now slowly make their way on forward. The only team, I believe, except for, actually, no, both Northern Lights and Winner are able to get all 4 back up alive. So, only a couple of teams with all 4 players back on their feet, but Fellas haven't really had to fight anything. So you'd have to imagine that both utility, Kevlars, and helmets are looking good for them.
It's a big tag onto Squeaky there with that nade. Gedrox send over the top, and actually Dante will find the second, will find the third as well, actually onto Leosh. Finally, Xstance responds, finds both of them, but the damage is done.
You said it was going to get weird.
Yeah, it's just 1 left for win or die now.
What the hell am I watching these? I mean, this has just been chaos on chaos. A Michael Bay directed game of PUBG.
The Northern Lights have actually been trying to systematically clear areas of this mansion with utility. Actually now, Squeaky and Lisa just tucked in for the long haul.
Try to spray through the smokes, get anything there. Tulins, Lopsonated up, not gonna get it. Double shotguns waiting for them upstairs too.
Circle actually shifting this way, so it gives more time, almost adding to this stalemate that's already developed, and somehow Northern Lights has still got some utility to play with. Misa got to reposition away from that. It might even still just catch.
That's it's a flash. Oh my god, I thought that was an 8-2. Spiro, Lou, both jumping for info, not gonna get what they want. Misa though,
don't push the
go
stairs.
down. Yeah, you hate to see the shotguns in play for a shot, not gonna get anything. That's now info fed across. Shotgun sound has been heard. Do they want to push on it? No, they don't. But Squeaky is still peeking it. Not gonna work for him though. Northern Lights stay alive, but Jesus, that was scary.
And that first one, if it doesn't actually clip onto the window frame, could have been absolutely disastrous, and not coming through on the stairs could have really been Northern Lights' demise. Because elsewhere, actually, Fellas now forced to make a move. Fate around the outside, completely unnoted, but Michael turns on him.
Yeah, Mark's still there, trying to fend off, spraying down the staircase, trying to make sure no one can make their way up towards him. A lot of help coming through, as I believe it was Batulin's taking down Tix to the backfield player. Fortunately, the kills do come through, so the rest should be possible. And I don't imagine there being any way Northern Lights can really punish over this. But even with that, look at this, Fellas. All 4 still alive. That's 1 more player back up alive. How many more will they get? There should be no way they get Tixu up here.
Well, that's the thing. They are going to lose Tixu here, and they're not inside the circle just yet. So clearing this compound, yes, it gives them access to the next circle, but where do they go? Yeah. That's the problem. You got to give this one to Northern Lights if you're looking at the map right now.
Perfectix is already there, holding the angle ready and waiting. Extends. Well, he's alive. Has been for a little while too. That is what you need, though. The damage done towards Perfectix. I was just going to say, exactly. They need to just push on forward. They have the ridge line to play around. They know it's inside the circle. Get out of your cars right here. Make a play. Try and see if you can make a stand again. Tixu, it's the first knock on him, so there might be a weird world where he gets rest up too, but highly doubtful that's going to be their priority right now.
Yeah, no way they come back for that. Michael already feeling a little bit of pressure, so Rustenmar and Miraku have to focus their attention towards Northern Lights. Extant spotted on this cross as well. Lou looking to try and find another one here. Actually gets away from it. Tixu will expire. So 3 now for Fellas. As Rustenmar
dies
to clean
blue
up.
too.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Another circle that, unfortunately, I think even time aside will favour Northern Lights, with Lou and Spyro off to the north side of this. Batulins and Perfectix can just almost play distraction. Have to wait until Fellas did have to burn up some rotation to get out of this compound as well.
I mean, that's one thing, but again, I mean, Northern Lights, I was just going to say, their utility, that siege on towards the compound with instant starters, that lasted quite a while. I wouldn't be surprised to see them not have a whole lot of utility. We just saw 2 smokes on the side of Spiro, nothing on the side of Batulins.
So maybe, I mean, if they have to make this run in the open, they will have to move later, but still their vehicles on the side of Fellas, they have utility.
The thing is, Northern Lights can reposition towards the slow side, right? Yes. Fellas find themselves on the fast side, kind of actually in the thick of the fast side. So that's why I'm saying the timing might come down to this, may create an opportunity for Fellas, but again, you look towards the map here, Northern Lights should be able to clean up.
You'd have to imagine Fellas, they desperately need a knock here in order to make their way further forward. Perfectly realizing this doesn't want to do anything.
Fellas as well.
They are. They want to push out early. They want to try and take some sort of control. 3 in a car. Where do you go from here, boys? Just a bit further. Spotted instantly, though. Perfectix gets the angle. Batulins gets the second. Michael, all that's left alive, under half HP to work with. Should be an easy peasy, and there you have it. Northern Lights, slow, steady, wins the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, the setup, as soon as that circle pops back on and kind of cuts that mansion in half, you know that stalemate's going to develop, but Northern Lights still had total control of that situation. Like I said, systematically clearing that mansion, so actually even when it comes through, the shotgun didn't even play a part in that.
They just never really seem to be in a hurry. I mean, they play from Monkey, slow backfill inside the compound play, they take it out very schematic, never pushed in until they knew exactly what they were dealing with, nading off every single room one by one. Just a smart play overall. Don't risk a potential 13-kill win if you can get a clear-cut 8-1 there. Great game for them. One more game left to play, but let's break down this one first. Back to the desk.
All right, so that's right. Thanks very much, guys. Northern Lights get themselves yet another victory here on Erangel. The power comes back, and now we find ourselves with plenty of points on the board for Northern Power. Northern Power.
Northern Power. they rename it, right? We go to Northern Power.
Yeah, Northern Lights. What do you think, Mr. Saga?
Well, it's definitely the power that's worked better for them. Power Grid, you know, they got a couple of second places, but not quite the first place that they were looking for. So maybe Milta Power was the true power all along.
There you go.
The only power I want to talk about is the power from Lyran and the absolute insane wipe on FaZe Clan.
Yeah.
Absolute insane 1v4 there and everything that happened there in Mini Power. That was crazy. Honestly, the way that he played it around perfectly, like peeking, repositioning, then peeking, getting the knocks one by one, and unfortunately for FaZe, they managed to isolate the fight with 2 or 3 guys. It was all the time, one by one by one. Then one of the guys peeked another guy with a utility in hand, ready to try to, use some lethals, anything. Didn't work out there. Lion too strong for that. 8-Volt deserved points, even though they didn't get any placement points.
Yeah, huge. I mean, ultimately, though, this could spell a potential push now for some of these teams trying to catch up with BBL to try and get them. It could, ultimately, there is still a bit of a gap, but not as huge a gap as you may think coming into this tournament.
So it's quite interesting that we constantly talk about this huge middle of the pack, where so many teams that just 1 or 2 really good solid games could boost them so far up in the standings, but so many of our games seem to be being picked up as wins by the teams that are right up at the top end. So the teams that have sort of separated themselves somewhat, Fellas has started to make some steps in that direction. Northern Lights is, as I said, they're crawling their way back up towards the top spots, but a team like Stardust, a team like Howl, now in a good position like that, if they could pick up a win, get a decent number of kills on the board, they could put themselves right up in that conversation too.
The problem is the gatekeeper, right? The question mark at the top is that, are they winning this? That means that there's going to be one less spot. You're not looking at that 205 heroic team right now that is not playing. That's going to be pushed down, and you have OOPigas playing, you have Polish Power playing well as well, currently 139 points, still probably guaranteed top 4, top 5, so they're going to be having a lot of points. And then the next in line is BBL, but that's what is guaranteed for an MAA slot, and then you're looking even further, right? So for you to basically take that spot away, you would need second place. And then will OOPigas and will all these other teams have more points than that?
There's a lot of moving parts.
There's potentially a chance where a team gets second place and they still don't go to PGC because it's not going to be enough.
It's kind of crazy to think about. But whilst we do think about that, let's take a look at, of course, the final moments here from this game as Fellas go up against Northern Lights from Fellas' perspective.
Northern Lights, I think they play really smart. They know how to abuse certain things. I think every player on that team has really big 1v4 potential, which is pretty scary. But yeah, again, I think I'm never going to say that we would lose a fight. I think you have to go in with a strong mentality that you can beat everyone.
Of course, this may have been a difficult fight to win, all things considered, because they really had no room to work with here, Saga. This was just a death run, an absolute death run.
I think it's optimistic to even call this a fight.
Yes.
I think this was just a bit of a slaughter, as they ran out of options. They had a couple of smokes, there was no cover, nowhere for them to really make a send to. And Northern Lights, earlier on in this game was actually holding on to the compound where Fellas was actually able to successfully eventually get the better of Exalt. It did come very close to costing them a player or two in the end, but they actually opted to regroup on the opposite side on the northwest and survived with all 4 players still standing up against what was some very congested competition up on the northwestern side of the zone. So to keep the numbers high and the positioning good was really well done from Northern Lights.
And Northern Lights get themselves the almost 2,200 damage here on the board. Plenty of smokes to boot to get themselves the win for all of this one. All the main crux of this game really felt like just constant fights in those compounds. I think Ents tried to crash and they were taken out, and there was other teams that were crashing, and those teams in there, and blah, blah, blah.
There's blah, blah, blah. That's right. That's a good way to put it, yeah. Northern Lights 18 points, though. Fellas with 12. That's going to put them there in the top end of the mid-pack. Winner die again with some good kills, but also placement here doing well. Lyran, we have to talk about this again. You know, 5 kills and the absolute festivities happening in Mini Power.
I was wondering if we could end up watching it again back in the highlights, but anyway, that's by the by. Sorry, continue. Because the thing is that I think by the time they got themselves 8 points on the board, Saga, Lyran had like 700 damage, which is just ridiculous for that early moment in the game.
There was actually a point where he could have gone out with these stats and still got -3 for your fantasy team because it was all done before 10 minutes. But no, I really think the fact that, you know, the foot house being so vertical as it is, 5 stories in and of itself, really gave him the edge when it came to getting these angles from up above. It is a big house.
That's very specific, guys.
It is massive.
By chance have you gone to the foot house today?
No. Well, some of us have.
Some of you have. Okay, fair.
No, it's a really impressive facility, and it's great to see it being utilized, and the fact that the whole team is all there together playing. I mean, I can only imagine the way that they popped off when he pulled this off.
I mean, it's absolutely amazing. I did sit there, though, at the same time thinking to myself, Avenger, what on earth is FaZe doing? Because I don't think that they really approach that. You have to have 2 sides of the coin, right? You have to have one guy looking fantastic and amazing, and the other team having some flubs here and there for like a 1v4 to occur.
Yeah, for sure. And also in a situation like this, right? It is so hard to cover all these angles as 2.
Yes.
Because he is holding a pixel peak where he's going to isolate. And that's just like that is why he's able to play this as perfectly here. He's pixel peeking, making sure he's only covering and forcing these 1v1s because he's just peeking further and further left, right? Gets one, gets a knock, gets another knock. Then you have players from FaZe that are constantly with the utility in their hands, trying to flash, trying to use lethals, all these things. Missing some of it, obviously, but still, it is a power play from him to be able to take 4 members down. Also, some of the situation we saw earlier with Na'Vi coming in, and in general, some crazy fights happening there. Kind of unexpected for it to happen this early on. You know, 8-9 minutes in, we already have this many deaths and teams wiped.
And we've had so many already great highlight moments from the tournament. Be it this, be it Chris getting in a car, etc., and causing chaos himself. But anyway, that's by the by. We have one more game remaining for today. We're going to go to a break. When we return, we have more from PCS7.
Hey guys, Clip here. Today we're going to be talking about the new upcoming teams who's impressed us the most so far during this tournament. And of course, we're going to explain why.
the team who really impressed me is Winner because I think they did a great job to qualify from the first place in the second stage, and I don't really think they have IGL, but Lajos is insane in the squad, I think, and he do a great job on IGLing and killing as well.
I pick Fellas because they are very confident and hyped for the PCS finals. So I played with Miraku and Michael. I think they can reach pretty easy the top 5 in the finals. They struggled a little bit in the group stage, but made it easy in the elimination stage, but it's way harder.
So the newcomer team for me is a Hollow. They have such a good firepower, as I can feel in the game sometimes, but it's not enough for me. And it's always nice to see a new team have such good confidence in themselves.
My favorite newcomer team is Wool. They have 2 players from 2 different regions, 2 of them from CS, 2 of them from Europe. They did good in the group stage. They qualified to the finals from the 4th place, and they're good.
Don't forget to support us in the chat and enjoy the PCS7 Grand Finals.
Car, we chase them. They have a buggy on my road.
I have Wolf stealing 2 of my cars. This monkeys.
They have a buggy on my road. If we actually take a gun now, we can actually go really hard here.
If they show wizard, Maxi. Yeah, I know.
Running through my house real quick. We go.
Yeah.
I have an M16 Tommy gun.
They're gonna map on.
You drive.
One guy's taking a car.
Yeah, one's really close to you taking a car.
Yeah, go. I have a Tommy gun and M16, 30 bullets each.
The 3 others landed like to wait for the car to pick, so you might kill all of them.
Go for the 3 man, go for the 3 man. Ignore the buggy guy, go for the 3 man, okay?
Yep. Only in front of us.
Yeah, go for the 3 man. Take into
Dasha.
Just ram them.
Going on the Dasha.
Nice.
Nice. Getting flashes. Nice, we're going back.
That's right. If somebody in the chat could lend me around 260,000 euros, they could personally buy me a McLaren GT in real life. However, in-game doesn't cost that much at all. You yourself can have the McLaren GT in-game and replace all the coupes in the land with the skin of the McLaren GT. One of my favorite pastimes to do so, and it's still available in-game. So get it now, right, Avenger?
Yeah. Already have it. Just need a little bit more points to get all the colors that I want, of course. There's luck behind that.
We're busy. We can't play.
No, we have to. I have to get back and grind.
Yeah,
the morning grind.
The morning grind with
the M-lads.
The 3 only other people awake at that time.
4.
Okay, there you go. There you go. All right, so that is the McLaren, and now we have 2 minutes remaining before we get into our game. So let's take a look at the overall standings here in Saga.
Ooh.
Right now, question mark is leaving nothing to chance.
They seriously are not, but look at that second place tied on points. Placement points to be the deciding factor, and Northern Lights, you know, despite the fact that they have had a bit of a rough time on some maps, still getting the better of Polish Power, who notoriously are good at picking up those kills, but win or die, creeping very close, fellas, right next to them as well. But question mark, this is the first time today that we haven't actually seen them like in the top 4, and that was because of well, win or die. I think we might have found the goose, which Squeaky was talking about, being a bit wild. Goose Yara making the full send into the question mark dip. It sort of worked out in a sense. It got rid of them and maybe opened the door a little bit for a team like Northern Lights to close that gap.
It did do something, yeah. There was it got a little bit tense towards the end. There were things that happened in that game. I mean, the later stages of that game, Martin, extremely open circles. You saw it as fellas try and send it over towards Northern Lights as well.
You have some of these areas, obviously, that is just a big open space with a few rocks, a few ridges to play, and then you have to play some hard cover. You have to try to play some soft cover with smokes and stuff. And in the end, it's just about the circle where it's going to end up. And here, LT, they were on the luckier end of the side, and fellas, they had to try to get them. Still, again, we see these teams that are squeezing as many points out. You're not able to win the game fair. Let's try to make a crash. Let's try to get some points from that and secure another placement potentially.
All right, well, thanks, guys. It's time to head over to the commentators. One last time for today. Toby, I know that you probably have 260,000 euros. Could you lend me that for a McLaren GT?
Oh, it would, never mind. I'm still saving up for my own.
Yeah, okay, fair. All right, enjoy.
Thank you so much. Hi, Buck. We've got one more game left to play. We took a look at the leaderboard just now. I'm looking at that leaderboard and thinking, Navi, where are you?
Who?
Yeah, it's...
Well, sorry, you were taking a look at Navi and thinking what?
Where are they? In all of this, they've played so phenomenally, and they're just not really present in anything they do. Every single fight they take, either they die, like we saw just now.
But they played phenomenally.
No, they haven't. Did I say that?
Yeah, you just said they played phenomenally.
I meant to say they've played phenomenally through the qualifiers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
there you go. And again, a team that we know to always bounce back, even when things go terrible, they always manage to bounce back. But
there has been very little bounce back.
And are we reaching a point now where that bounce back is going to be too little, too late?
I mean, there's still a decent chunk of games to go, but the problem being is the consistency, right? Even the times where we've seen them make it to late game. I mean, I made a comment last week about real positive is that they're not dying in dribs and drabs, right? They're constantly dying as 4. There's very rare that they're coming out of a team fight and maybe losing 1 in the first, and then going out and accruing some kills along the way, but it's been fairly poor across the board.
It really has, and it's very different from what we've seen with the roster ever since they added on Uber. We thought for a second, how can they become even more scary? Then Uber came in around, and then they became somehow even more scary than when Quizzy was with them. And now all of a sudden, things are starting to work against them. This circle, though, I mean, not really playing in their favor, but they're curious to see how it's going to impact this one as a whole. Up towards the north we go, ends. Plenty of space to maneuver, and I'm liking what I'm seeing for Polish Power here as we hold that thought for a second, because Dante just got killed by Scav, and Soccer is currently playing tag with 2 cars.
How long do you think this will go on for?
Well, I mean, he's making a good run before he got tagged, and there's a gun.
So it's another M16 kill.
They're becoming meta.
Wow.
They're becoming meta by the second.
Well, yeah, statistically, yeah.
Yeah. It's they're all trying to set the record for who can get the fastest M16 kill in the game, and I think Team still has the record.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah, you'd have to imagine, because they didn't even land by that time. So, unfortunate set of circumstances once again.
Shout out production, by the way, for pulling those comms as well from exactly what we asked for in the previous game. It's always nice to take an inside look at some of the decision making. Like we said, we were speculating as towards, was this a similar trend to what we saw with previously punishing Perfectix off to that compound to the north side of Chinky, but this time around, obviously, it's just great awareness and knowing as well that they have the time to do that. They're stretching for the vehicles, and again, just no nonsense. It was kind of G's like, yeah, I've got an M16, I've got a Tommy, you're driving, let's go.
I can't help but imagine if Dante, because he got flushed with a bolt action. Did he go for that US in the open and just get headshot out of it?
I think it was.
Yeah,
I can't even remember who the second member of ENTS was shooting that way, but
Scav got the flush.
Yeah.
I didn't see
There was
who
two
got
of them
the
on the north side of
knock
70 that I think actually dropped to try and pressure that because question mark I think was stretching over just a little bit and then actually committed towards the vehicle, as you say. Oh,
maybe
maybe
we get
this
a
is it.
replay.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
no, it's Navi.
a bit of info on Navi. Again, talked about them just before. A very heavy fragging team who just don't seem to be fragging a whole hell of a lot right now. It's been tough for them. We don't usually see them sitting around the 200 averages, 0.5 kills per game. Melman sitting at 123 average damage. It's just they just can't seem to get anything going. I mean, by anything, it's not like they're playing abysmal, but compared to how they usually perform, sitting 13th now, 90 points, this many games in, it's just kind of unheard of.
90 points total, and I think it sits below 5 in terms of their actual average points, and also their average placement sits outside of top 8. So that's the other kind of glaring concern as well. Yeah. It's like a frag-heavy team is only so good, and actually the times where a frag-heavy team can't actually rely on consistently putting up kill points, you have to satisfy the other side of the coin, right? Exactly. And if you're sitting averaging outside of the placement points, then that's the second concern. What is this? What is this?
I just saw it right now. Their 4-man stacked this, not just this compound, but this building. And Win or Die were not expecting such a warm welcome from the Finnish players when they got here. Scap with the M249 saying goodbye to Getrox, else he just exactly gets away. But wow, the 4-man stack to Crossroads it somehow paid off.
4 on the board for Ents, nice and early.
That's yeah, because they got Dente down early too. Yep. That's again a game where they get things going right from the get-go. Last time they did that, they also ended up winning the game, so we'll see if that's going to be the outcome of this one. Polish Power, in the meantime, down in and around shooting range. They sent 2 up very early on, and now it's been more of a fortified position. But now it becomes the question for Ents. They set up 4 in the same position, capitalize off of it, sure, but do you stick around or do you try and spread out? Because now if you spread out, it might just be too late.
I think now they can probably still just settle for Crossroads, right? Maybe send somebody towards the bunker, but the problem being is peeling back towards Crossroads is very difficult. Mm-hmm. It's not easy once you're engaged upon to actually regroup back towards that compound as it being literally so far out in the open. James might have a chance here on Perfectix.
It's a tire. That's 2 tires.
3 or 4 tags on that as well. Actually, the follow-up nade might be perfect. Perfectix did a little bit of damage to himself with the vehicle, I think.
Yep, nade bounces down. Not going to go far enough. Smart for him to try and not just get it out of the car and heal instantly, but run off of it.
Look at Clip's reposition as well.
They're all coming in on this one, too. They know it's only one player there.
The rest of the Northern Lights. Actually, Lou making his way this direction. Batulins as well. Actually, the crash comes through. Mexi, no nonsense whatsoever from Overpeakers. No hesitation either. Getting ahead of Lou. Getting down to the compound and finding that first kill.
Clip might have seen him vault the wall, because that was very, very, very quick shooting.
From I think James sees that neither of the doors open, so they know that he's still positioned on the underside or behind the wall, as you say.
You'd have to imagine. Austrian Force in the meantime, trying to make the wrap north around. 1 casualty to them already. Again, of course, not the way they would want to start things. Driving surprisingly close here to FUT Esports. They still have Silas kind of isolated down towards the southern side. Not sure where he's planning on going when all is said and done here. Wu, in the meantime, full speed forward. They go towards Overpeakers. So the remaining 2 of Overpeakers, because we got a Clip and James isolated from their teammates. And here we go, EB. Welcomed by Clip. Former teammate says hello. Instantly gets the flush too.
As you know, James got to be careful here. Best luck actually cooking a nade up towards the roof. That's the wrong guess, unfortunately, but the reinforcements have arrived. Mexi and Vard over on the south side on this ridge line. Actually, Nixie sneaks his way into the building.
Oh, it was Clip shooting from the other side. I was like, how does James spin around like that and get a headshot through? But nope, James is going to go down. Not sure if the flash is going to come through, how much Nixie is willing to commit to it, but Vard with the AK from inside the car might just have saved his teammate.
They could potentially get James back up. I mean, they've got control of the flat top now. Best not going to cook this nade, and Mexi, the timing might be devastating. It doesn't connect.
Tries to spray on through. Can't find anything. Now isolated.
The pre-volley is so smart. Yep. So smart from Quizzy, but punished immediately afterwards. The molly literally cuts off the possibility for the rest, Toby.
Smart play on that one, denying the opportunity for the rest, but unfortunately also to some extent denying their own. Best of luck now, solo player left alive. He knows Clip is out on the kind of south side, ridge line, so he can't utilize the roof whatsoever. How do you play it from here? You really can't do a whole lot. Just gotta sit tight, find the shotgun, and hope they push you up the stairs.
I'm not sure how keen Overpeakers are going to be to dig Bestelok out of this building. Mexi just posted up on the ground floor. Vard actually spotting a pixel out of place here. Not going to connect on the reposition, but at least they've got him in check for the time being.
Ow. That hurts. 51 damage coming through. Trying to get healed up.
Might even connect before the first aid, and it does.
Dead. Not too much to do about that one. Overpeakers finds their way to take out Wu. And unfortunately, at the loss of one player. But again, I mean, when you get 4 kills like that, pretty much regardless of how your 4 kills come through, at this level of play, you can never expect, in my opinion at least, to take a 4v4 without knowing that there's a good chance you're going to lose at least one.
Yeah, and that's not even with the insta-flush coming through.
Exactly.
As I said, credit to Quizzy in that regard, but he was immediately punished for sealing the deal on Jeems bleeding out. Ascend making their way in from the south side of the circle, actually going to pull pretty harshly across the circle. 2 trend continues at least.
Yeah.
With Center now actually probably towards that junkyard Alamo. I want to see that Howl have got themselves 2-2 split across both Alamos actually. I mean, towards the bridge and the junkyard, just along that road.
This is one of those who needs hard cover anyway type of shifts where, I mean, yes, sure, we have Yasnaya down towards the southeast, but everyone would have wished they had themselves a McLaren. We know James loves the car. If you have $2 billion, you can get yourself one too, because that's what I would imagine it costs, at least if you wanted to buy it in Denmark. I don't even think you could buy it in Denmark. But with that said, Polish Power making the north side rotation, but where they're going to set up shop, they're backfilling Austrian Force, but seems like Austrian Force continues. Wait, Did Philfish just double headshot him out of the car?
I think he did, yes.
I saw the first one on screen, and then the second one in the... Jesus Christ. You just can't get away with anything here.
Diggory might be pulled up on, though. He's actually opened up onto the rotation. Norkis colliding with the vehicle, though. Not sure if he thought there was somebody proned on it and was banking on finding the knock there with the vehicle, but Gustav trying to counter this pressure as well. I mean, Diggory lucky to escape with his life, honestly, with 4 members of Polish Power looking to really seal the deal on that kill.
Somehow they're sprinting straight through the 4-way split of FaZe Clan and have yet to take a casualty. That is rather impressive. Of course, FaZe not really in position perfectly for an ambush here, but still.
What are Ascend up to?
Well, it's Chris, you never know.
Yeah.
Content.
Find an Ascend teammate challenge impossible.
Content.
Because Kill Your Kai, Brexco and Mika actually still outside of the circle. Mika towards Rozok. Brexco just coming out towards Garden now. Kill Your Kai is over on the eastern side of this, and Chris is on the north side of the river.
They're playing Edge without the sweep. We've talked about this already. It's the strat. It's not working, but that's what they seem to be doing. Spots one on this side, gets the knock. No, he doesn't.
You needed that one.
6x spray through the bush. Couldn't quite find it now. Clip is well aware that there's one nearby. Brexco is here too. They have to full commit to this before any help comes through for Clip.
Actually, we'll be able to have an opportunity to do so. Actually, the pre-nade from Clip, he's taking a dat. Yeah, Mika has an open sight line onto this, so should be just a matter of time here. I mean, Brexco is still struggling with it, but eventually, let's Kill Your Kai to actually find the knock. Vard finally coming through to try and provide some support. Ascend actually get away with that kill. I mean, potentially, if Clip can find the punish on that vehicle crossing the bridge, there's a chance there that actually can deal with Chris as well on that reaggress on the back of it. But Overpeak is reduced to 2 now.
I'm looking at it and I'm now starting to understand what it is that Ascend are doing. They're waiting for the triple hard shift southeast.
Right.
Because if the next one goes southeast, then
right.
one after that has to go because of the water, and they knew that was going to happen.
The age-old hug water and hope for a shift to come your way.
Yep, that's...
Doesn't usually return a good result.
What do you mean, Hyper? Can you come up with one case of it not being the best strategy? I'm just going to stop myself there, because people think I actually mean what I say when I say stuff like that.
I almost believed you for a second.
I know, right? I know. Who is this guy? Northern Lights trying to wrap their way in from the west side again. Playing backfill, not in a hurry to really go anywhere. Loot does lob a smoke just to grant himself some more cover. Circle up towards the north we go. And when we look at the map right now, I mean, we're already down to less than a handful of playable terrain available for the teams coming in that don't have anything already.
I mean, look at the readjustment here of what is center, though. I mean, Howl, at least the northern side of their split, still in a good spot, but Ents actually able to immediately collapse on what you've got to consider prime real estate in this new circle. Stardust trying to find themselves something close by, but there's not much to call home here.
Up towards the north, we saw Polish Power manage to make their way through the phase split just before. Now they're trying to go back into it once again. We have Marsalek very close to 8. Happy coming in nearby as well. Marsalek had the angle early, but unfortunately couldn't find the shots needed to get the knock there.
Actually, a reposition from 8. You can see he's just cut out line of sight. Marsalek does spot it. Again, actually, the drive-by come through. 8 will find one, though. Norcus to find it with the vehicle. Diggory can't connect with that last needed. Does actually find Marsalek now. 2 knocked from Polish Power. Cappy committing to the drive-by here. Diggory bides his time opening up on that spray, but no response here initially. Cappy actually going to connect with the SLR after it, though.
Cappy's out of ammo now, too, but Gustav is as well. It's not easy to do drive-bys when you don't have any bullets in the chamber.
Going back to flush.
He's going to go back up the hillside. Who comes first? Who gets him first? There goes the first. Will they find 8 as well? Fex is nearby now with plenty of bullets to work with. He's going to jump up, try and see if he can get the rest here, but Fex denies.
This is 2 knocked on top of each other now. Crunio and Cappy. Actually, Fairist from a distance. Going to find that as all the way to the west, back towards the gas station. Fex actually responds onto Crunio. Just Marsalek left standing.
Yeah, Fex trying to peek on over. Knocks on both do come through. Gustav getting tacked up here as well as he tries to stay alive around the smokes. There you go, right on the money. Marsalek falls down. Tough one for Polish Power as they fall in 15th.
Tough one for Diggory as well,
True.
to be honest. He talked about not scrimming. That almost looked like a ranked game engagement there with the way Polish Power approached it.
You're not wrong. And here comes the kryptonite. For Esports, they have 2v4 phase. They have 1v4 phase. Now they get a chance to 4v2 phase if it wasn't because Gustav and Fex managed to sneak their way, get their way out of that one. But they're running straight towards, not into, but towards the split of Exalt here. There's really only one way they can go from here, right? That's through the open.
Exalt were also observing this engagement, Toby, so they have very good kill feed knowledge on exactly what's going on. Let's see. Not sure if we're missing something there, but Gustav definitely visible in between those 2 buildings.
Yeah. Shots missed though, and now fellas from behind Exalt actually forcing them to look the other way for a second because they have, as you can see if you're watching the map stream as well, they have been somewhat pushed up on by Miracle and Michael. You see them over towards the west side of the circle. Shows us once again that we are headed towards the hilltop around Ends and question mark. And I mean, for Ferris and Artie out towards gas station, have to think that they have to give up the east side look and defend their teammates.
Well, Molodox and Fate, as you can see here, as we jump on with Miracle, are the ones to try and peel away from that campsite. Should be able to try and regroup towards gas station. At least now, this circle allows them to be in a spot to be the last team from the north, potentially. For Esports actually did drift down south, but actually Na'Vi looking to pull up onto the Junkyard Alamo in a very good hold from Howl. And it's another situation where Na'Vi are down as what? Yeah, literally, in the blink of an eye.
It's so odd to watch.
Ascend continuing to do 4 different things at once. Chris over here trying to third party onto Howl's compound. Brexco actually just off screen on the minimap. You can see him just getting inside the circle, but elsewhere, Kiryukai and Mika still looking to regroup, and this was Fex in that previous engagement. Beautiful knock onto the second. And actually this nade as well.
It's just
a little fade away almost.
Gets the triple. Solid shots coming through, even when things go against them. They still manage to get something going.
Oh.
Now Austrian Force, 2 players left alive trying to fend off. Here, full push comes through. Silence finds one, finds the second. What is going on here? Chris nowhere near to assist, and Brexco knocked Miles behind, and this just... that's a send out.
Yeah, it is. You're right. That is a send out. And now actually for Esports looking to come and seal the deal on Austrian Force,
Yeah.
knowing full well that knock had come through. Iro's seeing nice and early. Lyron's actually cooking a nade. That looks as if it's headed in the right direction, but Doozy finds Weston on the way in.
Yep, it's question mark up from the compound up above, doing damage towards him and face. Now the remaining 2 players trying to make their way down in this direction too, you'd have to imagine, but it has to be picture perfect. Lops on in. First one is there, second one is as well. Odin gets the double confirmed. That is Austrian Force out, and you saw as soon as those flushes came through, or the kills came through, FaZe instantly upped in to go north round.
I think FaZe wanted to try and get on the backside of that engagement, but for Esports, clean it up quick enough that they can recover. Actually, FaZe now feeling a little bit of pressure from question mark in the compound.
Yeah.
Luzi sending some shots their way. Fex forced to stick a first aid kit.
It's a tough run in the open, no doubt about it. Wanting to sit around, I would imagine, for at least the next 10 seconds and see where the next circle is going to force them to go, if they have to go at all. 15 first aids for Ketrox. I mean, win or die. They have a strat when there's 1 player left alive, and usually that requires what is now 14 first aids.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's got plenty of time to play with as well,
Yeah,
to be honest.
and a long rotation to make, and I do not expect fellas, or neither would, or no, I should say, would I fault them for not expecting Getrox to still be inside Severny, because it has been a while since Win or Die fired their last bullet.
Yeah, and the longer this goes on, the less considered he's going to be. Vard just trying to thread the needle here.
That's an ankle.
Again, problematic though, because actually from elsewhere, the Mad going to find a knock onto Batulins. Yeah, Northern Lights very close to the circle, but not inside it just yet, so.
We're seeing Moldoc and Fade. In the meantime, trying to make the wrap around Fix, but we gotta have a dedicated Getrox cam.
I mean, that blue zone's starting to tickle a little bit.
Yeah.
The
I mean,
timing's
it does
going to
have
be
10
pretty.
first aids.
Well, it's still going to be close though.
True. I mean, once it connects, you have to count him out. He has to get within the blue before it's all the way in, and somehow manage to backfill fellas. We are not.
I was going to say, Lou gets knocked, and Spyro took a tag there. I was just like, dude, just pick him up.
Yeah.
Okay, you can put him down now.
If he wants to.
Just going to hold him.
Lou? You right, mate? I have a feeling that this ain't Spiro's fault. Something else is happening that is denying him from doing what he's trying to. But it's unfortunate, really, because the blue is closing in, and if he doesn't get him down now, either it's going to die on his shoulders, or something else is going to happen. He's still standing there, and that is just... you hate to see it. At least he gets some loot.
An attempt to maybe deny the point to somebody else. I don't know. Yeah. Unless there was something stopping him from doing it. This is
10 first aids later.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's pretty close to this. Again, he's on the fast side though, so the fact that he's had to stop could be a problem for him. To get this first aid kit off now, actually opting to bandage it. Don't waste your time with that, buddy.
Here comes Gustav alongside Fex, trying to make their way on into the circle. They know it's going to be a tough journey forward, but Esports there ready waiting. Fex jumps out. I'm not sure.
The ultimate denial from Fex.
I don't like what I'm seeing here. F, and well, he goes down, so does his teammate, and that is going to be FaZe out in the 11th place. In the meantime now, question mark haven't really been contested in the compound here, but now comes Exalt. Oh my god, perfect timing with the nade.
Yeah, Fate gets knocked on the ridge side as well. Molodok can be forced back. A little bit of damage coming in from Ents just down to the southwest, but question mark still trying to hold on to this compound for the time being. Fairest actually posts a nade inside. Molodok's got to try and avoid that damage. Actually, the molly lands onto Reduzi. It's going to force him back inside as well.
Force back off, then off split in between each their buildings. So if a knock comes through, they have to really commit to getting each other back up alive. Getrox, just keep track of that. They're still alive up towards the north, so important info to be fed across. Stardust split to 2 positions in the middle of the next circle. Hard, if not near impossible, for them now to regroup as we stay here for a moment with question mark trying to fend off against Exalt.
Well, not fellas actually are going to try and... I mean, Ents have now completely peeled away from the eastern side of their compound. Now conscious that fellas are mounting an attack. Hobbits has found Fairest back over towards question mark's compound. Fate going to try and post one through the window. Landed though. Phil first got to be careful. Don't go in that bedroom. The nade just comes in, but I think it actually just went straight through into the corridor.
My just have at least not all that much damage done towards him. Has an MK14 to defend with as well. Optimal weaponry available. Scam in the meantime. Yep, solid one coming through. Noki though instantly there to respond. Northern Lights will be taken out, but Spiro finds Vart. That's elsewhere on the map as we now see. Noki again up close threat here. Deals with one, deals with a second. Can't quite find the third. Rostenmar there to defend, but in the end it's going to be Fellas on the push on forward. Managing to somehow not only survive, but keep 3 up. Did not expect to see that happening with how many knocks came through the other way around.
Don't do it, Gedrox. I think Gedrox just glancing towards Fella's compound, but we'll see if he does make a move in the end. For Esports now on the rotation. Gee, Iro nearly gets away with that, but Howl actually taking the fight too for Esports. Odin, the last man standing, 4 on the board for him already. Actually looking to try and clutch up once again for Esports, but I think actually that Molly's going to catch inside. Ruin going to seal the deal for Esports out in 8th.
Not sure exactly what that push was all about. Not well orchestrated anyway. Howl 10 kills as they try and climb their way further up the leaderboard again. I mean, coming into today, the Des talked about how they just needed one good game, and that could potentially kind of skyrocket them into that 100-point club of teams sitting right next to one another. And here it is again, 90 points so far, and back to Gedrox we go. As, again, win or die, 14th place when Gedrox lost his last teammates, and now he's top 6 guaranteed.
This is where that average 5th placement comes from. A win or die. There's 0 on the board. Rustamar landing some shots here onto Exo. A ton of damage being done. So it looks as if Fate doesn't even know where it's coming from. Aduzi will be the one to find the final kill though. Exo out in 6th.
I don't think anyone's going to be anticipating Gedrox down here. I mean, it's only if Michael randomly spots him. But no one would be looking this way. There's been so much fighting happening towards the Northwest. And I mean, if you're Fellas, you've been slow playing it for so long. You have to be expecting that you're the last team coming from the Northwest. They were playing that ridgeline outside of Severny for the better part of 2.5 circle, with no threats coming in from behind.
I was curious actually if Michael's still up on the rooftop. If a second player goes up there,
if he shoots,
I mean, Gedrox could find 2 freebies on the roof. Those are the kind of unresable kills, right? When somebody's up trying to get that secondary angle from the top of the building.
But Hypoc, placement points, bro. It's win or die. I mean,
if I can get 2 on the board as well, and I've already got to 5th place, I'm taking them. That's for sure.
We'll have to see how he plans on doing things. There's also the off chance that Aduzi just randomly spots him running through the open. Everyone playing the roofs, trying to find as much info as they possibly can before they are eventually going to be forced to make a move on forward. Howl right now as well in a very good position on the other side. Apocalypse goes down. Michael lops the nade on down. That would take quite a bit of luck, though, I would say, in order to bounce through those small windows there.
I think Apocalypse actually knocked outside it, right?
Yeah, but for to find mid-bay.
Oh, I think he was just going for the flush with the first, but create a little bit of pressure, at least diminish some of Apocalypse HP. Should be able to seal it. Oh, if the molly landed. Now with a tag coming through onto Rustamar, yeah, he has to back away, but I was going to say, that might have been the chance for Gedrox to find something here.
How many first dates does he have left?
1.
He's used 14 first dates. I love this. This is a fully committed play. They don't
See,
get
now I'd be taking Michael now.
Oh my god, if Rustamar goes down there as well. That'd be huge. Now the knock comes through, not quite there yet, but finds one. Does he get the second onto Rustamar as well? Yes, he does! The solo players prevail once more. Miracle does get him in the end, but damage has been done, and probably enough of it on towards Fellas. Just one left alive as Miracle spots the last, and now he's all that's left for what was not a necessarily winnable, but doable 3 players back alive in a 3v3v4.
Definitely was. Question mark now have to peel away from the compound. I think actually they'll have their sights set on Miraku, try and deal with the last remaining member of Fellas. Phil first trying to get some damage through with the MK14, but nothing landing through that window. Finally, a headshot does.
Nice commitment around the ridgeline here, though. Using the smokes for cover, knowing there's only really 1.5 angle that Miraku can look out. Does have utility to work with. Does not to go any of it. He's going to go down. Aduzi gets the kill. Hobbits was instantly after, but now Lassa. How much impact is this flank going to have?
It's a massive reposition, actually, if you look at the minimap. Laz has a great opportunity to relay some of this information. And actually, I mean, if Ruin, potentially Schofield and the Mad can create some sort of diversion towards the north, I don't think Hobbits is really going to be anticipating this. Yeah, you can see completely unaware of the possibility.
Even if he doesn't go for the shot here, he's got perfect info, and he's going to be able to feed that across those teammates. Issue now becomes if Ruin falls, if Laza falls, that is players you're not going to get back up alive on your team. So you have to think, with how much these players have been, not sitting completely still, but close enough, that shot has to be taken at some point soon. Hobbits, no clue. There's one rider on the side. Headshot connected. Second one, oh my lord, fortunately comes through. Now he's spotted, though. Now he has to make an active play from this position.
Yeah, but he can actually break line of sight here. He can actually get back behind the shack now and away from Phil first.
Wait, does he go for the rest?
There's no way.
There's no way.
I mean, sending a nade this way. Laz has already posted the nade. He's going to be the second.
Yeah, has to be. Vehicle explosion, there you go. He's going to go down a Doozy now, 1v4, looking close to impossible, almost takes down Matt. Close, would have really wanted to get that one, but now it's a collapse situation. They're 4v1, they know exactly where they have him. The nades are going to come raining on, and it's going to be a 14, make that probably a 15-kill win, unless if a Doozy denies. Oh my lord, the explosion takes him down to 1, somehow alive, but 4 no more. Howl, they don't win often, but when they do, they come out guns blazing.
It's another situation we were talking about earlier, right, where Howl just looks so confident, so comfortable in really taking control of a team fight like that. So can't take anything away from them there. But ultimately for me, MVP is Gedrox. Deciding the victor of the north side really actually opened up the game for Howl to be the ones to take it.
It's just the winner die recipe to success. Just sneak you in and get a couple of kills and then just concede from there. We'll throw to the desk to finish off day number 4 in the tournament. James, back to you.
Thank you very much, boys. Cheeky Gedrox. Can't believe it. Really stumping the growth of the fellas there towards the end. But anyway, we have ourselves Howl getting the victory here. Saga and Martin joining me to talk about this one. Saga, this was, well, I mean, by the end, Howl had complete control over this. I didn't think it was going to be the case, considering they were going up against a very on-fire question mark, but not to be.
It came a lot from the position that they held early on in the field, a 2-2 split between the grandma's house and the gas station, just down towards the south side of the road. The only real pressure that they actually experienced until the later stages of the game where they were forced to push out was an attempted breach from Na'Vi, which they just swept aside completely. They only conceded a single knock on the way in on Ruin that was easily enough revived, and then from that point on they had pretty much the position where it's the hillside ahead of you. There's players scattered all around. They could take their pick of engagements, and they did it extremely well and survived third-party attempts from teams like Foot Esports as well. Just swept the south side and made the pushes when they had to.
Martin?
Yeah, obviously a crazy last game here for another one. Amazing one for Question Mark. Again, a top placement. But how? With a great win, really loving what I'm seeing from them. I would love to see it more often happening.
Yes.
Yeah, you know, going in a situation where we had the Mad do well today. We had some situations where, okay, but I think it's a little too late for them unless they copy what the performance that they had today into the next 2 days.
Do they now join the ridiculously ever-growing mid-pack?
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, yeah.
The mid-pack of 11 teams within like 25 points.
Aside from where Question Mark is, that mid-pack is insane. But anyway, we have Howl getting themselves 2,300 damage. My accent was very South African then. I sounded very like Sam when I said Howl.
Yeah, 25 points and 14 for Fellas. Fellas actually with the best performance today, 55 points total for them, just 1 point ahead of Question Mark. And then Howl with this game here, they're going to jump into third most points today with 47. So really good performance obviously from Howl. Majority of their points coming from one game though. I really want to see them be able to continue this trend. That we know that they're capable of doing great things. Schofield and the Mad leading that with 10 kills total with 6 for Schofield. Really crazy to see, of course.
Yeah, they put up so much in this circle. And a Doozy once again. And Phil First also showing up here.
Toby didn't manage to jinx it. Doozy actually played well.
He continued to consistently play really good throughout the day.
Yeah.
It was so impressive. The fact that they were constantly able to get into these positions, to be able to put out the damage, to pick up the kills, and get the placements as well. And that's a big part of the reason why, I mean, we just spoke about it in the previous game. You know, the gap was closing a little bit. Teams like Polish Power, teams like Northern Lights were closing the gap. They've just gone and expanded it by another 10 points.
Yes, they have. As we take a look at some of the moments from this game, you can see as Howl were able to exert a lot of pressure onto the teams around them, and I mean, even there were some sends towards them, but it was not successful for those teams. Crashing on in, Schofield will take that focus spot here, and rightfully so. You know, I think there was some, I was about to say question marks. I think there were some moments where we were like, what's Schofield doing, especially in this first couple of days. Now, though, back on board.
Yeah, 6 kills here. Actually, half of what is the leading right now. 12 kills for one day here. For Miracle as well, the Mad, and also 10 for Ruin, looking really, really good so far. It's crazy, crazy day, kind of turning everything upside down. Not all the teams are consistent, except for, of course, the question mark. Some teams then have a really good day. If they can continue that, they could springboard themselves up. But then again, if question mark leads the charts, it's looking really hard for anybody else but them to grab one of the kind of open slots for the PGC's points.
That's the great thing about having 2 days left, I suppose, that yes, technically we still have 10 games left here, Saga, but the fact that question mark has been so consistent is actually testament to how well they've been playing here throughout these couple of days. And we said it multiple times in the first weekend, it's that late season magic where they just suddenly then qualify for PGC again.
It does feel like a little bit of a shift in tempo for them, though, this week to the previous week, where they were playing very similar style to the fellas. They were coming in very late, wide wraps around the western side, and things weren't quite going in their favor. This time around, they're finding themselves much better, more stable positions where they can set up a defensive hold in the zone very early on. And even in a game like this one, they lost Dante a minute into the game. He was picked off by Ents straight at the start, but they were still so efficient at holding off any breaches onto the compound. Multiple chances, attempts came through to dislodge them from that position, but nothing could really stick until the very end.
It's also a home turf circle. We have to remember they landed up east of Cerveny, like close, right? So this is something that we're expecting a good situation for them, but they're able to, of course, gain these situations because we have these extreme circles that we had so many northern circles. Here, a northern one. We had 2 northern ones in Miramar, and obviously it's very close to how they're able to play. Then we have these hardships where they're seeing themselves in a really good spot to take something open in the second and third circle or have a really good rotation into the zone. Their decision making has just been really on point today here for question mark, obviously.
Yeah, felt like once we get 1 hard shift, then you get 3 after it here for today's games. But other teams were fighting in the lobby as time went on, of course, and we had, I think it was the Overpeakers going up against the Woo here, so teammates going up against one another. Let's take a listen.
We had a lot of battles with Woo. They play a lot of our positions, and I think it's because our old teammate plays on that team. So we end up playing from a lot of the same positions very often. So we meet them a lot around the mountain on Erangel.
Excellent driving there by Mexi. I should have specified ex-teammates, of course, as James corrects me going into all of that. But yeah, it makes sense, Martin, that they would run into each other quite a bit when it comes to rotation, etc. and things like that. And they're going to have to fight quite a bit.
Yeah, for sure. With Ibiza and Quizzy co-IGLing on that team, it makes sense. You're taking all the best things from your experience, and Ibiza being nearly, I think it's more than 3 years he managed to be on a team with James, of course. You take a lot of tendencies and a lot of these situations, a lot of the paths that you take. We also saw it last weekend where we saw on some of the hills south of Chopsticks where they met inside there. And obviously here Overpeakers, they're able to take them out, only losing James there. That's quite obviously good for them. 5 kills in the pocket, but it is something that we're going to see more and more because we're progressing through the time where we're seeing more teams split up, right?
Yeah.
Where we're having these ex-teammates, ex-IGLs, ex-co-IGLs, they're crossing on the teams. They're going to have the same kind of places to play out of.
All right, well, I'm getting word as well that we are ready for our interview for the end of the day. So let's hear from good old Gustav.
Today I'm joined by the IGL of FaZe Clan. What's up, Gustav?
Hello, Kovo.
I have a really interesting question to ask. The last Milta Power ending, you guys played a compound, you won from it. This time, we had another Milta Power circle. You guys approached it very differently. Can you walk me through the reasonings behind that?
First zone was like slightly more different. I think it was like maybe 500 meters more north than the previous one. It actually ended up ending in the exact same spot. I called from Milta that we're gonna drive past this compound. If it's one guy, we're gonna crash him. So we were actually really close at crashing him, but then we see 2 guys. So we end up not crashing it. We end up keep going. and yeah, from there it was a rough situation.
It was rough indeed. I have to ask though, can you tell me a little what went wrong in that Milta Power fight?
I mean, today was actually like really rough for us. Like you have sometimes in this game, like you just have an off day. Some of it was, especially my calling today, was a bit off. I must admit, but then also like just small individual errors from myself and from my teammates. Like we got 1v4 in that Milta Power game. It was awful. I miscommunicated to the others that he was on second floor and he was actually on third floor, so that gets Vex knocked. And then after that, we just lose 1v3. So, yeah, shit happens.
I was going to ask you, you guys are usually a really strong fighting team, and it didn't really work out today. But you've already answered that question. So I think I'm just gonna let you go enjoy your evening, and we'll see you tomorrow.
I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
I appreciate Gustav joining us here for an interview. Not exactly been the easiest day for them, I think is fair to say here, Saga. But their phase, they'll bounce back. It's not Sunday yet.
No, we've still got a couple of days to go until we are in their home circle of Sunday. But no, it really was it was a very rough fight for them to have to take. But we can't take anything away from Lyron. He played it very, very well on an individual basis. But like you say, things can really just be a little bit chaotic, as we've heard several times. Time and time again, we've heard the communications from multiple teams, and sometimes they are very cool, calm, composed. Sometimes a slight miscommunication can cost you everything in a game.
Yeah, and Gustav seemingly acknowledging that for now. All right, let's take a look back at everything that happened here throughout the day in terms of the results as a whole, because we have ourselves up towards the top. Question mark extending an absolutely ginormous lead considering where we are here right now. But Northern Lights in an okay spot regardless.
Yeah, I think we're missing the points from the last game with that 164 was game 4, right?
Ah, okay, we're missing some points.
Yeah, it's gonna go. We can maybe look at that later, or it can be updated somewhere else. But yeah, it's I think it's 175 points for question mark. And yeah.
Here's what happened today anyway. We had ourselves Ents, Fellas, question mark, Northern Lights, and Howl finally getting themselves the victory on the board. A very varied day, I think, fair to say, Saga here. We started off, of course, with Ents being able to put themselves on the board, which, for all intents and purposes, I think a lot of us may have even given up on them for this tournament at that point.
Another bit of a false hope to start the week, potentially, as Overpeakers did quite the same thing. At the start of week number 1, they sort of faltered somewhat from there, and it has been a little bit of a up and down sort of a tournament so far for the Overpeakers. They've certainly had their moments, but they're towards the top end of our mega mid-pack, shall we call it. But for Ents, once again, they started off the day very, very strong with the win, but from there, things just weren't quite able to come together. They got a couple of decent placings. A circle or two went their way for once, but it's that might be a case of too little too late.
And it's a nice jump up, of course, for Howl off the back of that previous game. Now they join the insane middle pack that we currently have. But Martin, I think it is best we end the day talking about question mark here, because they have had an absolutely fantastic day. Considering the lobby of skill that they have to put that up against, they are actually playing out of their minds.
Yeah, 2 second places, a third place, and a win here. Insane play. But still, Fellas managed to get 1 more point to them. It's a really honorable mention here.
Really?
Of course. Yeah.
Today?
Yeah, they got 1 more point.
Excuse me?
Fellas 55, question mark 54. Super, super impressive. Kind of sneaking on the radar, but it's the amount of kills that they managed to get, obviously, throughout the day. So really impressive. I gotta say, though, and point out, FaceTan, 10 points for today. Not a good day when your best game is 8th place with 3 kills. So not just that one game, but if you only have 1 bad day out of the 6, it's fine. They can recoup from them, and they're still in this big mid-pack with a little bit of above the 100-point mark there. So they're going to be fine going into the next 2 days.
This is why they pay Martin in McLaren GTs. because
McLaren coins, so I can get some more
That's right. Yeah, he brings the facts. That's amazing. I didn't realize Fellas had done so well, all things considered. But there you go. You can do well at home as well, because you can check out the new merch we've got over at emea.merch.pubg.com. Check it out. You know what? That sneaky cup, was that always there?
I don't know.
It was.
It does look like it's just come in very fast.
Yeah, a very rapid cup. Make sure to get that cup. You know what? I want the same cup, and then I can drink out of it on our online shows
rapidly.
Later. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, then just water goes everywhere. And it's like, you know,
the logo has to look the same way. Like, Like
I
it's
guess
sliding
so.
in from the side.
Fantastic. Riveting stuff. Gentlemen, thank you very much. We are done here for day one of our second weekend for PCS7 Europe. Tomorrow we are back, same time, same place. We're going to have 5 more games. At the moment, question mark looking fantastic in #1 spot. We'll see you tomorrow for more PUBG action.